His small and cute body suddenly jumped on the brown bear that shook its huge head and struggled to get up, grabbed the bear's paws with both hands, pressed his legs against the bear's body, bowed down hard, and roared like an Iron Arm Astro Boy rising to the sky. As his small body rushed up with the bear's paws, the brown bear let out an earth-shattering scream, and the raindrops flying on the screen blurred everyone's vision. When the picture is clear, you can see that the position of the brown bear's right arm to the shoulder blade has been torn apart, and a large amount of blood is constantly floating around from the torn wound, which looks too shocking. The air was silent, and everyone stared at such a bloody and terrible scene, and their jaws almost dropped. Just now Manhwaedit beat the brown bear and fled in panic. This Chinhwaenin looked small, very cute, angry, and actually tore the brown bear directly. My god, they asked themselves, they would rather believe that Mabagwe is a generation of grandmasters, and they couldn't believe that they saw this scene. Oh my god, what kind of strength is this? He can actually tear the big bear. Is he still a human? Tear the big bear? He's only 8 or 9 years old, isn't he? Is the big milk powder he eats? Everyone was talking enthusiastically, and someone immediately replayed this scene and filmed it. Compared to Lao Tai beating away the black bear just now, Chinhwaenin tearing the brown bear with his hands, it is the pinnacle battle made. Set off Manhwaedit is really a waste, such a big person, beating a panda. The strength to eat milk has been used, just to run away. Rubbish. Dragons, what do you think? Long Xiaoyan's full of charm, like Lucky Star Chinese restaurant, rose and fell continuously. For a long time, she seemed to think of something, laughed, and said, "We all forgot that this kid is the strongest dead soldier in Siberia, and the person who can graduate from that base camp and break all their records is an existence that has broken through the limits of the human body, and if I remember correctly, the last assessment in Siberia is to tear the grizzly bear." The crowd was shocked and silent for a while. Raise Chinhwaenin's danger level to the highest level of all players, give priority to encirclement and suppression. So far, those seed soldier kings are not the same level as him. He is a monster who can join the 5th unit. In the General Command Center, in the star-studded room, after watching Chinhwaenin's hands tear apart the brown bear, Mr. Gao stood up directly, facing the heads of the other 4 major military regions, applauding for love. "Chiefs, I know that you all question Chinhwaenin's internal decision, and you question it well. Tearing the brown bear by hand is just mediocre, right?" Mr. Gao was full of smiles and high spirits. Maid, originally Chinhwaenin's grandfather Yilao, had already decided that Chinhwaenin would participate in the world's strongest instructor competition, and Long Xiaoyan also came down to inform him personally. As a result, the heads of several other military regions jointly sued together, directly tore the rules, and did not agree to the internal decision. Damn, don't even have a face. It's not surprising, after all, this is an event initiated by Siberia, with huge political influence. Everyone wants to be the seed soldier king of their own military region, and come back with honor. This is political capital. Lao Gao, what are you happy to do so early? This child's strength is indeed like Lin Dayu pulling willows upside down, but the event is not over yet. Only 3 people have died. Besides, your strength is great. Does it mean that you have high military quality? Yes, putting this aside, I have an evil fire in my belly for this Chinhwaenin. I can't vent it. I went to the White Tiger base to squat for several days, but I didn't catch any hair, and no one saw it, let alone share the experience of leading troops. Yes, I also went to the White Tiger base. Those female soldiers are just beautiful, but their quality is not good. I am not the chief at all, and I also said that Chinhwaenin went to Shangjiang to do business. He is so young, can he pass the test? What a joke. These chiefs vented their dissatisfaction. All of them were the last time Chinhwaenin got the strongest soldier queen. He left a sentence to study hard and go up every day, and people ran away. Anyway, they were unhappy, and they didn't seem to be satisfied with the resentful women. For these discussions, Mr. Gao said with a smile, "You don't know the inside information. My son is not hiding from you. He really went to Shangjiang, and he also solved the case that has plagued Shangjiang for decades, and at present, his person has become a little hero of Shangjiang in the mouth of the people of Shangjiang." Everyone looked at Mr. Gao in amazement. Facing everyone's doubts, Mr. Gao suddenly pointed to the screen. "This little guy, he wants to eat bear paws." I saw that on the screen. Chinhwaenin ran back and began to cut the flesh on the dead brown bear with that shiny dagger. 2 bear paws, fine meat, find a leaf to wrap up, put it in a backpack, do it very skillfully, like a repeat offender. No one said anything, so he watched in amazement as he packed his small backpack bulging, until in the picture, blurred, and an animal suddenly appeared behind Chinhwaenin, and someone screamed. It's not good, it's the smell of blood that attracts the wolves in the forest, this Northwest Wolf King. It's really the Wolf King, twice as tall as the usual wolf, and he hasn't appeared for many years. Where the Wolf King appears, there will be wolves, and the Gecko Man is in danger. The Northwest Wolf has a pair of cold eyes, a tall body that is different from that of an ordinary wolf, about the same size as a calf, and Mr. Gao, who was calmly bragging just now, also panicked. If the wolves appear, no matter how strong Chen Haonan is, he won't be able to escape. Sure enough, with the Northwest Wolf King coming out, wolves continued to drill out in the forest, and more than 30 wolves gathered at once, crowding the screen. These wild wolves are all slender and long-eyed. This is the steppe wolf in the Northwest, extremely good at running, with first-class hunting ability. The totem of the wolf's teeth comes from this. Hurry up and call Long Xiaoyun and ask her to send a helicopter to answer. Someone immediately stood up and started making a phone call. And this news quickly spread to Long Xiaoyun. In fact, there was no need to inform Long Xiaoyun, who had been staring at Chen Haonan, also knew that the wolves had appeared, and after receiving the order, she asked Mr. Gao rhetorically. It's okay to answer, but this means that Chen Haonan has been eliminated, can you accept it? When Mr. Gao heard this, he suddenly fell into deep thought, but he didn't hesitate for long, and immediately said, survive first, and then talk about honor. Good. Soon, Long Xiaoyun's order was emanated, and the aviation company waiting for support in the air immediately rushed to the jungle where Chen Haonan was located with live ammunition. It's a pity, he had a lot of potential, but he was unlucky, but luck is also a sign of strength for a soldier. Sorry, I can't be your girlfriend anymore. Long Xiaoyun smiled, looked at the more than 30 Northwest wolves on the screen, and began to shrink the encirclement, getting smaller and smaller, and then, these wolves made a strange move, and they all knelt down, and then raised their heads and hissed at the sky. What is this for? Long Xiaoyun ordered, lock your vision on Chen Haonan's body and see what he is doing. Soon, the picture zoomed in, and a strange scene appeared. Chen Haonan was stroking the Wolf King's sharp head, again and again, like a lover's touch, and the strange thing was that the Wolf King closed his wolf eyes slightly, which seemed to be flawed. Then, Chen Haonan's small mouth was flattened, and Yoshi followed the Wolf King to say something, saying and touching. The Wolf King Oye responded a few words, and then actually lay directly on the ground, revealing the position of his genitals towards Chen Haonan. All this stunned everyone. Someone exclaimed, the Wolf Dynasty begged for pleasure from him, but this is a male wolf, I rely on. I'm laughing to death, but he really knows the language of beasts. Is the little guy betraying his hue? Long Xiaoyun looked at the male Wolf King, the posture of coming, hurting each other, from the state of serious worry just now, directly switched to the happy mode, and laughed directly. In her heart, she became more and more curious about this child. In the forest, Chen Haonan looked at a Wolf King lying with Guyu lying down, wolf eyes with a sense of pleasure, and his little face was full of the helplessness of Brokeback Mountain. Dog's Day, who knows the family? He used the ability of Fingzi Monogatari to tell the Wolf King that we can be brothers, and as a result, the Wolf King actually fed back to him the message that it is okay to be brothers, we have to fight bayonets and make love. Last time in Siberia, it was the She-Wolf King who begged for joy. This is the male Wolf King, and the family can withstand it. We are brothers, not husband and wife, we can't do this. He gave feedback to the Wolf King. The message from the Wolf King was, I want to make out and maintain the feeling of our brothers. Made. In the world of beasts, it's really crazy. Chen Haonan almost kicked over with his little teeth and kicked the Wolf King away. I see that you are all hungry, so it is better to eat your brother's food first, and then I will take you to hunt. This loving suggestion really won the favor of the Wolf King, and he stood up with the wolf's head shaken and howled at the wolves behind him. Wolves swarmed to share the food provided by the Wolf King brothers. In this way, Chen Haonan stood aside, looking at the wolves eating in harmony, and none of the wolves attacked it. This scene stunned everyone. Long Xiaoyun let out a breath and calmed down the fierce ambition. Give an order, let the helicopter temporarily stop the rescue, and retain Chen Haonan's qualifications as a member of the team. He doesn't need to rescue. Yes. The correspondent immediately went to inform. On the other side, the High Command Center. Mr. Gao slapped his thigh, annoyed and excited. Ouch, I almost knocked out Chen Haonan. I forgot to tell you, he also encountered wolves in Siberia, but nothing happened. He has experience in dealing with wolves. This should be the language of wolves, and when I look back, I have to share it with Gecko Man. This is a lost traditional art. Let Chen Haonan share. Mr. Gao fell into deep thought. This chapter is not over, please click on the next page to continue reading. Just when everyone's thinking diverged, or shocked, or surprised, or admired, the well-fed Wolf King came over and shook his hardtail at Chen Haonan, grinding for a while. Come with me, Chen Haonan is a principled person, besides, he has 6 beautiful girlfriends, none of whom are satisfied. How can he satisfy a male wolf? Don't say anything, turn around and leave. Behind him, when he was helpless, the Wolf King summoned his brothers to follow behind him, so that a quite shocking picture appeared in the jungle. Chen Haonan walked in the front, and the Wolf King took his little brothers, just like a little follower, so that Chen Haonan's personal image was immediately raised to the point of the jungle bar, and wherever he went, it was a bloody storm. Not to mention, such a wolf pack, where it passes, the lone tiger, or the brown bear and lion, don't want to provoke, so they can only flee. In the forest, the small animals avoided one after another, ran not far away, and stopped again. All kinds of small eyes stared at the little man in front of the king, all showing uneasy and shocked eyes, and they couldn't understand what the hell was going on. In this way, Chen Haonan kept walking with the wolves, and it was almost explosive. Drive wolves and tigers, a good gecko man, how many secrets are still hidden in your body? One day, I want to find out. Long Xiaoyun in front of the screen was completely calmed by Chen Haonan's comical operation. Although it felt small, it felt like a firefly in the dark, constantly emitting a mysterious light, attracting her to get closer to understand. Curiosity is a common problem for women. In the dense jungle, Mu Ziti, who had beaten the brown bear away, fell asleep in the bushes. Sleeping is also a kind of camouflage and concealment. Don't look at Muzi Iron Man Gaomada, with his camouflage skills, hide in the bushes to sleep, except for ants who can find him, no one can find it. And at this moment, Chen Haonan was walking in the direction of Lao Tai with the wolves, and where he passed, the panicked little animals kept running out of the forest. The stimulation of the smell woke Mu Ziti up, and he suddenly opened the tiger's eye, just like Lu Zhishan, who was drunk and wanted to kill. In the woods, birds fly high, animals run away from home, and there must be dangerous animals inside. The rustling of footsteps, constantly sounding, was very rhythmic, as if the troops were marching. Mu Ziti was a little surprised, and it didn't take long for him to see dozens of shadows suddenly appear in the forest, rushing in his direction. This is the wolves, and the hiding place of Lao Tzu was also discovered. Seeing dozens of wolves attacking him at the same time like resentful women, even if he had absolute confidence in his skills, he panicked. When they quickly climbed up, the 3 wild wolves were already in front of them, as fast as arrows. It's unfortunate that you can smell my hidden scent, it's weird. Lao Tai was not panicked, and with a punch, he beat the wild wolf in front and flew out 3 meters away with a roar, and at the same time, the whip leg swept away, and the other 2 wild wolves were swept to the ground with broken waists, paralyzed on the ground and howled for their lives. His attacking movements, as described in Jeet Kune Do, are not flashy, but fast and accurate. This kind of attack power has won the applause of many bigwigs in front of the screen. More wolves pounced. Mu Ziti, who was rolling on the ground to avoid it, had an extra dagger in his hand, and looked at more and more wild wolves with a solemn expression, and he showed a wry smile. Fighting more than 30 wild wolves, he is sure, but his opponent is not only a wild wolf, but also a strong enemy in the forest. At this moment, he finally experienced the feelings of master eating. After treating the child, he has no strength to participate in the Huashan sword debate, and now Lao Tai has to be treated, otherwise Ant Ing will bite him to death. It's really unlucky, the speed of the wild wolf is very fast. I want to run, the consumption is greater, it is better to kill them all with skill. Come, let the master kill you brutes. Lao Tai let out a low roar, exuding a powerful murderous aura. However, at this moment, the wild wolves surrounding him, the tide generally receded to both sides, giving way to a passage, and a child with a cold expression and a cool temperament walked out of the passage slowly, and the immature voice sounded. Your opponent is me. Gecko Man. You manipulated the wolves? Lao Tai is not a fool. These wolves hugged Chen Haonan out. He must be his own king, especially, by his side, there is also a well-behaved tall wolf. Presumably, this is the legendary Wolf King. His heart was very shocked. In order to learn martial arts well and let the beast nature return, he had lived in the mountains for a long time, and he had never seen it, who could control the Wolf King. Especially wild wolves, unruly and greedy by nature, how can they obey the orders of humans? But how to explain this scene? Is worthy of Gecko Man, everyone underestimates him. Yes, your style, I admire it very much, it deserves to be a gecko man, come on, either you are killed by me, or, you come and kill me. Teasing, Lao Tai felt that it was not fair to use a dagger against a child, so he inserted the dagger into the knife holster on the side of his leg, and then he showed a rare warm male smile at Chen Haonan. I can use a knife. Standing up in Chen Haonan's indifferent tone, Lao Tai couldn't help but whisper, little friend, your tone is so big, your mother didn't educate you, do you have to brush your teeth when talking to adults? Before he finished his words, he saw the child coming from the other party, pausing slightly on the ground, so as to turn his body into a flying petrel. In the process of bounce over, the elbow of his right hand shrank slightly, his waist exerted force, and a punch flew, and the air made a slight convulsion sound. This chapter is not over, please click on the next page to continue reading. A punch can make the air scream. And such a thing? Facing Chen Haonan's exaggerated punch, Lao Tai's face changed. He has practiced for so many years, and he has to sit on a horse for an hour to go to the toilet before he can produce the effect of an air explosion, but that requires accumulation, and it is definitely not like Chen Haonan who jumps at will and explodes the air. As a master of the gatekeeper, Lao Tai knew that it was too difficult. Test your hardness. Lao Tai took a deep breath, seemed to have swallowed dozens of caddies of air, his chest cavity was deeply concave, and he was followed by a punch. Disheveled. The dull crash of flesh resounded through the jungle. In an instant, Lao Tai felt a small iron hammer, and suddenly hammered into his fist, making his tall body, like a flatboat in the stormy waves, swing, and when he came back to his senses, he found that he had actually taken 3 steps back. And the little kid in front of him landed abruptly and stood in his original position, looking at him coldly. The king of close quarters, it's a bit interesting, push with pure strength, you are not under the chief instructor of Siberia, Anthony, you are much stronger than everyone else. Standing up for Chen Haonan's extremely pretending words, Lao Tai bared his teeth, and he couldn't say anything to refute. His right fist behind his back was bloody and ticking, while his fifth girl was trembling slightly, looking helpless. I'm proficient in gossip boxing, your specialty is strength, hard fists, little guy, if you don't have other skills, you won't be able to catch my punches and kicks. As he spoke, Lao Tai moved his numb fingers, took a deep breath, and suddenly, in addition to the pain in his finger bones, he became radiant again. He has a characteristic, that is, he is stronger and stronger. When he was in the object, there was a girl who played the octagonal platform, he was very unconvinced by his machismo, and wanted to teach him a lesson with his fists, but he was punched and his chest was broken, and this matter spread throughout the barracks, so he relied on his strength and was single until now. Bagua boxing? I have a dragon fist method here to serve you. Facing the ridicule of a 10-year-old child, even if Lao Tai is good-tempered, he was also laughed at. This selection competition, including the head of his own military region, is watching the play. A child said, I will give you a one-stop service, how do you feel? Come, Lao Tzu will beat you out overnight. Lao Tai didn't dare to hold it up, so he directly used the Bagua boxing that passed on men but not women. Bagua boxing, Lao Tai has learned 24 kinds of routines, upper, middle and lower, are 8 kinds of routines. Since ancient times amorous cannot be kept, only routines win the hearts of the people. For the routine Bagua boxing, Lao Tai is extremely experienced. A good sentence, learn Bagua routine, the world's boxer's feral. In the roar, Lao Tai's footsteps paused on the floor, shaking his body with strength. The muscles of his fist were like twisted Xinjiang hemp flowers, like a sow wearing a bra, one set after another, the muscles trembled, pushing the force forward, reaching the huge iron fist. With a shake of his fist, a slight sonic boom sounded. Compared to Chen Haonan's casual punch, he played the effect of a sonic boom. Lao Tai still needs a lot of preludes, and the foreplay must be done enough to make a sonic boom, which is already a 1 in a million existence. Otherwise, why is he codenamed Lao Tai? It's a little interesting, it's just that there are too many feints, which is similar to the warm-up of the national football team. Chen Hao's male protagonist is a direct hanging, and he can't understand any gossip. He thinks that this old iron, where to dance like a god, is shaking and shaking, it is all gorgeous feints. Therefore, he directly lifted the fist after the strength of the ant, shook it slightly, and in the sound of the sonic boom, he twisted his waist and hit Lao Tai's 8 palms with a punch. Disheveled. Lao Tai was obviously facing the enemy head-on, and was hit by Chen Haonan's punch, and there was actually an impact of being reared in, a vigorous force, hao-haoren, continuous. The Yangtze River was surging, and it poured directly into his fist, and the waves were surging, and his gossip spiral strength was all counterattack back. Bad. Feeling the feedback of his own strength, Lao Tai, who felt unbearable, immediately rotated in place, like a spinning top, like spinning a pendulum, and after 3 turns, the military uniform on his own arm seemed to be stuffed into a high-speed rotating muscle machine, and was drawn by a powerful force, turned into pieces, and flew around, just like a butterfly in the West Garden in late autumn. It didn't take long for Lao Tai, who was dressed in uniform, to become a trendy girl with bare shoulders and even both shoulders, coupled with his developed chest muscles. If you ignore his Chinese face, he is completely an international supermodel. The hipster man in a vest military uniform almost sat on the ground with his butt. When he finally stood firm, he found that he couldn't lift his arms under the agitation of 2 forces, and it was obvious that his arms had lost their combat effectiveness, leaving only 2 long legs. He was like a little girl who had lost her body suddenly, and shouted at Chen Haonan, who was already wearing his pants, "Impossible, why can you cause my strength to rebound, unless your strength is more than 3 times that of mine, this is impossible, unscientific." Really, Lao Tai is completely blinded. He is famous for his courage and bravery, and the ancients in the entire military camp have not been beaten into a lonely shadow in the cold river by his iron fists. How can he still suppress him in terms of strength? He was in a state of flux and couldn't help himself. Chen Haonan held the small fist of iron, blew a breath, blew off the black hair on it, and sneered with his small mouth, "My strength is more than 3 times that of yours, believe it or not." At this point, there is no lie. After Chen Haonan's hand is strengthened, the strength attribute is more than 40, and Lao Tai's physical fitness can indeed break through the 10 attribute. That is to say, even if the attribute does not explode, Chen Haonan's strength is at least 4 times that of the other party. If the attribute explodes, Chen Haonan can turn the tall man upside down with the body of a child. Okay, in that case, I have to use a special move. See if the move. After speaking, Lao Tai roared angrily, his breath exploded, and it seemed that he used the blood-burning Dafa, and the ground was slammed by him, and all of them cracked, and then, his whole person shot out at high speed. Like a sharp arrow, never look back. Seeing the other party's desperate posture, Chen Haonan didn't dare to be too big. He planned to use a dragon body method to swim, and then jump on the other party's juniors and send him a one-stop service, but the result was... Before he could move, he saw Lao Tai after the roar. His body shot at high speed towards the forest behind him after he was stunned, quickly submerged into it, and disappeared in front of him. He shot in the opposite direction. Chen Haonan always felt that he was an honest and handsome little boy, and sure enough, he was deceived in person. Lao Tai ran away directly. What he said just now, his exaggerated facial expressions, were all lies. In front of the screen, everyone who had seen Lao Tai suffer 2 losses and was stunned was waiting for the arrival of the big war, and sure enough, Lao Tai said that he was going to make a trick, and many people stood up, silently took out their mobile phones, and prepared to shoot. This is the pinnacle battle. One is the unfathomable Gecko Man, and the other is the king of close proximity who has been famous for a long time. But as a result, the high-speed rail ran away. It's like taking off your pants and your opponent running away. Shame, don't talk about martial arts, actually run away in front of a child. What about the face? Lao Tai's drama is very sufficient, and he performed for a long time, but he was actually trying to deceive a handsome and honest child. Gecko Man is too strong, ridiculously strong. He actually took off the clothes of the king of melee combat with 2 punches, making him unclothed and running away. Come and see, everyone, Wu Zhuanyuan has escaped. Eat melons quickly. I have to say that the family members who are waiting to watch the big drama are really evil. They all want to bet, and this is the result? On the screen, Chen Haonan showed a calm smile and recruited the wolves, not knowing what to say. Little master, there is more to this chapter. Please click on the next page to continue reading. The back is more exciting. The next moment, brush brush brush. One by one, the wolves turned into black shadows and burrowed into the woods. Then, Chen Haonan himself lowered his small body, looking similar to a wild wolf, and quickly chased after him, and behind him, there was a Northwest Wolf King who was taller than him. Woof! The sound of a wolf howling resounded in the room. Interesting, I like this Gecko Man more and more. The bones are hard enough, the strength is strong enough, Muzidi has been beaten away, who else? Long Xiaoyun felt that he, a 25-year-old girl, was about to become a fan of Chen Haonan. Chief of Staff Deng next to him, that is, the scumbag girl who flew Chen Haonan on the plane to check his body, said with a smile, "Are you tempted? What to say is big and hard enough? You want to die, what nonsense." Long Xiaoyun suddenly realized something, and his face turned red. Seeing this, Staff Officer Deng smiled. Sure enough, if a man is attractive, whether it is an old man or a child, he can impress an excellent woman. I didn't expect our dragon team to be the same. How about it? Otherwise, I will wash the imported grapes you brought, and when this little guy gets the strongest wolf, you feed it to our little hero. Long Xiaoyun blurted out. Good suggestion, the grapes I brought back are big and purple, help me clean them. If this little guy really gets the strongest wolf warrior, I will not only feed him the grapes myself, but I will also be his 7th girlfriend. I don't know the humiliation, I still be a little 7, Of course, the captain and the chief of staff were in an independent monitoring room, joking. Chen Haonan didn't know that there was a woman, and he used him as a gambling tool, and at present, he chased and killed him with the wolves. Maid, handsome and honest, was actually deceived by others, and he couldn't let go of this old iron no matter what. Unexpectedly, Muzidi, a guy with thick eyebrows and big eyes and blowing his hair, is still a watermelon trumpet, and he can win the actor. The speed of the wild wolf is very fast, Chen Haonan's speed is not slow, and soon, he chased behind Lao Tai, and it can be seen that the tall man in front of him is really panicked. What bushes, rivers, swamps, jump whatever he sees, and run like a fugitive, and Chen Haonan behind him is the police uncle who represents justice, chasing wildly with a group of wolf dogs. Lao Tai, who was running wildly in front, heard the howling of wolves getting louder and louder behind him, and knew that he couldn't run away. What's more, there are too many strange things this year. I actually met a 10-year-old child, and he almost forgot his father's surname with 2 punches, and it was even more weird, he could actually command the wolves? At the moment, his arms have not regained their flexibility, and they are numb, but whenever a few wolves spread out to attack, he will not end well. Can't lose at the starting line, there are only 3 people killed in front. When his thoughts diverged, Gecko Man's indifferent milk voice came from behind. Brother Tai, don't run blindly, you can't run away from the wolves, you don't have a chance. My old iron, even if I die in battle and am bitten to death by wolves, I will never surrender. Really? Then I'll let the wolves attack you. Hearing this fierce voice, Lao Tai's footsteps paused, and he wanted to say something, but suddenly, in the bushes in front of him, there was a bang. A bullet came in. However, the direction of the bullet was not Lao Tai, but Chen Haonan behind him. This is a cold gun, a sniper bullet. If it were someone else, even if it was the 4-seed soldier kings, in such an environment, they would definitely be sniped. Chen Haonan has been turning on this skill of chasing wind and shadows, and when he broke into this area, he had already discovered the existence of a sniper, so he opened his mouth to persuade him to surrender. Almost when the other party hooked the trigger, Chen Haonan immediately stepped on the brakes, allowing the predicted bullet to shoot from in front of him. He already knew where the sniper was. Pulling away the dense black forest in front of him, Li Shilai, the gun king, looked at Chen Haonan, who was leaning on the number 11 bus and telling himself to stop his running body, and he couldn't believe it at all. His position is on Chen Haonan's side, so he needs to predict the shooting. With his marksmanship, it is impossible to fail, otherwise, he will not win the title of Gun King. But this time, sniping a child who was very close actually missed. Just now, he originally wanted to snipe Lao Tai, but then soon found out that Lao Tai was like a dog fleeing from the wilderness, and there was a master behind, so he immediately changed his mind, and as a result, he also failed. Lao Tai's fighting is very strong enough to be single for a lifetime with his strength. It is definitely not a waste of fame. He was actually chased by this little guy codenamed Gecko Man, chased by wolves. Look at his appearance, and people are so miserable that everyone looks away. The biggest threat is this little boy. After making a judgment, Li Shilai decided to kill Chen Haonan first, and he still had 2 bullets in his hand. The muzzle of the gun was raised again, and he immediately removed the barrel of the gun, because in the position in front of him, Chen Haonan had disappeared. Where did you go? There are only clothes and pants left on the ground. I'll go. This little guy takes off his clothes so quickly. If he commits a crime against that girl, he won't have time to call for help, he will do it. Li Shilai maintained a happy state of mind, but he didn't dare to relax at all, and quickly glanced around. According to his speculation, this was a means for the golden cicada to shed its shell, that is to say, Chen Haonan was in the nearby forest, and he used his clothes and pants to interfere with his ears and eyes just now, but he was really a little fast man, like playing magic. Sweep over, Li Shilai is a little suspicious of life. With his eagle eye, he never found out that Chen Haonan was there. Little master, there is more to this chapter. please click on the next page to continue reading, the back is more exciting. In front of the screen, Long Xiaoyun covered his mouth, eating and laughing. Take off your clothes and pants again, huh? His combat methods are really numerous. Moreover, you can see that once he takes off his pants, he immediately goes into a state of invisibility. What kind of camouflage is this? Staff Officer Deng didn't seem to hear Long Xiaoyun's voice, and his tone trembled. Did you only see this? You don't see that he's not one who is still there at all, no, even as an adult, not as great as him. It's like... It's also... Long Xiaoyun showed a thoughtful expression, and then said with a smile, seeing the gun king Li Shilai on the screen, he didn't hit the first shot, and now he doubts his life. With Chen Haonan's means, he has indeed surpassed Li Shilai's cognition. To be honest, if I hadn't seen him undress in stealth twice, I wouldn't have been able to believe it. This is true. Who will be the wife of this child in the future? That mother-in-law will dare to cheat, and she will be caught in minutes. Bold assumptions, dragons. Staff Officer Deng smiled. You'd better not cheat. Nonsense. Calm. It's all hallucinations, and they don't scare me. In the forest, Li Shilai took a deep breath, put aside all assumptions, and instantly emptied his head and body, entering a state of a saint. It's absolutely calm. For a person like Li Shilai, the stronger the opponent, he can always maintain absolute calm, and then in the confrontation, he can make a breakthrough again and stimulate his potential. His eagle eyes are also the potential that has been stimulated in war, and even in the dark, he can see the posture of his prey. His eyes widened and were bloodshot, and soon, Li Shilai found a sneaky fuzzy body, and he actually touched his position at a very fast speed. The place where this body passed by, like a predator, blended with the surrounding environment. One was green, one was black, and one was yellow. Damn, this little one, is he a chameleon? What the hell is he, with an elephant's trunk? This thing is all discolored. The corners of Li Shilai's mouth hooked up a confident smile, and he decisively pulled the trigger. Bang! The bullet shot towards the disguised Chen Haonan. However, almost when the gunfire rang out, Chen Haonan's body was like a tactful little dragon, twisting his hips, letting the bullet fly out in front of him. The second time it failed. Li Shilai on the tree, his mouth twitched fiercely. He was sure of one thing, this gecko man with an elephant's trunk disguise, he seemed to have a magical sixth sense, and he had already made a prediction in advance before the crisis came, which was simply the favorite talent of the old king next door, and the crotch-twisting action just now was enough to see that his body was extremely flexible. Before leaving, Li Shilai also heard a lot of people talking about Gecko Man, but his attention was on the three of Lao Tai. They had their own specialties against their old opponents, and now that the 2 shots had passed, he could almost confirm that if he couldn't kill Gecko Man, the other party would become the biggest dark horse. Just when Li Shilai's thoughts were flying, Chen Haonan's small mouth under the tree gave an order, and the wild wolves around him immediately turned around and ran wildly, surrounding the big tree where Li Shilai was. More than 30 wild wolves howled at Li Shilai, who was hanging on the tree. Among them, the Northwest Wolf King bit a set of clothes and sent it to Chen Haonan. The wolf's eyes lit up, and he watched Chen Haonan put it on, and kept sending out the message, "Brother, you are very strong, I am very envious." Chen Haonan does not bird him at all, his attention has been on Li Shilai's tree. No shots were fired. It looks like this guy is in the barrel. There is no bullet, or the last bullet. Chen Haonan, who was dressed, looked at Li Shilai on the tree, raised his little head and sneered, "I invite you to come down, or you come down by yourself. The Spear King Li Shilai is a senior." Sure enough, I saw through my identity, maid. This kid is definitely open. He has the face of a child, but he has a mature soul. Li Shilai looked at the fierce child below and did not move. With the last bullet, he must strike the strongest blow and take out the gecko. As the king of guns, Li Shilai has always pursued the realm of the unity of man and gun. People are guns are people, and at that time, he is the god of guns, not the king of guns. It's a pity that he can't break that layer of film, which has already involved a spiritual level beyond the limits of the human body, and the spirit is a thing that can't be forced, otherwise, he will be sent to Qingshan Mental Hospital. Interestingly, the strength of the Gecko Man and the crisis of the wolves made Li Shilai feel that the film moved. He has a feeling, once the gun is shot, it is a shot into the soul. As soon as the barrel of the gun was raised, there was almost no aiming action, and with his sixth sense, Li Shilai shot his last bullet to Chen Haonan. From locking down to firing, the time is already within 0.3 seconds, which is already beyond the fastest time for a human to react. Relying on the skill of chasing the wind and catching shadows, Chen Haonan moved almost when Li Shi came to move. With his powerful sixth sense, he twisted his body and let the bullet shoot out of his clothes. Burst. Bullets burrow into the ground. You're the last bullet. It's a pity, you're still in a hurry. If you have a way, let me be a doppelganger for a while. You can hit me, I'm small, in fact, it's easy to be distracted. Chen Haonan admired the other party a little. This is a gun king who can give him great pressure. Don't look at him twisting easily, as if dancing. In fact, the feedback of the sixth sense is very mentally draining, and the fatigue of dodging 3 bullets is no less than that of adult males, and the consumption level of continuous emanation has come, so to speak. His body has entered a stage where he is not very adaptable and needs to recover. Gecko man, you let the wolves disperse. Let's have a battle between men. Many chiefs watch, relying on the wolves, not your real strength. Aguyu was lying down, leaning on the trunk of Li Shilai, directly rotten, and the tone of his speech was like Fan Tianqing, fooling the child. I have a secret to tell you, if you let the wolves disperse first. Aren't you Gecko man? I've heard a lot of stories about your explosion. Today is the first time we met, and it really lives up to its reputation. You beat me head on, I'm convinced, otherwise, I'll go back to the military region and tell others, Gecko man is a fox and a fake tiger child. At this moment, the voice of the system sounded. Random mission, agree to the request of the gun king Li Shilai, let him die in a dignified manner, and reward 100 experience points. And the reward. Chen Hanan's spirit has recovered, and after hearing the task given by the system, he spoke directly, okay, you jump down, I'll let the wolves push away. Chen Haonan gave the Wolf King brother a stinging look, which means, I want to single out this monkey on the tree, and you get out of the way. The Wolf King gave Chen Haonan a look that you are awesome, and then took the wolf son and wolf grandson, and quickly retreated to the side. This scene made Li Shilai on the tree envious. With a bang, he jumped directly from the tree 7 or 8 meters high, and landed steadily, without using his strength, focusing on a hard bone. You strike first. Under the attention of the wolf audience, Chen Haonan and Li Shilai looked at each other, and there was a smell of sympathy, but the next moment, the two seemed to rush to each other at the online dating scene for love, rushing to each other at the fastest speed, and then started a fierce fight. On the other side, Lao Tai, who got rid of the wolves in Chen Haonan, did not go far, and he heard Li Shilai's gunshot. When the first gunshot rang out, Lao Tai breathed a sigh of relief. That terrible child was killed by the gun king Li Shilai. This chapter is not over, please click on the next page to continue reading. He collapsed directly on the ground, looked back, and sure enough, no wolves were chasing. Maid, if it gets out, the king of the dignified close quarters is chased by a child, and his pants are about to fall off. Where will his face go? No, this is a live event, and it's been spread a long time ago. Thinking about this fact, Lao Tai was even more heartbroken. He is worthy of being the king of guns, and he knocked down such a terrible child with one shot. As soon as the thought turned, there was a bang, and the second shot rang out, followed by the third, with an interval of no more than 10 seconds. Lao Tai was instantly blinded. Who died in battle? Chen Haonan or Li Shilai? No matter who dies, this is definitely my chance. As long as I complete the counter-killing, I can wash away the shame just now. Even the head of the military region thinks that I am Sunbin, endure the shame, just for the final victory, he. The strong old iron in his heart, comfort don't Chen Haonan's heart that was trampled on and injured, and even, he has already thought of the lines, the king of close quarters, lure the enemy deep, endure the humiliation of the crotch, and win the counter-kill. This is a contest of wisdom and strength. As long as my old iron has the last laugh, in the future, no one will dare to say that I have a muscular iron tower in front of me, and even, I dare to pursue Long Xiaoyun, a female officer, after the event, he. After making up his mind, Lao Tai immediately set off and killed him from the original. Of course, he is definitely not a muscular and savage return with a brain, but a cautious and strategic move to create a wise character. In the dark forest, the face of Li Shilai, the spear king lying on the ground, was darker than the forest, and he was killed. Originally, he felt that his fighting was not lost to Lao Tai, although he had never fought. But just now, he felt that he was ridiculously wrong. The hand-to-hand fight between the two sides, he insisted on 9 moves, and he couldn't hold on to 10 moves, so he was jumped up by the Gecko Man and kicked him in the head, making him roar to the end, as if Xiao Daxia had his own stereo, but Xiao Daxia was pretending to be forced, and he was beaten. His head was tilted to the right, and in his desperate eyes, Chen Haonan's small back was reflected, and he was leading the wolves to retreat from the forest like a tide, away from him. At this moment, Li Shilai was so envious that his teeth were loose. What a mysterious gecko man, he is really outrageously strong. When you think he is just a nursing child, you are wrong, he eats crocodile milk. Whip legs, hit the general effect of an axe, the little guy is still merciful, no wonder Lao Tai pretended to be a dog, he was actually chased and ran. Lao Tzu was also because he was afraid of wolves, he did it for a long time, he was afraid of gecko man, too strong, this is simply a raptor crossing the river in the southeast. Li Shilai thought in a daze, and then the dizziness came, he fell asleep directly, the corners of his eyes were like residual tears, people who didn't know thought he was lost, in fact, he was shocked to the tear hole by Chen Haonan's small axe. As long as I lurk in the past, seize the opportunity, and kick the winner with a side leg, I will be the fisherman who has the last laugh. Lao Tai, who was lurking, had already made up a scene in his brain, and the final victor must have been exhausted and crumbling, and when the time came, he dodged out and blasted his opponent with one kick. In the future, it can also be written as a special warfare novel with himself as the protagonist. Just when I was thinking about it, I suddenly went, and there was a sound of wolves howling in front of me, undulating like waves, and the sound became louder and louder, reaching Lao Tai's ears, like a note urging life. Gecko Man didn't die, he chased after the wolves? So fast? This news has too much impact on Lao Tai. He guessed that even if Li Shilai couldn't kill him with 3 shots, he was at least injured, and according to the judgment of the exercise, those with fewer legs and arms couldn't move, right? As a result, he chased after him with wolves? Was he able to dodge all the bullets, or was Li Shilai too wasteful to kill him with 3 shots? These thoughts flashed through his mind, and Lao Tai's murderous face disappeared at once, and was replaced by a face full of panic. His arms are still numb, he can't use strength, he relies on his legs to give strength. Made, if Chen Haonan is still in peak condition, plus the wolves, he will be pressed to the ground in every minute, leaving him with no skin and shaky. Walk. As fast as Lao Tai comes, he retreats. He braked with both legs, kicked the ground hard, and ran backwards with his strength, like Haruki barking wildly to fight, but found that it was a tiger in the face, and quickly clamped his tail and fled back. However, before he could take a few steps, a young and fierce voice came from behind him. It's all here, what are you running? Hearing this, Lao Tai smiled bitterly, knowing that he couldn't run away. Bus number 11 braked suddenly, causing the strong Gundam body to stop in place. Lao Tai turned around with a wry smile. I wanted to come over and care about your battle situation, but I didn't expect you to kill the Gun King Li Shilai so quickly, he is really a waste. He's not a waste, life and death are downbeat, it's just to do it face to face with me, much better than you, known as the king of close quarters. As a result, he walks faster than a rabbit, and he wants to come back to pick up the cheap, right, it's really eye-catching, the old iron is not iron, the king of guns is a tough guy. Hearing this child's ridicule, Lao Tai couldn't help but blush, even if he was thick-skinned enough to be a child's table. Look at what you said, this is a matter of tactics, and you said that it seems that Lao Tzu was very lacking in morality. The old iron plate face said seriously, you are not very old, you didn't even graduate from elementary school, but you are really strong, at present, you are the most challenging opponent I have ever met. Little master, there is more to this chapter. Please click on the next page to continue reading, the back is more exciting. Yes, please tell me about the left foot inserted in the mud and pull it out for me. What a sharp little eye. Li Shilai, who was about to sneak attack, his old face was slightly red, and he suddenly used his right foot, and the whole person was like scissors, cutting at Chen Haonan's elephant trunk. The gossip wears through the legs, and the dictatorship is not satisfied. Chen Haonan's greatest specialty is the big axe leg method summed up from Siberia, which is Tang Long's first creation. Under the strengthening of his ant power, in Anthony's words, he has sublimated the big axe leg method to the point of Jesus, all flesh and blood, and his big axe bayonet must go to see Jesus. With a swipe, Chen Haonan, who had been strengthened by ants, soared his small but very strong tiger body in the air, turned his right leg into a small axe, raised it high, and slammed it on Lao Tai's gossip-piercing leg with lightning speed. Groove. Damn! The right leg snapped off, and the overwhelmed old iron let out a miserable snort. Very good, broken. Seeing Chen Haonan dodge and slash again, Lao Tai immediately shouted loudly. Admit defeat, Lao Tzu is convinced. What kind of leg method are you? I have watched Tang Long's underground video, you are a high-end version of Tang Long's leg method, it's called a big axe. Chen Haonan originally wanted to step on his second leg, but considering his comrade feelings, he stepped on the hard ground next to him, causing the earth to form a spider crack. Seeing this scene, Lao Tai sighed even more. Such a powerful force. If he had me so hard at the beginning, I wouldn't be able to withstand a few moves, and I would have collapsed to the climax directly. At this moment, Lao Tai had to admit that in terms of fighting, whether it was body style, speed, or strength, this gecko man simply had no dead ends. As if he had opened a dragon. To put it bluntly, he was really served by a dragon. Even if you still have some vision, my leg method is indeed in Siberia. After watching Tang Long's original video, combined with my own strengths, I summed it up. In fact, it is not called the Big Axe leg method, I gave it a name, called a dragon leg method. P.S. At the back of chapter 347, 2,000 words have been added. Please read the previous chapter first, otherwise, I can't understand this chapter, I'm sorry. God is a dragon. You're a master, and you're right about everything. Lao Tai couldn't cry or laugh. After fighting for a long time, he was really served by a dragon, and his legs were broken. However, he said with emotion, the strangest time for me, martial artist, the most difficult thing to cultivate is strength, which is related to talent. Can you tell me, what kind of milk powder you have from snacks? Can you have such great strength? Lao Tai's face was serious. He thought about it, and felt that the difference should be in the milk powder. He was too late, and his own children in the future could be. Xiao Tai is only 3 years old this year, which is entirely possible. Milk powder? Sanlu milk powder helps you achieve your dreams. Chen Haonan replied to the other party angrily, Maid, didn't you say that you are big and have great wisdom? This guy seems to be full of muscles. You say you run away, you just run away seriously, and come back halfway to die. Otherwise, he really can't catch up with the other party. After all, there are still many strong people in the woods. San Lu, I remember. Gecko Man, my son, will seek revenge on you. Chen Haonan's small mouth twitched, feeling that he couldn't stay any longer. His little mouth whistled, beckoning the Wolf King brothers to take the little brothers. It is brothers, keep up, continue to sweep the forest, and go to cut people. In the command center, Long Xiaoyun, who had a great heart in his heart, couldn't help but lean forward and backward with laughter, and the waves slapped the chair. She couldn't stop laughing. What Sanlu milk powder? One dares to ask, one dares to answer, laughing to death. Yes, I'm right, this kid has a very high IQ. I tried to tease him, but it didn't work. Lao Tai, this guy, his brain is full of muscles. He actually ran back halfway to die. Dragons, when the event is over, you have to talk to him alone, otherwise, he really goes back to give the child Sanlu milk powder. It will be miserable. He wanted to buy it, but he couldn't buy it, and it was all regulated. Long Xiaoyun calmed down and became serious. At present, the main one, the 4-seed soldier kings, 3 of them have already died in the hands of Chen Haonan, a child, and the strength he has shown can already be improved to the S level, and he immediately communicated with Lang Feng and told them that the goal of the hunt has changed. Staff Officer Deng, who covered his mouth and smiled into a little S, nodded, and said, it is indeed worthy of the S-level seed soldier king. You see, he dodged Li Shilai's 3 shots at close range, and used fighting to kill the Gun King within 10 moves, and he still has the strength to kill the chasing Lao Tai. His strength is unfathomable. At present, you can't find out his strengths and weaknesses. Where is it? It's terrifying, though. I know where his shortcomings are. Long Xiaoyun's right hand clenched into a fist, put it next to his mouth, and sneered, he's more lustful. Also, then I'm ready to sacrifice myself. Staff Officer Deng laughed and made a joke. Who cares if a child who can't do anything is? That's a nursing child, attached to the mother's bosom. The communication was quickly opened, and Lang Feng's voice came out first. Teen Dragons, you're holding on to me. Guys, people haven't been found yet, so soon to call and communicate? Lang Feng's task is to find the 4-seed soldier kings. According to their plan, it is best to kill Lao Tai first, then the Spear King Li Shilai, the hunter, and finally the Trap King. The order of your encirclement and suppression of your prey has changed. The King of Traps, the King of Spears and the King of Fighting, the 3 seed kings have been eaten by Chen Haonan, the child, at an extremely fast speed. Long Xiaoyun said this, deliberately paused. She gave time for Lang Feng and them to digest this terrible news. Sure enough, this news directly silenced Lang Feng and the others on the Beidou terminal. Dragons, are you serious? How long have we been on our way? Just landed in the forest, and before it was located, the 3 seed soldier kings were killed? That kid killed the 3 king soldiers? It's only been less than half an hour, this. How? The weapons dropped this time don't have a weapon with great lethality, right? Xiao Bin and others have a lot of discussions. According to the events of previous years, at least half a day later, the first death will appear. After all, everyone is a master, aren't they all cautiously trying, and then they are cautious to fight. No one wants to fight to the death from the beginning. As a result, now the dragon team told them that in the middle of the chessboard, a big apple rushed in and directly overturned 3 cars? Long Xiaoyun's tone was not as relaxed as teasing Chen Haonan at all, and became particularly serious. I don't have time to joke with you, give me a little more serious. At present, I and Staff Officer Deng have deduced that Chen Haonan's threat level has been raised to the highest level of S. You kill him first, now is the best opportunity. He has killed 3 seed masters in a row, and he is already looking for a place to rest. Understand? Understood, dragons. Lang Feng and the others restrained their arrogance, and at the same time responded solemnly. Long Xiaoyun hung up the communication and didn't continue to say more. She knew that Xiao Bin and the others were about to have a meeting to discuss how to kill Chen Haonan, a very terrible opponent. Staff Officer Deng, send them a position. Yes. Just as Long Xiaoyun guessed. In the forest, Lang Feng and the others stopped discussing countermeasures. At the beginning of the encirclement, their expressions were very relaxed. After all, they had advanced tracking instruments, the most powerful weapons, and various defensive equipment, and the opponent's equipment was 3 bullets to death. But now, the wolf warriors are not so confident. One person, in half an hour, can have 3 seed soldiers in a row. This is definitely not an ordinary soldier king, this is the king of soldiers. According to their information, Lao Tai, the gossip family, Li Shilai, the king of guns, and Gu Li, the king of traps, are all very tricky soldier kings, and as a result, the first to die in battle is still the trap king they judge to be the most threatening, which is really a slap in the face. I can't see it at all. I think that the kid is famous, but it's actually difficult to deputy. He's just a little pervert. On the plane, he also teased the dragon team. What kind of little 7 for him? I didn't expect that this is still an iron hammer. Lang Feng, don't be kidding, Gecko Man is already a very dangerous character, don't think he's a nursing child, or, his lust is deliberately pretended. After all, a child, no matter how flowery he is, can he be like you? Lang Feng, do you do it with a real gun? Lang Feng patted his head. Yes, where does he have Lao Tzu's real gun? Lang Feng squinted his little eyes and burst out with a murderous aura. Let's go, capture Chen Haonan alive. Under the moonlight, Xiaobin led the team, Lang Feng and others followed, and pounced in the direction of Chen Haonan. On the other side, as Lang Feng said, killing 3 seed soldier kings in a row, even if Chen Haonan is beaten with iron, he feels unbearable, both physically and mentally. No matter how strong you are, if you fight 3 men, can you not be tired? Chen Haonan didn't say a word, he directly found a tree. Molly got up, took out the Dinghai Divine Pearl, emptied the CI, and then hugged the tree trunk, fantasized about becoming a female secretary far away in the White Tiger base, and began to rest. The hard trunk feels too bad, and there is no softness at all. Under the tree, more than 30 wild wolf brothers, under the leadership of the Northwest Wolf King, were like loyal little brothers, surrounding the trunk where Chen Haonan was resting, patrolling around. The whole forest, not even making any abnormal sound. This is the Wolf King's distressed little brother, warned those commotion she-wolves and restless little brothers, all to the king lying on his stomach, tail between his legs. When the moon was on the top of the willows, suddenly, a long wolf howl sounded in the forest. Chen Haonan, who was holding the trunk of the tree and stroking, thinking that he was holding the female secretary, was dreaming when he heard the howling of his little brother and immediately woke up. This is a signal that their brother is getting better, and that an enemy is coming. Such an urgent warning. According to my agreement with my brother, this is a 3rd-level wolf howl. It seems that a group of people are coming, all the seed soldier kings, arrogant. It is impossible to join forces. It should be Lang Feng's hunting team is coming. Chen Haonan's little head turned sharply, and he immediately guessed the impending enemy. In this event, the code name is the strongest wolf warrior. That is to say, if you want to get the medal, you must kill the wolf warrior commando, and sooner or later there will be a battle. Chen Haonan also hugged the trunk of the tree and slept for more than an hour. He was full of energy. It was the time to keep warm and think about torturing killing. Thinking of this, Chen Haonan threw his small body into a tree, and when he was about to fall to the ground, he turned into a small gourd rolling on the ground and unloaded the momentum. Then, with a snap, he snapped his fingers at the Northwest Wolf King on the dirt slope. Da-did-day. The Northwest Wolf King sprinted towards Chen Haonan with a hard tail, and a humanized expression appeared in the dark wolf eyes. which means, brother, are you sleeping well, the enemy is coming, do you want brothers, go and bite them to death. Chen Hanan's body was small, and he rubbed his brother, which made the other party have the urge to fight with a bayonet again, and directly put his tail up, so that Chen Hanan couldn't bear to look at it directly, bared his small teeth, and almost laughed. There is no way to be handsome, no matter what animal you communicate with, it is all killing, and it is very troublesome. Little ones, listen to me, run separately and hide from them. Chen Hanan faced the wolves and gave an order. Wild wolves, animals with high intelligence and team spirit, otherwise, He Jijun would not use the wolf as a totem, relying on the ability of the wind story. Chen Hanan is like a son of the jungle, free communication. Not long after, these wild wolves who got the task, like a mature warrior, high speed into the dark forest, in all directions, constantly stirring. Not long after, in the forest, the dust was flying, and the sound of wolf howling was heard from time to time. In front of the screen, after finding that the lens became a snowflake, Long Xiaoyun, who was drinking pure milk, opened his eyes wide in surprise, and his eyes quietly froze. I go, what a gecko man, he actually used the wolves to erase his body shape from the screen, that is to say, she could not provide positioning for Leng Feng and the others. This directly weakened half of the credit. Track his locator. Soon, the locator appeared, and on the screen, a white-haired back appeared, only to see her neck to her body, slender and wonderful. Even if it was a back, it was not difficult to see that this white-haired beauty was a superb. In the woods, how can there be beautiful women? Long Xiaoyun and Staff Officer Deng looked at the white-haired beauty on the screen in amazement. Yes, the swan-like neck was covered by iman, but it was not difficult to see that such beautiful lines were not what a beauty was. Suddenly, the beauty turned around. Burst. The pure milk that Long Xiaoyun was holding was uncontrollable because of the uncontrollable force of her palm, causing a stream of white arrows to shoot at her hair, facial features, and chest, and suddenly, a layer of liquid like rice milk was pasted. Staff Officer Deng overturned the chair, and she fell to the ground, but she covered her mouth and laughed out of a wolf voice. Laugh to death, laugh to death. This is the wolf. The little guy put his locator on the wolf's body. I thought it was some kind of beauty. Compared with Staff Officer Deng's presumptuous smile, Long Xiaoyun seriously dealt with the white wipe on his chest, and said helplessly, Chen Hanan has given up any opportunity to ask for support, and he has done this, which has also prevented us from trying to help Leng Feng and them through the general headquarters, and then, it depends on Xiaobin's field ability. Ouch, you're still smiling, give me tissues. Long Xiaoyun licked it, and the white milk at the corner of his mouth was wrapped back into his mouth, and he couldn't waste food. In the woods. A group of people with painted faces in oil paint, divided into 3 ways, met from different directions in the forest. Everyone looked at each other and then sighed in frustration. I'd been deceived, there are wolf howls in all 3 ways, all of them are fake. The 1.5 slab brick was so angry that he used his fists to beat the thick trunk and vent his dissatisfaction. He has short legs, runs blindly, and consumes a lot of physical strength. Just now, they divided into 3 ways and ran after the wolves, because according to the news from the headquarters, they all knew that the gecko man was in the forest with the wolves, arrogantly roaming, according to the principle of 3 or 3, fan-shaped encirclement and suppression. As a result, the encirclement and suppression of a lonely, everyone caught each other. There is a problem with the wolves. First, determine the location of the child, don't run blindly. Maid, Lao Tzu has short legs, can you have some humanity? The bricks are made on the ground, acting as a door-to-door massage girl, giving yourself a relaxing position. Yufei and Sanba, leaning on the trunk of the tree, eating and laughing, felt ridiculous. It was the first time they were chasing the enemy, and they actually relied on tracking the wolves. Xiaobin glanced at Leng Feng, who was drawing circles on the ground, and said with a smile, Sniper King, have you come up with any good solutions? Leng Feng drew several circles, big circles and small circles, and after thinking for a long time, he suddenly jumped up and startled everyone. I see, we were all tricked by that kid. He used the wolves as a cover and took us in circles. Good guy, this kid is shorter than a brick, and he is full of hearts. After hearing Leng Feng's surprised words, Xiaobin showed a contemplative expression and immediately said, it seems that every time we chase Chen Hanan, there is the sound of wolves howling all around, which shows that this little guy can really communicate with the wolves and use those wild wolves to monitor our movements so as to easily maneuver. Really, good guy, he's playing with us. Also, Leng Feng, please don't use my height as a reference, I don't like it very much. Lao Tzu is an adult. Lang Feng ignored the protest of the bricks, squatted on the ground, and his two little eyes were wrinkled. Then there is no play. If you want to kill Chen Haonan, you must first disperse his wolf pack, or kill all the wolves, and change the target. Analyzing this, Xiao Bin and the others all smiled bitterly. Originally, they wanted to rely on advanced tracking instruments to catch Chen Haonan and spank him and let him go back to study, but as a result, the children's anti-tracking instruments were even more powerful, and they actually used wild wolves. Reacted? You're not stupid. Chen Haonan used the news fed back by the wolves to confirm that the wolf warriors were chasing after him, so he didn't chase them. It seems that his physical strength is almost exhausted. He has been chasing me for so long, and next, it is time for me to counterattack. Chen Haonan, who was very nourished, even recovered his spirits, and felt that there was no place to vent his energy. He planned to vent it all on the macho men of the Wolf Warrior Commando. They chased after them well, and now they had to make them suffer. This thought flashed, and the next moment, Chen Haonan jumped down, rolled 3 hydrangeas on the ground, and kicked the ground to borrow strength, so as to turn his body into an arrow from the string and shoot it forward. Behind him, the loyal little wolf brother immediately followed. It didn't take long for Chen Haonan to break suddenly, and a tactical backswing before he braked his body, which shows how fast he was. Good guy. In the forest, there are 2 masters hidden, 2 seed soldier kings, and they actually join forces? Generally speaking, the 12 seed soldier kings have their own pride and disdain to join forces with others. He slowed down, sniffed at the source of the crisis, and did not hide his form, so he walked into the dense forest full of traps. In the forest, as Chen Haonan guessed, there were 2 seed kings who joined forces, and they also saw Chen Haonan coming in, and immediately glanced at each other. Their eyes were full of excitement, familiar with each other. It's the Gecko Man of the Southeast Military Region, and he has a great reputation. If you can kill him, the codename of Gecko Man will definitely be able to replace him. It makes sense. This kid looks hanging from the beginning of the game. Obviously he is only 8 or 9 years old. Just look at the expression of everyone is a stinky brother. I am very unhappy with him. I don't think he's happy. The 2 were waiting for Chen Haonan to arrive, and at the same time, they were finding a reason for themselves to plot against the child, seeing that he was unhappy. Outside the forest, Chen Haonan walked along, focusing on a casual one, as if he was walking in his back garden. However, he snorted coldly in his heart, thinking, damn it, the trap here is more than Lao Wang, it is simply pediatric. Well, the vine arrangement is SOSO, and it can be used to kill back. Lao Wang is the first player to be killed by him. It is worth mentioning, his trap layout is really gorgeous and fancy, just hanging people. It is divided into many techniques, such as the old man cart style, half a day to burn goose legs, and even Guanyin sitting lotus style. The style is changeable, and its art is ingenious. Thinking about it, his small steps were unscrupulous, and he walked into the forest, and suddenly with a bang, the vines automatically contracted, turning him upside down in midair, and hanging him from his head and feet. It was really half a roasted goose leg. In the monitoring room, after seeing Chen Haonan continuously and forcefully kill Li Shilai and Lao Tai, Long Xiaoyun had already had a heart for Chen Haonan's children, and kept staring at him, for fear of missing any details. Until he suddenly became an upside-down hangman, swaying in mid-air, those small hands, grasping indiscriminately, completely without the demeanor of a master. Caught? Long Xiaoyun's expression froze. He didn't understand what Chen Haonan was doing. It was said that with his vigilance and military quality, such a simple trap would not be difficult for him. There must be a problem. It seems that Lang Feng and they have also given up chasing this little guy. She half propped up the table, and her outstanding figure protruded, made Staff Officer Deng, who was secretly sewing, envious. Don't be nervous, this must be your boyfriend's ploy. He has killed the 3 seed soldiers. Such an ordinary trap, how can it be difficult for him? Look, the 2 guys were fished for law enforcement, they both came out of the stealth place, they have no guns, the end is already doomed. As Staff Officer Deng said, after seeing Chen Haonan being hung up, the 2 old men lurking in the forest immediately walked out with grinning teeth at the same time, both holding a wooden stick in their hands. Gecko Man, the taste of hanging Weia, how is it, huh? A child is a child, no matter how talented he is, he acts recklessly, huh? As the 2 spoke, they walked under Chen Haonan with a stick, and one of them smiled, hit the signal flare, otherwise, I will kiss your little body with a stick. Okay. Chen Haonan's small body rolled up in an instant, and the dagger that had already been prepared in his hand cut off the vines, allowing his body to fall freely, and at the same time, his hands were like dragon probing claws, suddenly grabbing the 2 heads below and hitting them hard. Disheveled. The two suffered a huge impact, their eyes turned white on the spot, and they fell into a coma. I said, this kid must be pretending. Deng Zi grabbed Long Xiaoyun's arm and laughed, this little guy is not only powerful, he also has a lot of tricks. Long Xiaoyun relaxed his body and nodded, indeed, the current opponent is not his limit, but he wants to get the strongest wolf medal, as well as the super hunter Li Feining, as well as Leng Feng and others. She spoke softly, with a hint of anticipation. She wanted Chen Haonan to have the last laugh, but she didn't want the wolf warrior commandos she brought out to be used by this little guy to sacrifice to the sky. So. In the forest, Chen Haonan searched for signal flares from the bodies of two unconscious people, and then generously set them off. Not far away, in the northwest corner, Li Feining looked up at the sky, revealing a surprised expression. Good guys, two killed at the same time? Is this a case of nail fungus, one infection of two? It can't be the dark horse again, right? The old black in Lao Li's mouth is Chen Haonan, the gecko man. Just when Chen Haonan was doing Li Shilai and Lao Tai at the same time, Lao Li, as a super hunter, was watching in the forest, and he also concealed the reconnaissance of the wild wolf. This is his unique method. No one knows how to use everything in the jungle better than him. Of course, this is only limited to the use of plants. He can't be like Chen Haonan, he can fall in love with any animal, focusing on a person and a beast. To deal with Gecko Man, you must wait for work with ease, you can't force it, and the corpses of those who come by force are cold. At present, Lao Li has not been forced to pretend, but he knows how to take advantage of the conditions, and soon, he looked around. Found bamboo, you can make a blow arrow bamboo tube. Find the toxin that anesthetizes nerves, it comes from a nameless fruit in the wild, it is a terrible toxin against nerve attacks, and if you have a large amount, you will not wake up. Soon, the anesthetic blow arrow was successfully made. He didn't rush to attack, the surroundings of the forest had already been arranged by him countless traps. There was a secret I didn't know, the level of arranging traps. Lao Li's level was still above Lao Wang, but his comprehensive ability was too strong, and he had any skills, otherwise, how could he be called a super hunter? It can be said that Lao Li is an enlarged version of Chen Haonan, who has a bunch of small skills. Outside the forest, using the wind and shadow catching skills, as well as super sixth sense feedback, Chen Haonan's little hairs stood up. I'll go, who is this buddy? It's densely packed with traps, and it's not below Lao Wang's level. I feel like if I rush in, I'll be tied up as the heroine in the film. Chen Haonan's thoughts flew, and he immediately thought of a good idea. The Wolf Warrior Commando is also nearby, this big gift, it is better to give it to them. Just do it, Chen Haonan snapped his fingers at the Wolf King brothers, and the message of the past was, lure the enemy over. Although the Wolf King brothers peeked at Chen Haonan's sturdy little body, their hands-on ability was really strong, and they immediately found a small dirt slope, bowed their waists, and howled at the sky. Woo-woo! In the forest, Leng Feng looked in the northwest direction and gritted his teeth. Did you hear it? That little guy is provoking us, saying that we can't catch up with him. This time there is only one direction, other positions, there is no sound of wolf howling. Everyone is coming, or, go over and have a look? Let's go! Leng Feng and the others immediately came in the direction of the wolf howl, and in the process, they were pleasantly surprised to see that the wild wolves could not see it, as if they had left. Good news, just now the Wolf King called his little brother to leave Chen Haonan, and there is no shadow to be seen. As long as you find this child, you can pack him up and take him back immediately. When the members of the Wolf Warrior heard the news, they immediately became murderous. Dog, they had been molested by the little man for so long, they had long wanted to catch Chen Haonan and come to a friendly interrogation. Not to mention, the traps arranged by Li Feining are like Lei, always engaging in pyramid schemes, one after another. Even if he is a wolf warrior, he didn't expect his trap level to be so powerful. When he first walked into the forest, the 1.5 meter tall brick walked in a hurry, and he stepped into the dirt pit covered with dead leaves, and suddenly, his right foot sank a little. Be careful, there are artificial traces here, maybe there are traps. Seeing that the bricks were hard there, and there seemed to be nothing wrong, Xiaobin reminded him out loud. However, as the bricks pulled their feet away, the trap was suddenly activated, and it was a chain trap. The three of them, Yufei and Shirsanba, were hit in succession, were entangled in two legs by vines, and were bent by the ball-like trunk, and suddenly ejected out, quickly pulled up, and fell into the air at a height of 7 or 8 meters. Smoke rose as it rose, and 3 people were killed. Be careful. Xiao Bin was directly stunned, and withdrew from the jungle step by step, not daring to go deeper. Lung Feng looked at his comrades floating in the air, his teeth were about to be crushed, but the power of the opponent's trap was so terrifying, he didn't dare to be strong, so he could only follow behind Xiao Bin and withdraw step by step. Who laid the trap? Didn't the Trap King die? Xiao Bin looked at his trapeze comrades and blurted out, "Isn't it Chen Haonan, the little guy? It's impossible, he's strong, but he definitely won't play these high-end things, it's the bricks that he stepped on, and there are two people who hit the trick in a row, damn it, who did it? Team Xiao, let the other reservists come over and cut down all the tree trunks in the forest." Xiao Bin smiled bitterly, "Do you think you are bald and strong, you can cut down trees casually?" Scolding Lung Feng, Xiao Bin still called and shook people. Not long after, the reserve members of the Wolf Warrior Commando arrived, and these people carefully rescued all the three brothers and sisters who were hanging in the air, and then cut down a tree and pressed it over. As a result, the tree was overpowered, but the ground on which he was standing suddenly sank, driving the trunk of a tree next to him with a vengeful emotion, and smashed directly into his body. "Be careful." Lung Feng snorted, reacted very quickly and knocked this guy down. The two of them rolled, and some fell into a half-meter-high grass pit. Lung Feng snorted miserably, crooked to his ankle, and was so angry that he scolded directly. "Damn, who laid the trap? It's like a sow wearing a bra, one set after another, and it's annoying." Xiao Bin communicated with the dragon team, and soon, the feedback he got was not Chen Haonan, but Li Feining, the Seed Soldier King, and it was Chen Haonan who lured them over just now. Long Xiaoyun didn't scold them for being wasted, but Xiao Bin almost spurted out a mouthful of old blood. They were actually led over by Chen Haonan to send them to death. How can this little guy be full of hard eyes? "Be careful, don't prove that you carry it, our opponent has one more person, go around, don't enter the core area." Where did Long Feng scold the sow again? This scene was clearly seen by Chen Haonan, who was hiding nearby, with his 10-mile eagle eye. One wave wiped out the four good hands of the Wolf Warrior Commando. This ability to arrange traps is really stronger than Lao Wang. In Leng Feng's words, this is what the sow did? Chen Haonan swept over the members of the Wolf Warrior reserve team. There are a lot of people, 15 or 16 came, all of them have a very strong breath, and if they let one out, they are no less than his current White Tiger female soldiers. I have to say that Long Xiaoyun still has a set of troops to lead the troops, of course. This is the breath, the real ability, to men and women to work together, to know who is the strongest. Hey, you can try the god-level weapon skill and use it in trap combat. What kind of magic is there? After seeing the power of the trap, Chen Haonan turned on the god-level weapon skill, and had already studied the layout of the trap, as a magical skill that touched the bypass. As long as Chen Haonan was given enough materials, he could turn decay into magic. Shaoli Feisher, that's how he came. In the woods, the leaves shook slightly, and he had lost his little cute figure. A member of the Wolf Warrior Reserve Team, walking cautiously in the forest with a gun, his attention is mainly on the ground. After all, the trigger of the mechanism, mainly from the ground, the first few comrades died, all the same. Suddenly, like a poisonous snake, a vine fell from the sky, and the falling rope loop silently wrapped around the soldier's neck and pulled back violently. The strength was too huge, and after the big man of more than 100 caddies was pulled into the air more than 2 meters high by his neck, the soldier reacted, pulled out the dagger on the side of his leg with his left hand, and used everything with force. Swish! Almost as he cut the rope, a small body, grasping a vine, fell above his head. The dagger in his hand cut into his sensor. The soldier, with a puff of smoke, fell to the ground. He was killed. Day. The other two team members had already noticed the anomaly and immediately opened fire, sending vines fluttering in the air and falling leaves. When the scene was quiet, everyone bared their teeth and found that the opponent had disappeared. Hanging upside down to kill someone, it's that child. The corpse lying on the ground was a little palpitating, and if it was a real battle, he would spurt blood and fall into a box. The point is, how was that kid able to pull him up? Tilting his head and glancing at the vines that don't break, it was completely unscientific, and he still had that cold and full smile deeply imprinted in his mind, and at that time, he also smiled at himself, and his imagination was outrageous. Lie down, brother, you're just careless. Hee, good luck. The soldier who had killed his brother walked a dozen times through the woods and came to the back of a big tree, when suddenly the big tree came to life, and his neck was slid by a dagger, causing his goosebumps to rise layer by layer. As the smoke came out, he had no choice but to smile bitterly as a corpse made. He was not Mabagwa, he was not careless, he was still killed. The bullhead looked at the living tree man, turned into a naked man, shook the trunk of the elephant that he initially suspected to be a toy, and calmly walked away from him. Is this camouflage? Damn, this kind of camouflage is fast enough, he can't even react to his crime. After watching Chen Haonan disappear with a wry smile, the fallen soldier walked back to his brother who was still lying on the ground and sighed. You're right, even if you are careful, it's useless, we are facing a pervert with an elephant's trunk. I'll just hee. The soldiers who died in battle sneered mercilessly, and one by one they thought that their Wu Song had not met the tiger, but as a result, everyone was a sick cat. Pay attention, in addition to the death trap in the forest, there is also an active trap, suspected to be a gecko man, pretending to kill people everywhere. He has an obvious feature, in a disguised state, there is a 30 cm elephant trunk, which looks arrogant. Please be careful, don't lose your vigilance due to his elephant's trunk, which causes low self-esteem. At the moment, we have 8 reserve members, who died under such a temptation. After killing the general reservists, the members of the Wolf Warrior Commando finally realized that there was an elephant trunk killer in the woods, and the disguise was particularly powerful, and everyone who had seen him was killed. Lang Feng, who was in a walking state, was stunned for a moment, and immediately scolded angrily, "What kind of elephant trunk?" Lao Tzu has read his physical examination report. What is written on it is, the next plate is not scientific, he is really big, don't talk nonsense, get together, otherwise, you will all die. According to your meaning, the murderer is Gecko Man, and his trap ability is so strong? In less than 10 minutes, relying on camouflage and nature's porters, he killed 8 of us reserves? Xiao Bin's tone was full of doubt. After all the reservists gathered, Xiao Bin's doubts disappeared. Holy shit, it's really half gone. What are you eating? Are you too late to scream and inform others when you are in danger? Lang Feng frowned, stiffened his neck and cursed, and saliva was about to spray on these team members. Half of them were killed before anyone reacted, and the pigs reacted faster than you. As soon as his words fell, suddenly, a swarthy thing in the forest smashed over, just in the middle of the gathered people. Rumble! The grenade exploded violently, and the crowd gathered in the formation exploded into smoke and crumbling. Because Xiaobin felt that Lang Feng was on fire, and his mouth was extremely foul when he spoke, he deliberately stayed away, but he did not die. He looked at the Wolf Warrior members, including Lang Feng, all of them were wiped out by a grenade group, and suddenly, one head and 2 got bigger. Lang Feng, you just take care of scolding your mother, don't you know how to be vigilant around, you didn't have time to scream, and you died? What a shame! Xiaobin jumped like thunder, scolding the smoking Lang Feng fiercely, and at the same time rushed towards the northeast direction where the grenade flew out at high speed, and the roaring sound resounded through the jungle. Gecko Man, Lao Tzu knows that you are nearby, many people say that you are very big, I hope you are also bold, get out of here and fight to the death. Seeing that Team Xiao was out of control as if he had taken an aphrodisiac, Lang Feng was so red that his face was flushed, and finally, he sat on the ground with his buttocks, and on both sides of his forehead, the green tendons protruded one by one, as if he had poured a bottle of Feitian Matai in one go. What a fucking grievance! It's fucking black. Actually threw a grenade directly when Lao Tzu was lecturing, and sure enough, it was a child's doing, and he didn't talk about morality. Team Lung, we won't tell you about being killed carelessly. Lao Tzu slashed you to death, and you are still secretly threatening Lao Tzu, right? This chapter is not over, please click on the next page to continue reading. Don't dare, Lang Feng, in fact, we're just careless, are you right? A group of smoking veterans sat beside Lang Feng, squeezing their eyebrows and smiling very well. Lang Feng could only roll his eyes, look up at the sky, shit, how to write the report this time, from the encirclement to the present, except for shouting slogans, he has no chance to make a move. What is the meaning of dying before leaving the school? This is it. I hope Xiao Bin will die sooner, so that everyone will be even, and the law will not blame the public. Lang Feng thought sinisterly, and was also taken aback by his subconscious thoughts, feeling that he was too perverted. No, it should be Xiao Bin who can kill Gecko Man. Xiao Bin, who was running wildly, felt that the iron was burning, and his head exploded. He has indeed locked Chen Haonan's position, holding a gun, and constantly running wildly. As long as he is given a chance to shoot, he will definitely kill the Gecko Man who has played the conspiracy to the extreme. Soon, he saw a small body lying in the woods. Bang! He fired a shot that sent it straight into the dust. Disguised clothes? After seeing clearly that this was clothing, Xiaobin in anger calmed down, braked backwards, entered the forest, and hit himself first. Fortunately, the other party did not shoot, which means that he found grenade equipment and no firearm equipment. Otherwise, he would have become the second Lang Feng just now. As soon as he retreated into the forest, Xiaobin suddenly felt that there was a source of danger on the left side. He suddenly turned the muzzle of the gun, and with a bang, a mound of earth shot up. In the dust, a small short leg made a whistling sound, kicked the barrel of his gun suddenly, kicked the rifle in his hand and flew out. The strong impact force drove his body, and planted it in front. Of course, this was not difficult. Xiaobin, he simply rolled away on the spot, several black donkeys in a row, and rolled himself 6 or 7 meters away. Looking back, he saw that 7 or 8 meters away in the forest, a child with a cold expression and a cool temperament looked at him indifferently, and gave him a thumbs up and praised him. Good roll. No wonder it wasn't blown up. It's okay not to talk about this, but as soon as he mentioned this, Xiaobin's evil fire rose. The heavily armed hunting team, after entering the forest, was played from head to toe by this kid who looked like he was 10 years old at most, and Lang Feng was blown up directly in the lecture. How could he bear it? Who was that lecture just now? After saying 3 o'clock and 3 o'clock, Lao Tzu couldn't help but blow him up, because the way he spoke was very similar to the principal of my elementary school. When I was studying, if I had a grenade in my hand, I would just bite off the insurance and blow up the principal. Can you understand my feelings? In other words, I didn't want to blow you up. After all, I was going to use you to kill the other team members. But it's disgusting that guy to speak in a tone that makes him look like someone else as a child. Chen Haonan's style is generally a handsome guy with a temperament, and he rarely says so much, especially in the face of the enemy. He is directly rammed. This is the first time he did it. Balabala said a lot. It can be seen that he has a lot of opinions, but he didn't see who it was. Xiaobin also smiled a little bitterly, but this was not the time to talk about the principal and director. He wanted to kill this child first. I don't usually hit women and children, but you made an exception for me. The moving hands and feet made a crackling sound. Xiaobin pressed step by step, cold to the end. Chen Haonan also returned to his style, moved his little hands and feet, different from Xiaobin's pretending. His joints did not make any sound. Maid, the dog will rub quickly with his joints. Aren't you afraid of old cold legs when you are old? Lang Feng and the others came out of the forest, and each found a place to act as a bench, just like a movie in the countryside, surrounded by a group. Lang Feng shouted loudly, "Team Xiao, beat that kid so much that he doesn't even know his mother. I'll wash your underwear for a month. Brother Xiao, slap his swollen face and act as a fat man. You will be my idol in the future." Everyone also knows that Chen Haonan is famous, but at a close distance. In addition to being a little fierce, the little guy has delicate and handsome facial features, and if he is equipped with a school bag, he will be directly pulled by his parents to go to school, so everyone is not very optimistic about him, so they hope that Xiaobin will be powerful and beat the child to cry. Xiaobin and Chen Haonan fought directly in everyone's expectations. The two sides rushed together, just like the monkey brother in the park beating Guangong. In the sound of banging, the long-legged Guangong was condensed into the essence of brother monkey, and he kept retreating, grinning his teeth, and suddenly, brother monkey's right leg was like a stick on Guangong's body. Guangong, who ate a stick, fell directly to the ground, making a huge muffled sound, and in the dust, he didn't let out a scream, and he fainted directly. Team Xiao, it seems that I was stunned by a kick directly, and I only lasted for 12 rounds, my god. Looking at Xiaobin who was unconscious, everyone's expressions froze, sitting on the grass, or stunned, or dazed, or crying and laughing. Anyway, they doubted life. Before, no matter how Chen Haonan killed others, most of them felt that the main thing was that everyone had made Mabagwa's mistakes, and now it was the real face-to-face and real hand-to-hand combat, and it turned out that this kid was really explosive. Good guy, I dare to ask, what kind of milk powder did you grow up on? So far, I haven't seen any flaws in your marksmanship, fighting, lurking, or even trap arrangement, but you're really just a 10-year-old, which is really eye-opening. Lang Feng squinted his little eyes, jumped up, and looked up and down at Chen Haonan, who was full of murderous aura. You're so strong, it seems like you've been hanging since your mother's womb. It turned out to be Lang Feng, the second fool. Chen Haonan recognized the principal who was talking in the cage, and he didn't bother to say more to him, so he turned around and left. Young man, please stay. Lung Feng chased a few times, but when he saw Chen Haonan's small body flickering a few times, he went into the forest, without the slightest nostalgia for him. Absolutely. At such a young age, it is really rare in the world to not be teased. The next moment, he clenched his fists, faced the mountain wind, and roared, "Wabag!" The headset remembered the cold voice of the dragons. "Don't get nervous, hurry up and close the team, the chiefs are all watching, and, when you come back, write me a 10,000-word ideological report with the title of the nest, and give me a detailed introduction, what kind of nest method you are." With a cold snort, Long Xiaoyun said 3 words, "Waste." Then, I added another paragraph. The 3-seed soldier kings, even if they are as big as Lao Tai, they are all wise and know how to maneuver. You were good, such an important event, you actually gathered everyone together for a meeting, and were blown up all at once, you brain, you didn't expect that there was a grenade in the equipment that was dropped? Dragons, I thought about it, but I didn't expect it, he was nearby. Long Xiaoyun on the other end has completely closed the line. Chen Haonan had just stepped into the depths of the forest, his nose was stirring, and his skill of catching wind and shadows made him smell a sour taste, which was quite exciting. In an instant, his face changed slightly, and his right foot paused slightly on the ground, allowing his small body to retreat. Brush! Something shot past him, plunged into the trees next to him, and vanished. Relying on his elite eagle eye, Chen Haonan immediately found a wooden thorn that pierced into the tree, only half the size of his middle finger, and his whole body emitted a faint blue glow, which was obviously a highly poisonous thing. This is nature's porter, the wood thorn poison arrow. It seems that it should be a super hunter. Anthony once told him that in the rainforest battle, there is a kind of artificially created poison arrows, such as blow arrows, using wooden thorns to soak the poison baby's toxin, which is more terrible than bullets. This thing is silent, as long as it is stabbed, it directly anesthetizes or destroys the nerves, and the poisoner is completely at the mercy of the other party. Li Feining, a super hunter hidden in the forest, squinted his eyes in surprise after seeing that his blow arrow missed, so that he could dodge it, so strong vigilance, good perverted reaction ability, and such a big elephant trunk. In the midst of his thoughts, Li Feining's figure has disappeared here. As a hunter, he will definitely not stay in one place for too long, otherwise, he will change from a hunter to a prey, just like a scumbag who has been in love with a woman for too long, he will go into the grave and bury his freedom. Li Feining is a person who pursues freedom. Since he was 6 years old, he began to participate in various wilderness programs, and he also participated in wilderness survival, wilderness solitude, wilderness hunting, and other programs across the border. Freedom is Lao Li's pursuit. But in the past, he took the initiative to pursue freedom, but now, he was a little passive, a little frightened by Chen Haonan's reaction. He hid directly in the forest and waited for dark. After dark, he becomes a nocturnal creature, wandering on the edge of life and death. It's kind of funny that this guy is so vigilant, but I'm not in a hurry to chase it, just study the use of blow arrows. Chen Haonan was like a lone little wolf, vigilantly observing the surroundings and retreating into the forest. Relying on the skill of chasing wind and shadows, he can lock on any attack of the enemy in advance, even if they know that stealth is useless. Relying on the smell, he can smell it. After assessing the damage of the lantern in the forest, Chen Haonan began to decide to find materials to make blow arrows first. After spending more than 10 minutes, Chen Haonan found a kind of mangosteen that grows in the dense forest on the slopes and has a strong toughness. This kind of bamboo is slim, but it is exquisite, the body is flexible, and the maneuverability is very strong, which is a good material for blowing arrows. Relying on god-level weapon skills, after interpreting all the information, he took out his sharp saber and began to intercept the bamboo body of mangosteen. Not long after, a mangosteen with a diameter of 2 centimeters and a length of 18 centimeters fell into his hand. He held it with both hands, and stroked the burrs around, and stroked one cleanly, leaving not a drop. The bamboo lying in the palm of his small hand has a small cylinder, which is empty, smooth, and still retains moisture, so that when it is blown, it can blow out a powerful airflow, and blow out the powerful power of the hidden weapon inside, and it will enter the soul and reach the peak of life directly. Cut neatly to form a bevel, this is a trick that can make the blow arrow shot out faster. As concocted, Chen Haonan, who wasted a lot of effort, made a total of 5 blowpipes that were almost 18 cm, and then, collecting wooden thorns, there were a lot of this thing, and he found it immediately, and finally, he was going to find another very important material, that is, toxin. The more poisonous, the better. Relying on the skill of chasing wind and shadows, Chun Haonan quickly found the poisonous baby in the rotten wooden stake. This is a red-headed baby, the whole body is bright red, such as a draped sia cloak, under such a bright coat, is a terrifying toxin. If this thing smells the slightest, it will make people vomit, backache and numbness. If it is pierced into the blood vessels, then, congratulations, within 1 minute, you will become Brother Bimo. Within half an hour, if you are not treated, your brain cells will begin to die, and people will fall into a state of death. Syllable. A small gray stone flew up and directly killed the red-headed baby. Carefully, the wooden thorns were pierced into the toxin one by one. Each stinger was soaked for 5 or 6 seconds, and then carefully wrapped with green leaves. Chun Haonan let out a long breath. This thing is too torturous willpower. For the gecko man who was used to doing it without convincing, it is simply an artistic work. Luckily, he was done. In front of the screen, Long Xiaoyun and the others stared at his operation until his poisonous blow arrow was completed. Good guy, growing up in battle, he has completed the set of learning Li Feining, Dragon Team. How much do you know about your little boyfriend? How do I feel that he is becoming more and more mysterious? This is a man who will never fall twice in the same river again. Think about it, he was plotted by a trap, and immediately learned to make a trap, and also killed the entire commando team of the Wolf Warrior. He was plotted by Li Feining's poisonous arrows, and immediately learned to make poison arrows. My God, why is there such a man in this world? If he is an adult man, I am tempted. Don't talk nonsense, but then again, until now, I don't know how many whole cards he has. It's like, if he suddenly remembers, he will be like himself. Yes, I feel that he is omnipotent. How can anyone look at it, and after a while, he will be fine, and give others a way to live. Let the medical team prepare the antidote potion, and next, the two of them will definitely start a fierce battle after dark, and the results will come out. Good. Staff Officer Deng also felt that the winner was about to be decided, and the strongest Wolf Warrior medal was going to appear on Chun Haonan and Li Feining, and it would be soon. When night falls, the forest comes alive, and nocturnal animals swim out in search of feasts, or to become feasts for other animals. Chun Haonan is also waiting for his feast. Through the skills of Fengzi story, he fully felt that this super hunter was really awesome and explosive. The trap he laid was not under Lao Wang, he used poison arrows as a firearm, and the power was not under Li Shilai, who had a gun in hand. As for Lao Tai's muscular man, it didn't matter, it looked fierce, but in fact, his whole body was just milk, and he didn't have a long brain. The battlefield is changing rapidly. The super hunter is so difficult, Chun Haonan doesn't dare to hold it up. He lurks patiently, waiting for the opportunity. Lao Tzu is young, and his liver will kill you. The other side. Li Feining, who was holding a blow arrow in his hand, occupied a good position, condescending, and farting, the kind that could send poison gas to the enemy's nose, so he would not move easily. Little master, there is more to this chapter. Please click on the next page to continue reading. The back is more exciting. For hunters, it's just right to stay in high places, and the tigers are condescending. Both of them thought so, and as a result, there was an eerie peace in the woods. The crowd who waited in front of the screen until 2:30 in the second half of the night couldn't see any signs of fighting at all, but through the unmanned aircraft and night vision instruments, they clearly saw that the distance between the two was not far at all, and both sides were not sleeping. Their eyes were in the dark, emitting a ghostly light. Obviously they were all dark lovers. In the dark, one was more excited than the other. 2 hours passed, and it was 4:30 in the morning. The people of the Cold War Wolf Commando have already returned to their positions, bathed and eaten, and have been scolded 3 times by Long Xiaoyun, and the decisive battle between the two has not yet begun. Leng Feng couldn't help but speak. Add something to them. They both know that each other has a heavy weapon in their hands, and they won't shoot easily, so let them fight against each other. They can survive in the wilderness. You see, Li Feining began to look for ants to eat on the spot, and Gecko Man is even more desperate. Damn it, he is gnawing on the bear's paws, gnawing raw, really tyrannical things. Everyone looked at the screen, the huge bear paw, gnawed by the child, and they all subconsciously swallowed their saliva, not for anything else, but they felt that it was a waste. This thing should be soaked, peeled, and boiled. The taste is even better. Are you qualified to comment on others? Shut up for me. The face of the wolf's fangs has been lost by you, fighting in the jungle, actually gathering everyone together for a meeting to speak, and not sending observers to stand guard. I think you are fully armed. Everyone is a stinky brother, isn't it? The heads of the 5 major military regions are watching. They all think that you are like the Gecko Man said, talking like the principal, flashy, pretentious, and serious personal heroism. Here we go again. Here we Again Lang Feng covered his face silently. Why didn't he cover his ears? He must have been scolded even worse, covering his face to show that he was ashamed. Principal Lang, fuck, that kid can figure it out. You don't want to study, and you can't watch me say a few more words? What kind of bullshit principal is it? Since Lao Tzu started junior high school, he often fights, and was called by the principal, well, and the director of academic affairs, calling parents every day, "This is my shadow, you call me principal?" Lang Feng almost held back his flight. Losers, no human rights. It was getting light, and soon, the day was gone. In the forest, you can see the super hunter Li Feining, the king of the wilderness, taking out a white pole and a red umbrella from his pocket, stuffing it in his mouth to satisfy his hunger, eating deliciously, as if it was a delicacy in the world, and his body has never moved much, and his urine are also dug and done. You can't even see his action of taking off his pants, focusing on a profession. Chen Haonan on the other side was even more outrageous. He took out the bear meat from the marching backpack, started a fire and barbecued, and looked at the charred bear meat through the screen, the moisturizing oil overflowing, and the taste was absolutely explosive. Chen Haonan feasted and ate with a small mouth. As for urinating, he climbed directly on the tree, hid in the branches and leaves, and directly flew down, focusing on a sheik. Long Xiaoyun looked at this scene. She was a little helpless. She had already received some inquiries from the chiefs, and some chiefs said that their confrontation like this, how long would it last? We didn't come to see the food festival. Why are they all comparing what they are eating? How long will they eat? Mr. Gao of the Southeast Military Region was even more outrageous. He said that Chen Haonan was a child after all. It was not good to eat raw meat every day, and he was prone to parasites, and he hoped that you could airdrop lighters to go down. It's outrageous. Long Xiaoyun looked at the thick droplets of water flowing straight down, and fell into a long contemplation. It was getting dark again, and the weaver girl pulled back the black curtain on the screen. Xiaobing twisted his neck and made a suggestion to the dragon team. Dragon team, Lali can lurk in the forest for a month, motionless. How long can Gecko Man lurk? I don't know, but he is smart and clear. He will definitely not attack automatically. He can definitely live for a month. The chief, they are all staying up late. See the final result. In my opinion, directly poison them and eat chicken. Xiao Bin's suggestion has received a lot of support. Indeed, if the two continue to lurk like this, the strongest wolf warrior competition will become a wilderness survival, and Gecko Man, the little guy, has already begun to build a small house. Put poison gas, start from the periphery, constantly compress their living space, let them enter the state of eating chickens, and strive to elect the Chicken King tonight. Understood. The GG is, eat chicken tonight. The team immediately set off. Not long after, a Wu Zhijiu hovered around the periphery where Chen Haonan and Li Feining were lurking, and began to cast gas, starting from the periphery, and at the same time, broadcasting through the radio. The auspicious is, tonight is a surprise. The contestants, please note, less than 30 minutes, start to put poison gas into the forest. You must, before the poison gas enters the core area, decide the winner, or directly admit defeat, otherwise, you will be poisoned. 3 broadcasts in a row. I'm going to force me to eat chicken. Chen Haonan, who was hiding in the tree, cracked his mouth and laughed silently. He took off his clothes and went into action. On the other side, the super hunter also heard the announcement, knowing that if he was not the Chicken King, he would become the Duck King, and he couldn't wait any longer, so he immediately shot out from the hiding place. They are all masters. Even if Chen Haonan is disguised, he can't escape the eyes and ears of the other party. Whoosh! In the dusk forest, all kinds of poisonous arrows whistled and shot at each other. In the air, there is a very pungent smell, like hormones, but absolutely not. After the two of them shot each other, they immediately changed their positions and continued to shoot again. All of them were crazy outputs, and they definitely didn't keep it. In terms of speed, Chen Haonan is faster, but Lao Li is more experienced. It is often Chen Haonan who shoots first, while Lao Li is 0.5 seconds slower, and then shoots poison arrows. One is fast, the other is steady, and in the forest, the fight is equal. As the poisonous gas became more and more, the two sides were like lovers thousands of miles away, rushing to each other, and after meeting, they immediately started a fierce hand-to-hand fight. Good guy, Lao Li is on the hidden weapon. He can't suppress Gecko Man, and he fights him directly? At present, Lao Tai, who is the strongest in martial arts, has been chased by him so that his pants have fallen off twice. Sure enough, Lao Li was in pain, and he retreated directly. The comrades who ate melons in front of the screen originally thought that the two would have to survive for a while, and they didn't think about the showdown between the strong, so they came and went in a hurry. Less than 10 rounds into the fight, the super hunter immediately retreated. And Chen Haonan held a small fist, walked on his short legs, and chased wildly behind. Everyone was stunned, and then they immediately saw Laoli, who was in a state of escape, silently in the palm of his hand, with a swarthy blowgun in his hand, and held it in his hand. Back to the horse to blow, good blowing. Everyone immediately sweated for Gecko Man. To be honest, at this moment, many people turned directly to Chen Haonan's child, and felt that he had broken through the limits of the human body in all aspects, and there were no defects, plus the young man was cute. He looked small and very cute. Even if Principal Lang felt that this child was really fucking, it was a shrunken version of himself, especially the bohemian standing on the tree and peeing, really fucking handsome. He often did this when he was a child, and even, he tried to be big, that is, he was an adult. It was only by washing with water from below that I quit the habit. Suddenly, Lung Feng's small eyes lit up. On the screen, he saw Chen Haonan, who was chasing behind, in his hand, and quietly deducted a swarthy blowgun. Damn, these two guys' hearts and eyes, there are 100,000 together, and they deliberately threw the blowpipe away just now, as if everyone finished shooting. So, Laoli, who was running, made a chic reversal, put his body in the air, and completely violated the principles of physics, and directly blew the small ox hair poison arrow into Chen Haonan behind him. The distance between the two sides is only more than 10 meters, and the poisonous arrow is like Lord Chow, just talking. But the next moment, Laoli's titanium alloy dog eyes widened, and the other party dodged. I saw that after he blew out the arrow, the little guy rolled on the spot, like rolling a hydrangea, to avoid the poison arrow. This operation seems simple, but in fact, you need to judge your attack in advance, and you have to be fast enough, otherwise, it is impossible to dodge. Damn, he must have opened up the talent for crisis perception, and he can't win head-on. I have to lead him into my territory, use the trap to consume him, and the poison gas will spread, which is fair to everyone. Laoli, who landed in mid-air, no longer retained his speed, and quickly distanced himself from Chen Haonan, who was rolling on the ground, and soon reached hundreds of meters. The people in front of the screen first exclaimed, "This fucking dodge," and then saw Laoli fleeing like a forest. They knew what he was going to do, and rushed into the forest to set a trap. At this moment, Chen Haonan's prospective girlfriend, Long Xiaoyun, was surprised to see that Chen Haonan actually put the blow arrow next to his small mouth and blew it directly at Laoli, 100 meters away. It's more than 100 meters, don't say it's accurate, he's not the king of mouths, can he blow so far? As soon as this thought flashed, Long Xiaoyun heard the exclamations of everyone in the room. She stood up suddenly, and saw the hunter 100 meters away, touching her neck with her backhand, and then facing the direction of Chen Haonan. She split her legs and fell down, twitching a few times from time to time, and the afterglow of being destroyed was endless. He's poisoned, my god, is this an iron lung, can it blow 100 meters away? Long Xiaoyun's wide mouth can be stuffed into his arm. This distance, this quasi-head, is too perverted. How fast the reversal is. I don't know why, the corners of Long Xiaoyun's delicate mouth instead showed a hint of pleasure, and the next moment, she immediately spoke, "Notify the medical team to save people, Li Feining is poisoned, this is highly poisonous, if you are slow, you can't save it. All of you, follow me to greet the Gecko Man, this is the treatment of the strongest wolf warrior, in the future, our wolf warrior commando, when we see the Gecko Man, we will salute once we see it." Hearing this, Lung Feng, who had a stiff expression, grinned exaggeratedly, and slid down the wall silently, and then he also heard the damn female staff officer, who actually hooked the arm of the dragon team with a look of surprise. Let's go meet your little boyfriend, Abu, he doesn't laugh anymore, by the way, are you stingy? Laughing at me, I went over and asked if I could be a little late, he is really small and big, I like it. Lung Feng couldn't help but curse in his heart, I can't see that the chief of staff is so sassy, do your parents know? Don't teach the dragons badly. In the gap of the dense forest, there are 10 eliminated soldier kings, 7 of them sit together, and 3 sit on the other side. After all, the grades are different. The 7 soldiers looked at Li Shilai, Lao Tai, and Lao Wang, who were 3 meters away, and lowered their voices to discuss. I'll go. When I came back, I found that the trap king Wang Guli had been killed. He was faster than me, put it in the past, it's incredible, who was so strong and killed him? I was the first to die, I was killed by a child. Hey, seeing him touch the tiger's buttocks, Lao Tzu couldn't help it, and tried to touch it. Don't mention it, I guess that Wang Gully was killed by Gecko Man. After all, we are on the same route. Lao Tai and Li Shilai were actually sent back at the same time, that is, they hugged each other and died at the same time? It's just hitting and stepping on a mine, right? Otherwise, who can kill them all at the same time? Someone spoke. I think, it's still Gecko Man. Let me speculate. In previous years, they were all 4-seed soldiers, and they persevered to the end, but this year it suddenly accelerated. There must be a dark horse, except for Gecko Man, who is still a dark horse? Damn, really, Gecko Man killed all 3 of them at the same time? Does this mean that a child in multi-person sports, full of big men, and defeated everyone? It can only be explained like this, otherwise, I bet on a spicy strip. 2 of them, one is too stingy. Li Shilai, who was sitting 3 meters away, twitched his mouth, and they also heard these words. In fact, in private, they had never communicated, there was nothing to communicate, and they had to face, after all, they all had a secret, that is, they all died in the hands of a stinky child. But listen, they looked at each other. Wouldn't you also die at the hands of Gecko Man? You too? You too? Okay, good. Everyone is a stinky brother. Suddenly, the silent trio burst into laughter, laughing unscrupulously and uninhibitedly, and the 7 soldiers next to the laughing did not dare to speak. Ha ha ha. It's so funny, everyone was killed by a child, before coming, family, who would dare to believe it? The 3 of them thought about pointing at each other, and tears came out of their eyes. Li Shilai grabbed his gun and flicked the butt. Li Feining and Gecko Man are left, and they have been fighting for a day and a night. You say, which of them can win the strongest wolf? The old iron, who is as strong as a cow and looks like a devil in his hand, smiled when he heard the words, I stand as a super hunter. He has a big secret, that is, his ability to arrange traps, not under you, Lao Wang. It's just that he doesn't rely on traps to win. His killing methods are varied. For example, when you go to the toilet, he may stretch out his hands from the toilet and pull you down. Little master, there is more to this chapter. Please click on the next page to continue reading. The back is more exciting. Wang Gully snorted coldly. I also know that his fighting is not under someone. His marksmanship is very good, especially the special return pistol, which is running, and suddenly a mid-air horizontal gun will shoot you in the air, and it will explode in his mouth. Yes, we were killed. Everyone thinks that 9% is guilty of the same mistakes as men in the world, that is, carelessness. This sentence is good. If it is right, raise your hand, and in the future on the work report, you will write 9 into carelessness. Brush, the 3 of them raised their hands at the same time. Their expressions were serious, and there was no smile on their faces at all. After the 3 of them still maintained this position, in the forest, Long Xiaoyun walked out of the tent with people. Long Xiaoyun, who came to greet her boyfriend, swept over everyone and said loudly, let me tell you one thing, every one of you who was killed by Gecko Man is not careless. If you think it is careless, it is a fool. What are you 3 doing with your hands raised? Agree with this? 2. Agree. Seconded. Li Shilai and the 3 of them glanced at each other, but they didn't expect Long Xiaoyun to come over and slap their faces so quickly, so they directly buckled 2 hats, namely a fool's hat and a fool's hat. I just said these words because I thought that the strongest wolf warrior had already come out, and that was. When Long Xiaoyun was about to say his name, there was a whining sound in the sky, and the rising shadow was in everyone's eyes, and the noise filled every corner. The last contestant is back. Let's go, meet the strongest wolf warrior. This is the treatment he deserves. Long Xiaoyun waved his arm, and with Lang Feng and the others with a stiff scalp, he walked up to greet the hero. On the rope ladder of the helicopter, the first to come down was the super hunter Li Feining, and behind him was the small Chen Haonan. Li Feining had a customary smile, and no one could see his expression, but after he came down, there was warm applause at the scene. Salute! Long Xiaoyun's crisp female voice was sonorous, and under her leadership, Lang Feng and the others raised their hands and eyebrows and saluted hard. Behind them, Li Shilai and others, who stood up, immediately started talking about this scene after seeing this scene. Sure enough, Lao Li won the strongest wolf warrior, and everyone saluted him, babbling. This kid is very modest. He passed by, he came, the hero who defeated the little dark horse is back. He has kept the dignity of an adult, and has completed the dignity of an adult. If he is won by that child, plus the dragon team said just now, the report can't be written to the effect, how to write a report in the future? Could it be that in the woods, he got into a fight with that child, and finally couldn't bear to play hard, and gave up the tournament, just because the child needed this honor? His father was paralyzed, his mother was sick for many years, and there was a younger brother who needed to support his family to become a soldier. These strange thoughts flashed through the minds of different people, and the next moment, Lao Tai, the king of martial arts, who had a loud voice, stepped over, hugged Li Feining hard, and laughed loudly. "Good guy, I knew you could do it. You are everyone's hero. I must invite you to drink." "Yes, please take your turn, thank you so much. In the future, the Northwest Military Region will respect Mr. Li." "How did you kill him? That little guy looks small, but not cute at all, and cunning, if it is in his little mouth, with 2 mustaches, it will be Yoshi Yoshi." Looking at the 3 old friends, the corners of Li Feining's mouth hooked up a weird smile. "What, do you think I won?" "What, isn't it you?" "It's your mother, your eyes are in the crotch. I still think you were sarcastic about me. You look at the back yourself." Everyone's eyes crossed him, and then they saw that behind them, Long Xiaoyun and the others were still in a saluting posture towards the little man who came over, and they didn't let go for a long time. And the child who had just stepped down the ladder, with small steps that he didn't recognize his 6 relatives, with a cold little face that everyone owed him 180,000, calmly accepted everyone's tribute. "Congratulations, Comrade Shen Haonan, you have won the strongest wolf warrior, and you have broken the record of this age. I think no one will be able to break this record in the future." Long Xiaoyun smiled and looked at the little man who came over, ignoring his height. The more he looked at it, the more satisfied he became. Mysterious, powerful, self-disciplined, big enough and strong enough, no one can afford to mess with them. Pick up powerful opponents one by one under his crotch, including the 4 seed kings who have been famous for a long time. As for Lang Feng, don't mention it. In Shen Haonan's words, he is just the principal of Balabala. "Can you share why you are able to communicate with animals? Humans and animals? Here, you come with me, and I will tell you separately what is the way of communication between man and beast." After speaking, Shen Haonan swept a stunned, dazed, and shocked look at everyone, and suddenly smiled. "I don't want to say that, I don't want to share it. If you can arrange a female assistant to relax my muscles and bones. I'm tired to death, these people are all old iron, it's really hard to fight." After speaking, Shen Haonan leaned on the small tree trunk next to him and exhaled a stingy breath. "Shao Qi, let's go, I have a lot of things to share with you." After speaking, under the gaze of everyone, he walked over awkwardly, took the female commander's hand, and then pulled it into the red sorghum field that was half a waist high for adults, and it didn't take long for the person to disappear, and he saw that Long Xiaoyun continued to be pulled deeper, and gradually there was only a neck left, and she seemed to be pulled down. Little master, there is more to this chapter. Please click on the next page to continue reading. The back is more exciting. "No way." Lang Feng jumped up and exclaimed, "What is he going to do? What is that kid going to do, so blatant?" Shaban pressed the rampaging man. "You also know that he is a child. What can he do? I guess he is really tired. Let the dragon team be a mother. Massage his little muscles and bones. I saw his eyes just now, full of exhaustion. It seems that he is not iron. I can also give him a massage. Lao Tzu has never enjoyed a massage from the dragons." "Okay, explode chicken, then why don't you behave better? Otherwise, now you're pulling the dragon team to fight for wine, and it's the dragon's turn to sell the hue? Guess with your smart brain, the dragon team will go with him. It's just a set. How do people and animals communicate? You still jump. If you are a woman, I don't want to say more to you, you are too immature. Team Shao, if you are a woman, Lao Tzu would rather be single." The 2 laughed. Sino, TSK. The child, the goddess of generals, was dragged to the red sorghum field. Smack. A big teaser slapped on a soldier's brain, and Lang Feng scolded loudly. "Why, you ought to get into it too. Get out, go back to the tent in your own military region and stay, while writing a report, while watching the next playoffs. Instructor Lang, the next time you greet me like this, I'll fight back. By the way, what is a playoff? I haven't heard of it." This year's strongest wolf warrior must be recognized by the 5th unit. After all, it is to participate in the world's strongest event, and a stinky guy called Zhang Xiaosong came, and he has not yet arrived, and he has already sent his most handsome photo to the mailbox of the dragon team, which is shameless. Lang Feng said, "These people, including the 4 seed soldier kings, are all like ducks, drive back to their respective military region tents, and go to their own military region as soon as possible. This is the fate of the loser. The sunset is like gold, and the panic of the sun, divided into cute elves by the golden sorghum stalks, between the leaves, on the poles, constantly jumping into the farmer's body, is sweat, jumping into the eyes of the lover, are all. Chen Haonan was lying on Long Xiaoyan's long legs, his little head was placed under the hanging bottle, and he occasionally opened his eyes and enjoyed the massage of the female officer. It's not right here, go up, yes, hey, it's obviously in the right position, why are you going down again, it's a gun, come on, I'll sit up and press it for you, you're messing around. Ouch, you ask for so much, it's not easy to be your girlfriend. Long Xiaoyun is a sassy woman after all, so that she seems to be gentle and considerate like an Ran, and take care of a child without regrets, that is impossible, sometimes she is more like a savage girlfriend than a gentle mother. For example, now, she wants to check the muscle hardness of Chen Haonan's little comrade with her own hands, touch his muscles and bones, see his length, and see what is special about him. You must know that he is 9 years old, and he is even the four-seed soldiers such as Li Shilai, which is outrageous than the elementary school students who blew up the school at the beginning. Touching it, she was also a little unserious, after all, no matter who it is, in the face of the elephant's trunk that looks like a fake, you don't want to weigh it with your own hands? Didn't want it to be fake, so she was scolded by Chen Haonan several times. Obviously, you are not gentle and considerate enough. If you have a chance, you can learn from my female secretary, in order to take care of my child. She also went to the club to learn the dragon catching technique and muscle relaxation technique. Long Xiaoyun was stunned for a moment, and asked with a smile, ouch, you still have a female secretary, you act like a boss, are you talking about Comrade and Ran? I can't see it, you're still an arsonist, hee hee. Chen Haonan was just about to give Long Xiaoyun a follow-up on how to do a good job in his girlfriend's daily work, when suddenly, the voice of the system sounded. The host completes the task of the strongest wolf warrior, and is rewarded with 1000 experience points. Congratulations on your upgrade. Considering that the host's hair has not grown neatly, the system will extract new skills on behalf of you. Congratulations on acquiring your new skill, all-around perspective. All-round perspective, you can let the small host have a 365-degree perspective, there is no dead angle at all, with 10 miles of eagle eyes, within 10 miles, any floating clouds will not cover your eyes. This is a kind of all-round perspective ability, this is the best observation weapon, this is a skill against the sky, please be sure to use it in something truly meaningful, don't be young, use it on the road to crime. God's special sin, God's chatter. Chen Haonan wiped his little head from Long Xiaoyun's bottle, straightened his small body, and directly fused the new skills. The next moment, a large amount of information was forcibly inserted into his head, and, stirring vigorously, especially for his acupuncture points, the acupuncture points of vision, began to strengthen in all aspects. The eyeballs hurt so much, as if they were directly pulled out and thrown on Long Xiaoyun's body. Press it, my eyes hurt too much, and the acupuncture points should be accurate. Under the severe pain, Chen Haonan threw himself back into Long Xiaoyun's arms and let her continue to relax herself. Hey, your eyes are so red, what's the situation, do you need to see a doctor? Touching Chen Haonan's blood-red eyes, Long Xiaoyun's delicate body also trembled and panicked. It's good to slow down, I'm overdone, let me relax the acupuncture points around my eyes, yes, comfortable, your hands are harder, softer, press with the palms of your hands, will you be able to, others are pressing, rubbing, stroking, you are poking and stabbing What I use is the palm of my hand, I am a soldier, long-term training, it must be hard, what is the situation with you, tears are pouring out, red. I have to say that the all-round enhancement, the splitting and strengthening of the eyes, is really exaggerated. Chen Haonan directly shed blood and tears, which made Long Xiaoyun completely panicked, and suddenly, she had a bold idea, gritted her teeth and said, I'll give you a soft massage, but don't say it, understand, forget it, it's all your little seven, informal. The next moment, Chen Haonan felt as if the sky had darkened, and huge floating clouds covered the class, hanging down on his face and eyes. Not to mention, it's quite comfortable, he doesn't feel that much pain anymore. What the hell is this feeling? It's like going back to my mother's arms, well, it doesn't hurt that much. After Chen Haonan finished fusing it, he felt that his eyes split into more pupils, and it seemed that he also had a perspective effect, such as now, when he had enough eyesight, he actually saw red, big red lace edges, which was really interesting. Considering that he is still a child, Chen Haonan immediately put his all-round perspective in his hands, made, outrageous, this skill is really within sight, caused by the edge, omniscient, no wonder it is called an all-round perspective, no wonder the system lets itself, don't use it to commit crimes. Long Xiaoyun, who tilted his head and had a worried expression, looked at a certain position with a look of surprise, and then twisted his head away, which is not scientific. Host, you still have one chance to strengthen, whether to strengthen or not. Hearing this prompt, Chun Haonan almost jumped up and beeped. Strengthen a hair, this is already an elephant's trunk, and then strengthen, Lao Tzu is dragging a mop and walking and sweeping garbage everywhere? The brain made up for it, and the place he passed by was swept away in dust, and it was terrible to think about, so he decided not to strengthen it first, not to take risks, and to keep it first. I'm much better, thank you. Seeing that Chun Haonan was about to get up, Long Xiaoyun hurriedly moved her body. She was a little embarrassed at first, and then she was surprised. She had a feeling that dozens of Chun Haonan were looking at her at the same time. Hallucinations? She shook her head, and the strange feeling disappeared again. Let's talk about it first, remember to keep it secret, let's get down to business, if you don't want to share your powerful secrets. Long Xiaoyun put the military hat back on, returned to his sassy and heroic temperament, and said solemnly, next, there is a playoff project to consider, which will start immediately. This playoff is very difficult. Originally, I wanted to understand your strengths and weaknesses first, and then give you targeted guidance, but unfortunately, you don't say anything. I can't help you, I can only tell you. The playoff project, called blind sniping, the competition is an individual shooting ability in extreme environments. After all, you are going to the Siberian global event, it is said. It is carried out in the snow peak like an ice mirror. People on the snow peak, there will be blind spots at any time, nothing can be seen. I say this, you will understand why there is this playoff. Chun Haonan was a little surprised, nodded, and said, I can understand, but who my opponent is? He never imagined that there would be a playoff, but he also knew that Long Xiaoqi was right. The iceberg showdown in Siberia could easily cause vision problems. Before, when he was digging snow ginseng, he dug too much, and everywhere he looked like snow ginseng, which was staring at a single white. His vision was impaired, and after a long time, he would become blind. Of course, that was in the past, and after getting the all-round perspective, he could control 365 tiny pupils. He could control them in shifts, work when they should work, rest when they should be organized, and there was no overdraft vision at all. Anyway, there was no pressure. He swept Long Xiaoqi, who had become serious, and muttered, the woman who looks so decent is actually a red lace edge, which is even more fierce than the white lace edge policewoman in Xiangjiang. The contrast is too great. Chun Haonan's relaxed hanging appearance fell in Long Xiaoyun's eyes, and he thought that the child didn't understand. So, she changed into the expression of Aunt May who abducted and sold children, and said seriously, your opponent is terrible. It is a sniper from the fifth part. Even if he is a blind sniper, he also has a desperate hit rate. If you lose, the strongest wolf warrior is you, but to participate in global events, it is not necessarily you. The people of the 5th unit will redesignate a person to go. 5th unit? What is this? Is my opponent called Ryugo? Chun Haonan's face was stiff, and his expression was puzzled. Long Xiaoyun was amused by the child. What Long Wu, do you think that in the underworld, your opponent is called Zhang Xiaoko, the current captain of the 5th unit, the apprentice he taught? Just pull one out, you can beat 10 cold fronts. Cold front is rubbish. Chun Haonan wittily grasped the point. Ouch, you kid, this is not the point. Why do you have no heart and lungs? I wouldn't have given you a massage if I knew it. All secrets are hidden. I have zero contact with your skin, but you are not a qualified boyfriend. Long Xiaoyun snorted coldly. Her expression of dissatisfaction was like a mother scolding her child. It is better to give birth to you. It is better to give birth to a piece of barbecued pork. Regarding women's complaints in this regard, Chun Haonan's expression is cold, and ruthless. That is, he does not take the initiative and does not explain. Directly shift the focus to the warriors. Okay, then I'll go and meet him. Such a challenge is interesting. The 4-seed soldier kings are a bit exaggerated. He slapped his little ass and drilled out. Long Xiaoyun was stunned for a moment, and hurriedly caught up. Hey, don't be too confident, you've lost all your efforts. By the way, what are your strengths, especially in blind sniping? I'll give you an analysis. If I told you that I could see through, I could see everything in 365 degrees, including seeing bugs crawling behind you, green caterpillars, would you believe it? Blow you, and see through. Long Xiaoyun scratched her back with her backhand, mainly because she felt a little itchy. Really grabbed a little colorful worm, a soft little body, struggling in her fingers, and was pinched into 2 ends by her. Pretending to be a dog, I must have seen it when I got up just now. Long Xiaoyun didn't believe it at all, sped up his pace, caught up with Chun Haonan, took his little hand, and stuffed a mobile phone into his hand. "Don't be careless, look at this. I hope you can be a representative to participate in the world's strongest instructor competition. You are the KGB principal personally named and asked you to be the representative. By the way, he also said that his friend has made an old mistake, only you can help him." "Strange, you are not a doctor, how can you help him?" "Principal, take it easy, you're losing your kidneys again." Chen Hanan's small mouth twitched several times, and then clicked on the video on the mobile phone screen. In the video, a tall soldier in military uniform fired 3 shots in a row. Each shot hit a position, and the third bullet pierced the wall in front of him, and the bullet hole was only the size of a little finger. "It's not good." Long Xiaoyun smiled. "Don't worry, there is another video." She swiped the screen to open the second video. This is the scene in the room, a balding middle-aged man in a suit, who looks a lot like the principal of Sunshine Elementary School, who is caught by a masked man, staring at the big black pistol on his head, and Suwa is trembling in fright. "I don't know why." Chen Haonan actually cracked his small mouth, smiled, and looked carefully. His eyes widened, splitting dozens of pupils. "I really crossed over by myself." The principal of Sunshine Primary School, who was studying, Qin Guozheng, the two tenacious leftover hair, left and right, fluttering. Every time he spoke, he dialed it around. Not who he was, he knew that there was no sympathy like this, it was not appropriate for him, but he couldn't help it instinctively, especially when he just crossed over. He was distracted in class, and he didn't want to do his homework. It was this principal Qin Guozheng he went to visit his home if he had nothing to do. The old man scolded himself every day for being a brisket, and his mother condemned what to say. "It is better to give birth to you than to give birth to a piece of barbecued pork." The past is unbearable. Later, Chen Haonan couldn't help it, seized every opportunity, ran out to be a soldier, and unknowingly, he had mixed to the point of being the strongest wolf warrior. When did this happen? When you become a general, go back to school and ask him. These strange ideas brought Chen Haonan back to his elementary school days, that unbearable time. On the screen, a bullet pierced through the wall and accurately entered the militant's brain, and the blood splashed from his forehead sprayed the principal's body, and the next moment, he screamed out of control. "I know this hostage, how he was controlled, when did it happen?" Long Xiaoyun looked at Chen Haonan's expression at the moment in amazement, and there was an indescribable feeling, as if with a happy expression. "No, this is a blind sniper, 3 shots to kill the enemy, a sense of accuracy, calm and strong psychological quality, strong self-confidence. This is the talent of the 5th type of soldier. Don't you feel the pressure?" "How do I feel like you're smiling?" She was helpless, she was small, and she generally had no heart or lungs, so she could only explain it like this. "No, haha. He's the principal of the elementary school, huh?" Long Xiaoyun's eyes were wide and beautiful, and he directly slumped. "Zhang Xiaogu, he is the principal of your primary school?" "No, I'm talking about the bald hostage, you don't know, when I was in school, the students wanted to beat him and kill him. He was actually kidnapped and happy to kill me. I listened to those elementary school classmates who didn't want to kill the principal's elementary school students, not good students." Hearing this, Long Xiaoyun was directly speechless, and finally remembered that this little guy who dared to call himself Xiaoqi was still in elementary school at his age. She asked helplessly, "Don't you have any other ideas?" Chen Hanan's immature little voice coughed for a while, and then returned to the temperament of an abstinent male god. "He does have some strength, relying on the information fed back by the environment. He has the 6th sense talent of war, and it is average, not as good as I can see through. This made, the little mouth can't stop it, and she said that she leaked her mouth." Long Xiaoyun looked at his delicate little eyes in amazement. "What do you mean? Can you see through? Can you see through? Did you find a caterpillar behind it?" Long Xiao deliberately teased him, feeling that Chen Haonan was cold and cold, always acting too strong. "I don't know if it would be more cute to beat him to tears with a punch." Ouch, this idea is really evil, but Long Xiaoyun knows better than anyone that if she really does it, the person who will be beaten to the ground on all fours, or lying on the ground will definitely be herself. "This imported grape I brought, give it to you to eat, relax some emotions. The battle of blind snipers will start soon, and at present, the plane of the warrior song has landed at the general headquarters." Long Xiaoyun hurriedly braked his emotions, and acted like a trick, took out the washed grapes in plastic from his pocket, and handed them to Chen Haonan, which was mentioned in a bet with Staff Officer Deng. If this little guy won the strongest wolf warrior medal, she would personally feed the grapes to the other party. MUA, open your mouth. Chen Haonan opened his mouth slightly, and ate the grapes fed by Long Xiaoyun. The juice was sweet and delicious. His girlfriends have personally fed grapes, such as Star Xiaoyuan and Ran, mixed-race policewoman, etc. Their grapes are not as big and sweet as Long Xiaoyun's, the juice is dripping, and the food is so refreshing. Xiaoqi, my girlfriend's grapes are not as sweet as what you feed, it's not bad, give you extra points in this regard. According to the convention, my girlfriend who can satisfy me can go to the big housekeeper of Enron to receive the funds for a small goal, and when the exercise is over, you can go and get it. Chen Haonan bit the taste, and inadvertently, he also licked Long Xiaoyun's fingers. He was very satisfied. Naturally, he was not short of money. At present, the funds of the White Tiger base have reached more than $4 billion, and they can't be spent. They can't be spent at all. You give me a little goal? 100 million? Long Xiaoyun shrank his fingers and looked at Chen Haonan in surprise. Do you have so much money? Long Xiaoyun knows Chen Haonan's father, the richest man in the East China Sea, but he is a 10-year-old child. How much money will adults give him? This little guy didn't even frown and smashed himself 100 million? Are you kidding? Hee, Tang Xiaosan has received a reward of 500 million before and after, and she still has the right to use 1 billion funds. What is 100 million for you? Tang Xiaosan? Who is this, that web writer? Chen Haonan ate Long Xiaoyun's grapes, and said with a serious face, since you are my 7th girlfriend, I will popularize the ranking for you. My first girlfriend is in Ran, and she is currently my secretary, assistant, housekeeper, and nurse many roles. She can be in charge of $4 billion. This is a beautiful life, not RMB. The second girlfriend is Xiaoyuan, a female star in Country H. She is not bad for money, and the third girlfriend is Tang Sini, that is, Tang Xiaosan, who is currently in charge of the right to use 1 billion yuan. The fourth is a female doctor. The fifth is the long-legged Huixiang of the Mixed Agent Organization, who knows the Poseidon incident, and you should also know that the sixth is Lin Shuzhen, a mixed-race policewoman from Shangjiang. This is what you should know. When you meet in the future, don't rush to the Dragon King Temple, don't know your own family. I set a standard, let me be satisfied, just send money, send funds, understand? At Yuan. Long Xiaoyun heard that everyone was sand-sculptured, her mouth was wide open, and she could pour a bottle of mutai. Suddenly, she didn't know how to communicate with Chen Haonan. My mother, this child is simply explosive, he will come to things, he knows women's hearts, he understands it too well. Lang Feng can only say this would. Are you free? We drink like gentlemen. Glancing at the woman with her mouth open, Chen Haonan said indifferently, my father said that when I grow up, I will marry a daughter-in-law in the future, have a child, and reward 1 billion, plus a villa. Long Xiaoyun covered his mouth and laughed there, shaking so much that the grapes fell to the ground. General Command. The representative of the fifth type of troops in Long Xiaoyun's mouth, Zhang Xiaogu, had already walked to the tent, smiled at the bigwigs around him, and did not salute. The people around these four are at least a Venus start, and the most are 2-star. For example, Gao Shiwei in the southeast is a 2-star boss, Mr. Feng in the southwest is also a 2-star, he is always a 2-star in the northwest, and Mr. Lin in the middle is also a 2-star. But there is no expression on the face of the saluting warrior song. He looks like he is in his early 30s, 3 points more handsome than Lang Feng, and not as delicate as Chen Haonan, but his temperament makes people think of lonely rock, cedar, and desert lonely smoke. The bigwigs present didn't care about the attitude of Zhang Xiaogu, but instead showed a similar expression, licking Chen Haonan one by one. The representative of the 5th unit is here. Welcome, Comrade Zhang. I have heard the name for a long time. I am General Feng of the Southwest Military Region. This is my business card. I'm from the Northwest. Have a chance to go around where we are. Set a standard for us, huh? The 5th unit is the most envoy unit, the most mysterious unit, will not participate in any events, this time sent representatives. It can be seen that you attach great importance to this world's strongest instructor competition. I am the Central Commander Lin, this is my phone number, there is often contact, revolutionary friendship, are all communicated. It's another day of twittering. Zhang Xiaogu ignored these invitations, and asked directly, I won't participate in the global event, the existence of the 5th unit will only be a real killing, the event is just a game and a dream for me, it's not interesting. By the way, do you have the final result, who is the strongest wolf warrior? I'm here this time, just to take the pulse and see what the military quality of this strongest wolf warrior is. If he can't pass my level, he doesn't have to go. You are right, the significance of this global event is very important. If you can't win, it's better not to go. This chapter is not over. Please click on the next page to continue reading. Comrade Zhang Xiaoge, the final result has come out. Zhang Xiaoge nodded and asked quickly, is it Li Feiniang, or Li Shilai, or Muzidi, who is not angry, or Wang Guli, this waste? The heads of several military regions, except for Gao Shiwei, who showed a happy smile, everyone else had strange expressions. At this moment, 4 soldiers outside the door walked in and saluted. This is the Seed Soldier King of the 4 military regions. After these 4 people came in, they did not salute the commander for the first time, but after seeing the Song of the Warriors, their eyes rang at the same time, and then their eyes turned red, like a screaming child, and finally waited for their mother to get off work late at night, and immediately rushed over. Master! 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 The 4 voices spoke in unison, all so excited. Don't call me master, and don't salute, in my opinion, you are all half-finished products, not my apprentices. Zhang Xiaoge's face was expressionless, and he swept over the 4 half-finished apprentices, and the serious expression just now softened a little, and asked, the 4 of you, who is the strongest wolf warrior? After asking, he was stunned to see the 4 apprentices, looked at each other, and then shook their heads in embarrassment. He, there are other people, it seems that you are not very good, I thought you were always the strongest seed, let's say, who is it, I want to see it. Comrade Laoli, who persevered to the end, showed a wry smile and said, Master, you can't believe it, this time you won 4 of us at the same time, not an adult, but a child about 10 years old, I can't accept this fact now, I'm sorry, I'm embarrassed to your old man. Hearing this, Zhang Xiaoge's eyes lit up, and he immediately said, there is such a thing? You're not kidding? He swept over, and the other 3 all nodded awkwardly. Gao Shiwei walked over quickly, stepped on the ground and said in a loud voice, Haha, this 10-year-old kid, is his talent that I discovered, supported him hard, and invented him. He is a soldier of the Southeast Military Region, called Qinhaonan, and has a codename, East China Sea Gecko Man. Zhang Xiaoge's mouth twitched several times, and after the news disappeared, Ra was one of the best captains of the 5th unit, and he couldn't accept this fact for a while. It's not that he can't accept Qinhaonan's excellence, or his talent, in fact, many students in the 5th unit have been trained at a few years old, and they are all perverts. But no matter how strong and excellent the talent is, he must go through a series of training to become a real elite, such as himself. Since junior high school, he has fought against his father every day to fight Street Fighter, but he doesn't want to go to school. After he entered the 5th unit, he also saluted the jungle training, rainforest special training, snowfield special training, desert special training, etc., and won all the medals before he became a qualified special combat member. You can defeat 4 seed soldiers with a 10-year-old child? Are you fucking teasing me? No matter how strong the talent is, you also need the literacy of war, which is cultivated by bullets and battlefield experience, as if you boast that you are the king of artillery, but you have not actually fought it, it is just the king of artillery. I'll take a look at your combat video first, and then look at this kid. Warrior Song immediately asked to watch the video. Gao Shiwei smiled and said, turn on the screen for him, where do you want to start watching? I'm a soldier. First to kill the Trap King, followed by the Gun King, then the Fighting King, and finally the Super Hunter. The leaders present have watched the live broadcast. There is no cheating, chiefs, do you say? Looking at the High Commander of DSR, the bigwigs of several military districts, they were surprisingly unanimous and remained silent. Soon, the video plays. The battle screen of the Warrior Song swept over at a speed of 2. In the middle stage, he jumped over, and after reading it, he fell into deep thought. The 4 seed soldier kings who accompanied them to watch the video turned red when they saw it, and they were uncomfortable. Judging from the video, they were either careless or not taking it seriously, and Lali was a little more serious. Among them, the most embarrassing belonged to the tall and strong Muzidi, who began to roar for a long time, and the appearance of an explosion was hoisted, and after being pressed and beaten by the little guys, he immediately fled, and even if he escaped, he thought he had killed a horse pistol, and it turned out to be self-defeating. The 4 of you, from now on, don't mention that I am your master, it's really embarrassing, but if you are serious, you won't lose so badly. After scolding a few words, Zhang Xiaoge made an evaluation. I've watched the video, and there is a 50% reason that these 4 guys are careless. Zhang Xiaoge turned around, looked at the smiling Commander Gao, and said solemnly, but it is undeniable that he does have a lot of talents, fighting, marksmanship, and even camouflage, and even has a very strong talent in combat. which allows him to learn without a teacher, but what I want to say is that this time the world's strongest instructor is a talent in blind sniping. Ignoring Mr. Gao's ugly look, Jean Xiaogu sneered slightly, and said, I'm sorry, this kind of tryout, there is no meaning, the strongest instructor competition, the first comparison is command ability, and second, the comparison is the blind sniper of the snow mountain. This kid is qualified to go to the 5th unit, he can go with me, but even if you participate in the event, it is better to let Li Feinian go. This is my final decision, on behalf of the 5th unit. Hearing this, Gao Shuwei always felt that his temper was well controlled, and he couldn't help but explode. Little master, there is more to this chapter, please click on the next page to continue reading, the back is more exciting. Gu Laozi. What kind of bullshit 5th Army, in front of Lao Tzu, said that my soldiers are not good, and they have to dig the root of the wall, everything is up to you, how can Lao Tzu mix it? I'm sorry, Comrade Jean Xiaogu, as Chen Haonan's righteous father, I really don't dare to compliment my opinion on you and the 5th unit behind you, facing the most enemies, it is still our regular troops, and whether my righteous son has this qualification, you can deny it with a word, don't you say anything blind snipe, wait for him to come here, let's talk about it, it is worth mentioning, saying similar things to my righteous son, and in the end, there are many people who are slapped in the face. Jean Xiaogu heard the tone of the high commander like a resentful woman, but he didn't care and shook his head and looked at his watch. Okay, let him come quickly, I'll wait 10 minutes at most. Mr. Gao immediately called Long Xiaoyun's phone, but before the phone could be connected, he saw Long Xiaoyun pulling Chen Haonan into the door from outside. Just in time, Chen Haonan, you come to me, I have something to say to you. Mr. Gao was overjoyed and looked at the little guy who walked in, with pride and pampering in his eyes, just like a father who came home from work and saw a child rushing over with a 100-point test paper. Chen Haonan, a child, gave him a long face too much, and it was precisely because of this that what he said to Jean Xiaogu was even more full of anger. Chief, I'm here. After walking into the command headquarters, Chen Haonan immediately noticed the warrior song standing proudly in the middle, looking like he didn't recognize anyone, and he didn't have a bird, so he passed by coldly and walked directly in front of his commander. As soon as the small body was erect, when he was about to salute, he was stopped by his father-in-law. This person is a representative of the 5th Army, and he said, I don't look good at you, what are you going to do? Mr. Gao pointed at someone. Chen Haonan's expression was cold, and he opened his mouth to come, if you don't accept it, just him, isn't this our rule in the southeast? Well said, what are you going to do? Whatever posture he wants, I'll cooperate with him. Mr. Gao laughed out loud, thinking that although this sun was a little yellow, he won my heart. When he was younger, he also liked this tune. As he spoke, Chen Haonan shook his small steps, and walked to the inexplicably beaten warrior song, with a handsome little face. You're the representative of Unit 5? It's as black as a briquette, I heard that you want to be a blind sniper, I watched your video, you shot 3 times and killed the criminal, I ask you, how sure are you? Don't answer me so quickly, first touch your conscience and speak. The tone was louder than that of Commander Gao, and the bigwigs around him laughed loudly. Long Xiaoqi couldn't help laughing, but he didn't expect Chen Haonan to look at the people of the 5th unit, and he didn't say anything, and he spoke in one step. Jean Xiaogu is not an ordinary person, it seems that Li Shilai, the 4-seed soldier kings, are just his disciples and grandchildren, and even, the bigwigs of several military regions have to add flowers when they see him. As a result, today a child who looks like he is 8 or 9 years old, actually questioned himself, and let himself speak with his conscience. Dog, this tone is like a wife questioning a cheating husband. He was about to say an interesting mantra, when suddenly, the kid smiled indifferently at him and preemptively said, direct data, don't tell me anything. It's interesting and interesting, it. Grab the lines. Jean Xiaoji's expression froze completely, and he glanced back at the 4 apprentices, who actually covered their mouths and smiled, looking like they knew how powerful he was. I'm afraid of you, sure enough, since ancient times, women and children have been the most difficult to serve. Jean Xiaogu smiled rarely, and then without hesitation, he said directly, blind sniper, I am only 70% sure, this is my pupils are more special. In fact, the whole army can have 70%, which is already a terrible data. Look at Lung Feng, blind sniping killed a criminal, and afterwards he was not calm and put in a small black room. I just thought that the success rate of blind sniping was too low, there were 50%, which was very rare. After the warrior song finished proudly, Chen Haonan stretched out 2 small hands, 10 short fingers side by side, like a white radish head. I'm sorry, I'm the ratio. 10%? Jean Xiaogu was stunned for a moment, and after understanding what Chen Haonan meant, he couldn't help laughing out of the pig's voice. Ha ha. Ha ha. Children are children. Do you think blind sniping is a game? Can you wear a see-through helmet? Laugh at me. You successfully made me laugh. In fact, I am a specially trained soldier, and I generally don't laugh, unless I can't help it. Huh? In an instant, an expressionless steel warrior laughed into a small joke. The 4 apprentices next to him, as well as the leaders of Mr. Gao, collectively fell silent, and the command headquarters, there was only the laughter of the warrior song, and he laughed uninhibitedly and wantonly. You chiefs, what do you think? Find a child soldier to come over to participate in the event, and you are still so loud. Is it child's play to be a war? Zhang Xiaogu laughed for a while, and his expression became serious again. Just as he was about to continue the lecture, Chen Haonan left him alone, walked to Long Xiaoyun, who was covering his face next to him, and made a request in a crisp milk voice. Comrade Long Xiaoyun, give me a sniper rifle, and at the same time, restore the footage in the video to me, and I will teach him a lesson, so that the people of the 5th unit know what it means to be outside people. Someone was there, but Chen Haonan didn't call her Xiao Qi, she called her very seriously. Long Xiaoyun came into contact with the little guy's serious face, and when he ate his own grapes before, he was like 2 people, and immediately subconsciously looked at the battle song. Zhang Xiaogu obviously came up, waved his hand and said, restore the scene for him, I want to see what this little guy in open crotch pants has to do. Go, I believe in my soldiers, and the ambition is not old. Mr. Gao was also angry, but he moved to Chen Haonan's side and lowered his voice. You change your pants first, you're ashamed of that thing. Chen Haonan looked down, he was murderous, and he was suddenly a little embarrassed, blaming Long Xiaoqi. After getting off the plane, he pulled himself to drill the sorghum field, and he didn't have time to change his pants. With his back to the beings, he took out a brand new small military uniform from the huge marching backpack and changed into it barefoot. In this process, the originally murderous warrior song, when he saw the other party's white cheeks facing him, his cheeks immediately puffed up, and he tried not to laugh, but after he swept a certain position, his face immediately changed greatly. That big lump, this is a child? After Chen Haonan changed into a new military uniform, he became more handsome, just like a showman. The crowd left the tent and went to the makeshift shooting range. Under Long Xiaoyun's order, a simple template was quickly set up to block the view, and 2 wooden dummies were placed behind the template, which were hostages and militants. The distance is almost 60 meters. 60 meters away, Chen Haonan, who was holding a sniper rifle, lay on the ground, pretending to aim at the dummy behind the template, and next to him, who had received special training, he usually couldn't laugh, and saw that the little guy didn't look much better than the gun, and laughed out loud. Mr. Gao glanced at him dissatisfied, and said indifferently, what about the 5th unit, you are specially trained, you kid is here to interfere with the gunman's emotions, this is a very inferior behavior, you won't lose it. Uncle Gao felt the other party's full malice, and spoke very politely. Zhang Xiaogu didn't say anything, squinted his eyes slightly, looked at his nose, looked at his heart, and was motionless, like a carving. At this moment, the sniper rifle made a muffled sound, and Zhang Xiaogu saw the small body of Chen Haonan, who was holding the 88th sniper, as steady as an old dog, and he didn't move, completely suppressing the power of the shock, and couldn't help but nod his head. This concentration is still very good, but he is a blind sniper, relying on the refraction of light, and some special envoy means of the 5th unit. This little guy has a butt, no means, he shoots directly? It's just stupid. When he was wondering, Long Xiaoyun had already walked over, grabbed the 2 dummies behind the plank, and exclaimed from a long distance. The militants were exposed, the hostages were fine. There was an uproar all around, and everyone knew that Chen Haonan looked confused, but the little guy did it. Mr. Gao ignored it, he walked to the battle hero song with his hands in his hands, and walked towards the battle hero song, and said in a deep voice, how about it, are you still in the eyes of your 5th army? Zhang Xiaogu frowned, and said indifferently, thicken the plank, at least 3 shots can be pierced, just 1 shot can be pierced, what kind of ability is it? Long Xiaoyun added 3 wooden planks according to the requirements of the battle hero song, and then walked back leisurely. Come on, sister, I'm optimistic about you. Chen Haonan gave Long Xiaoqi a warm smile, lifted 88 snipe, and began to split his pupils, opening up the all-round perspective. In the angle that Zhang Xiaogu and the others couldn't see, the plank in front of it began to become transparent under Chen Haonan's gaze. Of course, such an ability can't last, at most 3 seconds for a real man, but for a sniper, it's enough to satisfy you. Boom. 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 Chen Haonan shoots quickly, focusing on a fast man style. The only hole in the plank that everyone could see was that 3 shots were fired in one position. Long Xiaoyun fartized again. She felt excited. After all, Chen Haonan is her own little man, as a woman, who was not excited in the face of her man's powerful gun. I'll go, 3 shots pierce, directly headshot the brains of the militants. It's really accurate enough. After getting the headshot dummy, a calm and mature female officer like Long Xiaoyun couldn't help but shout for Chen Haonan, and couldn't wait to run back immediately, hugging him as a bar hit. De Long Xiaoyun ran back happily, through the plank to the stunned Zhang Xiaogu, and then hugged Chen Haonan and kissed him fiercely on his little face. Suddenly, she thought of something and asked in surprise, "My God, you can't really see through, right?" Wiping off the saliva on his face, Chen Haonan, who had the burden of idols, glanced at Long Xiaoyun dissatisfied, and said angrily, "What's so strange? You can see the underwear you are wearing, red lace edges, underwear." "Don't say it. I'm afraid of you." Long Xiaoyun was shocked, pounced over, and covered the little man's small mouth. The female officer's cold and ascetic face turned red. If Leng Feng was here, she thought she was drunk and she had a chance. Chen Haonan cut in his heart and muttered, "Flesh color, it means that he is not worn." Chen Haonan, who shook his head and continuously used an all-round perspective, felt a little uncomfortable. It seemed that this thing was very energy-consuming, similar to bullet whispering. Long Xiaoyun, who kept his innocence, first asked the other chiefs. Everyone has no opinion. Does anyone think Chen Haonan is cheating? I will make it clear here, I can strip naked to prove myself. I didn't carry any equipment at all, and secretly told Chen Haonan. She opened a thing, won the good-natured laughter of the chiefs, and even won the favor of Mr. Gao. Damn it, as long as the warrior still dared to doubt, he dared to let Lieutenant Colonel Long get off. Anyway, everyone said so. Under the eyes of everyone, the warrior Song holding the wooden board nodded. He had nothing to say. However, he was quite curious, so he didn't want to face him, walked directly to Chen Haonan, changed his expression to a warm-hearted uncle, his aunt's smile, and asked Chen Haonan with a smile. "Can you share why you can be 100% sure? There are geniuses in the 5th unit, there is such a talent as you, but the marksmanship is not as good as you, the marksmanship is better than yours, and there is no talent like you, little guy, you are really blessed." Chen Haonan looked at him with his head up. "What do you mean, let me share?" "That's right. Can you share it? I'm sure all of you want to hear this message, and you did?" When Zhang Xiaogu finished saying these words, he also deliberately glanced at the people around him, hoping to get their support. As a result, Zhang Xiaogu strangely found that these leaders all shook their heads, indicating that they were not interested, and some even laughed out loud. "No need to share, no need to share, huh? What's weird?" Zhang Xiaogu is a very stubborn person, and he will do what he believes in to the end, so he walked directly to Chen Haonan's side, took out a golden medal from his pocket, and stuffed it into Chen Haonan's small hand like a red envelope. "It's one of the medals I've won, or is it gold?" "Maid, what are you biting it for?" Lao Tzu's character. "Okay, I'll admit, he's not real gold." Zhang Xiaogu was directly speechless. His 5 medals are golden, but they are certainly not real gold. But is the value medal? "This is the honor of the 5th unit, he gave Chen Haonan a 1, in fact, he had a careful thought, that is, to knock on the small door of Chen Haonan's heart and guide him to join the 5th unit in the future. It seems that such a genius, who is still so young, is too suitable for the 5th Army, and when he cultivates it, he can also take over his own class. It's boring, it's still fake gold, I issued medals from the White Tiger base, it's all real gold, and I'll give it back to you." Chen Haonan directly returned the medal at will, and then asked Long Xiaoqi, "Is there still a show? If not, I will go back to rest. 2 days and 2 nights, I don't have a good rest, after all, I am still a child, which affects my physical development very much." Long Xiaoyun gave Chen Haonan a pursed lips and a low smile, then looked at the battle song, and asked, "Your 5th unit, are there any other problems? By the way, when you talk about command ability, I think Chen Haonan's little comrade is not lacking at all, on the contrary, this is still his specialty, the first women's special combat team in China, the White Tiger Special Combat Team is his first creation. I have seen the military quality of those female soldiers, one by one, they are all experienced in 100 battles, and they can be taken care of by themselves. as for blind sniping, you have also seen it. Is it very surprising and unexpected? Jean Xiaogu couldn't help laughing, but in the end he still couldn't hold back, and reminded, "Hey, little guy, I didn't eat you, I said that I would share it, and the chiefs are waiting for you." This chapter is not over, click on the next page to continue reading. After speaking, he glanced back behind him. The titanium alloy dog's eyes were blind all of a sudden, and those chiefs left one by one? Forget it, I know what he's going to say. I'll answer your question, you get mentally prepared. Long Xiaoyun grinned, and then in the posture of the old battle, he took a deep breath and exhaled loudly, and his voice was loud. Study hard and make progress every day. After speaking, she turned around and pulled Chen Haonan, ready to accompany the little man to rest, and she had to call Anthony and the KGB principal for her friends. Hey, what do you mean, you're fooling elementary school students? Whether you can be serious or not, it's very important, rely on. Looking at the back of the far away, the warrior Song, who was respected everywhere he went, directly doubted his life. He spread his hands and looked at the 4 half-finished apprentices who were waiting for him behind him, who didn't really want to recognize. The 4 of you come over and say, what's going on? When Lao Tzu is a primary school student, play it. Li Shilai said with a smile, Master, have you forgotten, he is really a primary school student. It is rumored in the rivers and lakes that Gecko Man, this little guy, has a mantra. Every time he goes on stage to share his experience, he says this: study hard, and go up every day. What the hell to share? Zhang Xiaogu looked at Li Feining and the 3 of them, but when he saw these goods, he nodded directly, and he couldn't help but say to himself, good guy, this kid has a lot of secrets. If you have a chance, I will go to the White Tiger base in person to see the female soldiers he brought out, and from their bodies, you may be able to see the secrets. It's all here, let's talk to you. Open the videos you just now, one by one. I will teach you a lesson. Lose to a child, as your former master, I feel very disgraceful. Don't look at me with such an expression. I didn't lose because I didn't compete. The honest Laoli couldn't help but say, Master, is there a possibility, if you challenge him directly, you will also lose? Facing the apprentice's questioning, Zhang Xiaogu snorted coldly and said proudly, what gave you such an illusion? Laoli said honestly, Master, I have actually watched the video. Whether it is Li Shilai, Lao Tai or Lao Wang, they are indeed careless, but I am different from them. I went all out at the beginning, in front of this child wearing open crotch pants. I found that my special skills are simply a joke. Traps, camouflage, shooting, and even battlefield interpretation, I can't compare to him. Even, he can blow arrows, blow to 100 meters away in one breath. Who dares to believe it? Who can withstand it? This, Master, can you do it? Can you blow with that? A fluttering blow arrow can be blown to 100 meters away? Hearing this, Zhang Xiaogu first looked at Laoli seriously, and his expression slowly became solemn, which is a rare thing for a king like him. Even when he participated in the World Red Shield, he always had a smiling expression and made jokes about beautiful female officers. That's it, you all go out, I'll watch the video alone, and after watching it, I'll call you in. I suddenly feel that you guys are very noisy. Soon, Lao Li and the others were all driven out like ducks before the rain. Zhang Xiaogu was as serious as a primary school student, sitting on the tactical long table, and began to watch the videos seriously. The first time he watched a film, he had never been so serious. In the tent, Chen Haonan comfortably lay his little head on Long Xiaoyun's long legs, adjusted the most comfortable position, faced the hanging bottle, smelled the fragrance of the female officer, and began to fall into a deep sleep. After 2 days and 2 nights of hard work, he was so tired that he was still 10 years old. From an outsider's point of view, he seems to be very relaxed, but the flexible use of various skills, including the continuous use of god-level weapon skills, learning the art of traps, and finally blowing the super hunter to death with one breath, there is still pressure. It's so soft, it's so fragrant, it's so comfortable. It's like I'm back in my mother's arms. Lulu. At the beginning, when Chen Haonan made this request, Long Xiaoyun was still a little embarrassed, especially when this kid suddenly said something so soft. Fortunately, he later said that he returned to his mother's arms. It seems that no matter how strong Gecko Man is, he is also a child who is still attached to his mother. At this age, if you are wronged outside, who will you find if you don't look for your mother? Called Anthony, and the candidate was confirmed. Long Xiaoyun immediately contacted Chief Instructor Anthony in Siberia. You said that my righteous son, Chen Haonan, has won the medal of the strongest wolf warrior in your country. Can he participate in the competition of the strongest instructor in the world? Ha, I said a long time ago, it's okay to make a direct decision. You hold these events, in your Yenghua dialect, it's just taking off your pants and farting. It's a big move, huh? Anthony, a cold-faced and cold-hearted killing machine, rarely laughed at the voice of the radio. In his opinion, Chen Haonan has perfectly inherited his skills, and he is simply a high-end version of the young Anthony. The more honors this apprentice has achieved, the happier he is. Instructor Anthony, what kind of person do you think Chen Haonan is? Instructor Long, aren't you Yenghua people the most trusting of your comrades in arms? You can even give your life to the other party. Why do you ask me this question? Don't you know my righteous son better than me? Long Xiaoyun was slightly embarrassed, staring at Chen Haonan's position, and couldn't help asking, I'm not talking about any aspect, it's just that sometimes he looks like a child, such as lying in my arms now, still holding a bottle. Sometimes he is as strong as an old soldier, his body looks like a primary school student, but it's very strange, in a certain aspect of physiology, he doesn't seem to be under adulthood. You are the chief instructor of Siberia, you have seen all kinds of geniuses, so I want to ask, is there such a genius child in Siberia? Anthony exclaimed directly, what do you mean, is his bird very big? But I can tell you that in the history of the Siberian concentration camps, there is no such strange child. If I were you, you should invite him to dinner and make him happy. He is the wealth of your country, including the principal of our school. He has always been obsessed with him. For so many years, I have never seen the KGB principal. I miss a dead soldier, not a single one. Long Xiaoyun gasped and relaxed his chest. I know. Thank you, Chief Instructor Anthony. I will definitely be good to him. We will meet soon. Looking forward to your arrival. By the way, I need to purchase your 2 beasts on behalf of Siberia. Money is not a problem. The email has been sent to you, but your reply said that there are no such beasts. I am very surprised. These 2 beasts were proposed by Chen Haonan. I remember it very clearly, and I also made notes. Okay, I'll look at the email when I get back. After hanging up the phone, Long Xiaoyun moved his little head that exhaled hot air at the base of his thighs a little. This position was too sensitive. Followed her to open the external mailbox, and there was indeed a procurement email lying inside, but Staff Officer Deng had already replied, and the content of the reply was, there are no beasts like Fan Tianlei and Leijian, sorry. My god, aren't Fan Tianlei and Leijian the soldiers of the wolf's teeth? How did they become fierce beasts? Long Xiaoyun fell into deep thought. Suddenly, her phone rang, and the caller ID was, Battle Song. Comrade Long Xiaoyun, I have studied Chen Haonan's combat video, and I have a few questions I want to ask him, so that it is convenient to share with the heads of other military regions why he is so powerful. Is he by your side now? Little Master, there is more to this chapter. Please click on the next page to continue reading. The back is more exciting. Long Xiaoyun glanced at the sleeping little man, and immediately refused. He slept soundly. Don't disturb him. If you have information to share with other leaders, you can go directly to the Commander-in-Chief conference room. They have already finished the meeting. Zhang Xiaogu was stunned for a while, but he didn't expect Long Xiaoyun to be so faceless. He laughed. This little guy, there must be something hanging up. I need to ask. You'd better not spoil him too much. It's a good thing to hang up. It's easy to have problems if you float. In the 5th unit, there is a genius who is similar to open hanging. After being pressed and beaten by me, he betrayed the 5th unit and became a famous pit viper in the mercenary world. What do you mean, Chen Haonan will become the 2nd pit viper? I don't deny this possibility. You don't know what kind of place Siberia is, where the chief instructor Anthony, who uses people as machines for special training, without the slightest emotion, and the pit viper, who was trained by him, betrayed his own country. Long Xiaoyun interrupted him and said indifferently, then you don't have to worry too much. By the way, Chief Instructor Anthony is his father-in-law, and he is highly respected. As for Chen Haonan, he will float and rebel against his own country. I think, let's not discuss this issue for the time being. A 10-year-old child can leave a suicide note as a soldier. His ideological consciousness is passable, you might as well say. He is more lustful and needs to be corrected. I still believe you. After speaking, Long Xiaoyun lowered his head, frowned and looked at Chen Haonan, who was holding a milk bottle and holding a sleeping mouth. Little guy, let you be peerless, dominant, and not a melon baby with a pacifier. General Command Center, Conference Room. Mr. Gao was surrounded by people, and many bigwigs chattered to express their dissatisfaction with him. Gao boy, you're wrong. Excellent soldiers belong to the country. Why do you hide Chen Haonan? Every time we go to the southeast, you arrange for him to hide. You can't communicate if you want to. I have already written an email and am ready to complain to the military department. It was Mr. Fong from the southwest who spoke. He squinted his eyes and held Gao Sherwei, an unprincipled guy. Mr. E from the Northwest also immediately said, "Yes, it's like this every time, but we all know that Gecko Man doesn't like to share, and every time he says that he learns well, but everyone knows that he is quite powerful when he leads soldiers. If he just likes to lead female soldiers, the Northwest Military Region can also draw out a group of female soldiers and hand over the first time of these female soldiers to him, so that he can plant strong seeds first." Seconded, the Central Military District also had such an idea. The strongest wolf warrior recalled the summary meeting, and before it started, the bigwigs quarreled for Chen Haonan. Mr. Gao is also ahead, too big up and down, made the big guy in the southwest and northwest just now, and threatened him that if Chen Haonan gets the ranking in the strongest event in the world, the two plan to join forces to rob people. What does it mean? Just don't talk about martial arts directly, lead the troops to snatch Chen Haonan away, rob them and close them down, and then he wants men, for female soldiers, anyway, such an excellent talent. The representatives of the 5th unit are all pressed by him, and they can't just stay in the Southeast Military Region. Gecko Man, he belongs to the country, don't be too high. Hey, the representative of the 5th Army, right here, instead of going to him for advice, you made the decision to come to a schoolboy? Is this interesting? My family's Chen Haonan is strong, so powerful that people are desperate, but after all, he is a primary school student, and it is true that he doesn't understand human feelings. Go to the representative of the 5th unit, and look at that Comrade Zhang Xiagu, the 4-seed soldier kings, who were trained by him. Mr. Fong cut a snort. The 4-seed soldier kings, it's not that your children are wonderful. If you want to find someone, just find the strongest. In my opinion, the representative of the 5th unit with a forced expression is not very good. He doesn't salute when he meets, he has no quality at all, although Chen Haonan hangs, but he will salute when he meets, call the chief good, and then look at the proud battle. See who has the appearance of a stinky brother. Lao Tzu wants to find it, just look for the Gecko Man. Absolutely don't use his own hot face to stick the cold ass of the 5th unit. Yes, in comparison, we prefer Chen Haonan, he knows how to be polite. Warrior song, he's a fart. I'm a fan of Gecko Man. The conference room exploded, and everyone had one idea: no matter what, Chen Haonan must be asked to lead the troops for them. In the past, Chen Haonan won the championship of the National Special Forces competition, and everyone's desire was not so strong, after all, that military region did not win the national championship. But this time it's different. Chen Haonan killed the 4-seed soldiers alone, and also played a blind sniper, blinding the representatives of the 5th unit. Chen Haonan's various magical methods, just like a sow wearing a bra, one set after another, you never know how many sets he has. In comparison, no one is too cold to watch the warrior song of everyone who was a stinky brother, and I always feel that this guy has a cold face and a cold buttocks, and it is not easy to teach. In fact, it's normal. Comrade Zhang Xiagu carries out the most secret tasks. He never participates in the exercises of local conventional troops, let alone any events. In his opinion, the National Special Forces events are just a game of playing at home. Outside the command room, he stood at the door and listened to the warrior song for a while. His resolute mouth kept twitching. What did he hear? What kind of warrior song is to give a fart? The warrior song is a cold ass, and he sees everyone as a stinky brother. The 4 apprentices who followed him, their mouths were also twitching, and they all looked at their master cautiously, and they all knew that these words must have hurt their master. The master is such a confident and merry person. They learned some fur, and they became the 4-seed soldier kings. Before Chen Haonan was born, he was the father of special warfare in everyone's hearts. Little master, there is more to this chapter. Please click on the next page to continue reading. The back is more exciting. Master, don't take it to heart. These chiefs are all engaged in politics. They like to exaggerate. We are all your apprentices. Knowing your ability, we will definitely not lose to that little guy. Master, why did you leave? Under the stunned eyes of Li Shilai and the others, Zhang Xiagu turned around and left, leaving his last sentence. Let's wait for him to get the strongest instructor in the world. The person he faces is no longer a performative soldier, but a god of soldiers who survived on a large battlefield, and you are just the king of soldiers. He left, with the shame of being taken seriously. Lao Zhan, who sleeps and sings and dances with a dead man, is proud, and since others say that he is a cold ass, he will definitely not explain it. When Chen Haonan died in the world's strongest event, he came out to slap his face again, and told these chiefs strongly, it is best for you to talk through the brain, and what Lao Tzu dislikes the most is to say one thing and do another, and he is not as good as a primary school student. The battle hero song walked silently. Chen Haonan pillowed Long Xiaoyun and slept silently. No one came to disturb him. Everyone was forcing Gao Shuwei to sign a mutual aid alliance, at least, before the end of the world's strongest instructor competition. Chen Haonan was calm. This is a matter of principle. The next morning, Chen Haonan, who had been taking a pacifier in the middle of the night, woke up leisurely and found that Long Xiaoqi next to him didn't know when he left, but next to his small pillow, there was a note pressed with a line of words. When you wake up, just call me. You have a day's rest. I will arrange time throughout the whole process so that you can fully relax. No matter what you ask, I will meet you. And also, you have to get rid of the habit of holding a pacifier. Pacifier? Chen Haonan stood up and stretched a little lazy, thinking that Long Xiaoyun was talking nonsense, and the secretary in Ran didn't say that he had this bad hobby, but in private, sometimes he complained that he ate a nursing child, and he admitted it, so he held a pacifier, not his own style. Could it be that she is relatively big and can only hold it in her mouth? A bold idea flashed through Chen Haonan's little brain, and he quickly shook it and drove it away. There is one more day, the strongest event in the world, when the political game event that is broadcast live all over the world, will start immediately, and there is not much time left for yourself. He immediately turned on his mobile phone, and ding ding dong received a lot of messages, all of which were sent by the female soldiers of the White Tiger base, including Enran, Tang Xiaosan, and the White Tiger soldiers' greetings and cheering text messages to the instructor. Among them, Enran asked him, "Is the strongest wolf warrior event over? No matter what the result is, I am your strongest backing." A smiling face in the back plus a pounding red heart. Enran is sensible. People have a sweet voice and a good temper. Look at what message Tang Xiaosan sent. Dead or not? The end result? Chen Haonan seriously replied to Enran with a message of hundreds of words. Analyze how to trap the trap king Wang Guli, torture and kill the king of martial arts Muzidi, explode the gun king Li Shilai, and fight the super hunter. The analysis alone took more than 400 words. Then, Chen Haonan mentioned that the representative of the 5th unit came out, a guy called Zhang Xiagu. His nostrils were facing the sky, he couldn't hold it, and he didn't need to salute when he saw the heads of the 5 military regions, but in the field of blind sniping, after I shot, he didn't dare to take it. It seems that the 5th unit is a group of stinky younger brothers who are strong. In the end, Chen Haonan confessed to the female secretary, "The strongest wolf warrior is for you, and when I get the world's strongest instructor medal, I will hand it over to you together, and the operation of the White Tiger base depends on you." Sprinkled with more than 200 words, fully expressing Chen Haonan's heart and thanking the secretary for doing something. As for replying to Tang Xini's message, he just wrote a few words, "Leave West Asia tomorrow. White Tiger base." Enran, who grabbed his mobile phone to read the message, ignored the beautiful sound coming from his ears, smiled, and his expression was satisfied, as if his husband sent a message to tell his little daughter-in-law that he had paid his salary. Not bad. Yes, I got the strongest wolf warrior medal. I really didn't misread you. The information is so long. His little hands are snapping. How long do you have to write? You turn off the hair. I'm not used to special training in such an environment. I don't feel like it's effective, unlike you, and follow hee hee ha ha, as if playing chicken blood. You have this habit, you have to quit it. I heard that whether it is a man or a woman, trapped in the field of pornography for a long time, he loses his self-motivation, and thinks about those bumpy strange things every day. And Ran was wearing a tactical vest, revealing a good figure and a sweet smile. Tang Xiaosan, who was also reading the information, glanced at it, finished reading the information, and continued to slam the floor with a glamorous voice, and glanced at Enran with his head. "Enran, just a few words, have you seen it for so long? The little guy will go to Siberia tomorrow. To put it succinctly, at a glance, according to his meaning, he should have won the strongest wolf warrior medal. No, he wrote me hundreds of sons, and also analyzed the fierce battle situation, especially against the super hunter. All kinds of you, I blow you, and finally rely on super blowing skills. Our little instructor directly blew the super hunter Li Feining to death. It's so interesting. Hundreds of words? I don't believe it." Tang Xini bounced up, twisted her waist and walked towards Enran. She couldn't help but say that she grabbed the machine, glanced at the information. The whole person was not good, too eccentric. The message written to Enran is dense, occupying the entire screen. Reply to me to leave for West Asia tomorrow? Isn't the junior a girlfriend? Enran also wittily took Tang Xini's mobile phone, glanced at the information on it, and with a few words, she was so amused that she leaned forward and leaned back, and she couldn't be happy. It must be the message you sent him, it's too uninteresting. What I sent to him is also a few hundred words, and it is divided into morning, noon and evening. I like it. Don't worry about watching Mao film special training all day long, spend more time on Chen Haonan's body, and help him thrive, which is serious. Tang Xinyi said angrily, yes, when he grows up, you can be the first mother. Has the child thought of a name? Look at what you said. And Ran blushed, grabbed it with a cloud hand, and took back her mobile phone. She didn't want to stay here anymore, watching the wolf films played by Tang Xinyi. It was not as big as Chen Haonan's capital, it didn't mean anything. Did they? She pressed the button to send Chen Haonan a message back. I can't accompany you to Siberia, the environment over there is bad, you must take care of yourself. If you can, go dig some snow and put it on your body for backup. That's a good thing. By the way, you reply to Tang Xinyi's girlfriend's message, it's better to be longer, she is angry. A day passed, and Long Xiaoyun didn't come to disturb Chen Haonan. He just lay down to do two things, rested, and sent messages and chatted with Ran. On the morning of the third day, at the airport. At about 5:30, Chen Haonan, who was dressed in a small military uniform, let Long Xiaoyun hold his little hand and stood in front of the helicopter, ready to board. A military vehicle drove in, and a 3-star old man with a majestic face, under the protection of the guards, quickly got out of the car and walked over. Chen Haonan's little grandson, we met again. Do you remember Grandpa Yi? I specially saw you off today. This is the hawkish boss of the military department, Yi Lao. When Chen Haonan participated in the National Special Forces competition, Chief Yi ignored Chen Haonan's opposition and unilaterally recognized him as his grandson. Chen Haonan, who was carrying a big marching backpack, was not as enthusiastic as Yi Lao imagined. He had a cold little face, and said, Chief, I'm in a hurry, if you have something to say, I'll be surprised. Why do you always come at the last moment? Can't you hurry up? Our principal's speech, the same, are all picking the time to go home from school, it's really helpless. You little guy, your grandfather Yi came to see you off in person, this is a treatment that no one else has. You are still angry, Please, it's okay to be more mature. You come to see off the plane, it's nothing more than refueling, dry daddy, or something. I'm tired of hearing crooked. You hurry up, I'm in a hurry. Looking at the cold Chen Haonan, saying cool words, without giving face to the hawkish boss of the military department, Long Xiaoyun was also startled at first, and waited until he saw that Yi Lao kept smiling and spoiled on his face, and then let go of his thumping heart. Good boy, dare to talk to Yi Lao like this. He is the only one. If she is replaced, Liang Jingru gives her courage, she will not dare to be so presumptuous and honest. This chapter is not over, please click on the next page to continue reading. Under Long Xiaoyun's eyes, Yi Lao wanted to hug Chen Haonan, but he was refused, and instead held his little hand, like a little grandson told by a grandmother to travel far away. Little grandson, Grandpa Yi knows that you are not short of money, your father is the richest man in Donghai City, but I heard that your dream is to wear the general's uniform when you graduate from elementary school and go back to attend the graduation ceremony, right? Last time, the military department specially approved your lieutenant colonel rank, which has set a precedent. This time you are among the strongest instructors in the world. If you get the ranking, the military rank will be raised for you again. Are you interested in this? Chen Haonan looked at him coldly, as if he wasn't very interested. Yi Lao continued, ouch, if you don't see a rabbit, you don't scatter an eagle. I'm making a decision here, you get the top 3, you can mention the rank of colonel, which is already rare. As long as this event is actually a political game, you represent our country, and you have also been recognized by the 5th Army. I hope you will show your best performance, let people all over the world know that our country, a 10-year-old child, can press them to rub. If the youth is strong, the country is strong. Chen Haonan nodded his little head and said indifferently, that's it, if I get the first, give me a 2-level promotion. There are 2 years left, I will attend the primary school graduation ceremony, and now I am only a lieutenant colonel. When will I become a general? It's too slow. Slow. Yi Lao was secretly shocked, and immediately blurted out, okay, if you get the first term, I will mention it to you, give you a promotion, and directly become a colonel, only 1 step away from the general. Come on, I am waiting for your good news. I promise so simply, I won't be ready to give the rank of general, I'm still too young. Chen Haonan is also a little man who knows how to advance and retreat, and he immediately responded loudly. Please rest assured, Grandpa Yi, I will definitely show off the huge sword and make them a great healthcare one by one, so that they can understand that under our Oriental divine sword, they are all sword people. The voice is sonorous and powerful. Hearing this, Yilao bared his teeth for a while and nodded his head. Okay, this metaphor is good. Those hostile forces outside, all of them are spicy chickens, sluts, you cut them down. I'm waiting for your good news. To tell the truth, Yilao attaches great importance to Chen Haonan, a little representative. It is too meaningful. He is 10 years old, on the world stage. It is enough to warn those spicy chickens and jackals outside. Look at our children, we can be on our own. You Wei and Wei, you come out of nuclear missiles, we will come out of the little boy. That's enough. Under Yilao's wave goodbye, Chen Haonan let Long Xiaoyun hold his hand, boarded the plane, and flew directly to the Siberian concentration camp covered with ice and snow all year round. On the plane, Long Xiaoyun covered his undulating chest, and his mood couldn't calm down for a long time. I scared the baby to death just now. Chen Haonan, the little guy, actually fought with the hawk boss. It was really embarrassing. Generally speaking, Yilao's speech was like this: go all out, only succeed, not fail. We only have soldiers who died in battle. When you get to Chen Haonan, if you become it, Grandpa will help you become a colonel. My God. Don't sleep yet. Let me tell you about the information about participating in the global event this time. I've been collecting it for a long time. I know myself and my opponent, and I will win all battles. Besides, aren't you wearing a general's uniform and going back to attend the elementary school graduation ceremony? Are you still sleeping? Chen Haonan continued to close his little eyes to nourish his spirit in Long Xiaoyun's complaint, and said indifferently, I'm asleep, but I'm actually awake. What you say is yours, don't worry, I won't miss any information. Long Xiaoyun couldn't laugh or cry. Although she was Chen Haonan's 7th girlfriend, she had only been in close contact once, and she knew very little about his strengths, unlike Enron, who knew the roots. Then I said it, you listen carefully, I'll say it once. Long Xiaoyun's intimate sister usually told her several times before continuing to tell the little secret of her investigation. This global event, it can be said, is the participation of the world's top 10 special forces. The higher the country, the more places, and our country is targeted. The ranking is relatively low, so the only place is given, all the pressure is on you, a 10-year-old child. You understand why Yilao gave you such a promise. I won't say it is significant, I just need to say the secret information of other players. Wait a minute, what do you mean that we are being targeted and given a place? Is it so unfair? Chen Haonan, although you are a special forces leader, but it is only domestic. Our country's special operations ranking in the world is very low. After all, our development is relatively slow. It seems that the special forces in the West have achieved a lifelong career, as well as a highly professional ranger profession, and many of our military regions have just developed, and they are said to be stragglers. Of course, we do not deny it. After all, our principle is that we will always be a developed country, and development is the king's road. You are still young. I shouldn't understand what it is. Anyway, it means that the other side has a missile, and we are flying. Chen Haonan closed his eyes, and suddenly there was an extra milk in his mouth, and the milk was pure milk given by Long Xiaoyun, a bright brand. Supplemental milk, I continued, there is a lot of information, you endure it, and if you are bored, you just eat milk. Long Xiaoyun saw the little guy's cowardly appearance, and was worried that the next moment, he would go to meet with Zhou Zhang, and hurriedly stuffed him with a bottle of milk, so that he could suck and be excited. Let's. Chen Haonan snorted and continued to let Long Xiaoyun analyze. I have to say that Long Xiaoqi is quite professional. She fully analyzes the combat style and advantages of these special combat teams, from the Delta Special Combat Team, to the SEAL Special Combat Team, SWAT, etc. She doesn't say the shortcomings, let Chen Haonan experience it on the battlefield. After all, the information on the battlefield is ever-changing. Let a primary school student carry a school bag in advance, but fall into passivity, judging from the video with the 4 seed soldiers. Long Xiaoyun, who has been smacked dozens of times, feels that Chen Haonan's strongest strength is that he can grow rapidly on the battlefield. For example, he learned to trap right away, he learned to blow arrows right away, and he blew the super hunter to death. Young people, the strongest thing is the ability to learn. Anyway, if Chen Haonan becomes strong in this event, the country will be stronger than the earth. Sometimes, you can't always blindly tolerate it for too long. Some weak spicy chickens next door make you very uncomfortable. When it's time to show your fists, you have to show your thighs. Don't scare them hard, then it's endless. Endure. It is not Chen Haonan's style, so he made another request to Long Xiaoyun. Xiaoqi, I'm used to sleeping like that, lend me the bottle, I can just grab it. Hey, it's all bad habits cultivated by Enran. He always says that I'm still a nursing child. Long Xiaoyun was startled, and her face was flushed by a child, but she thought that Chen Haonan was about to face those jackals and tigers, and she really carried her head to do it, so she relented, and reasoned to tell her that she was his nominal girlfriend, and it was also appropriate to play a role. You can catch it if you want, but be hidden, don't let people misunderstand. Hey, lighter, I really can't stand you. Oops, you are really still a nursing child. The nursing child, soon, fell into a deep sleep. Long Xiaoyun looked nervously at the pilot in front of her, and found that the other party did not look over, so she adjusted her posture to make each other more comfortable. She did not sleep, but quietly thought about the upcoming changes, and how to deal with them. Little guy, what other specialties do you have? You must use them all this time. This is the best opportunity to prove our country's soldiers. Looking at the cold and handsome face of the young Chen Hao, Long Xiaoyun couldn't resist his mother's brilliance and kissed him with his red lips. However, Long Xiaoyun himself also knows very well that the contestants this time are all soldiers of 100 battles, one is fiercer than the other, not the four-seed soldiers can be compared. Li Shilai and their people grew up in a peaceful environment, that is, Jiahua, and foreign soldiers, although they have to despise each other strategically, but it is undeniable that soldiers who have been in large-scale battlefields for a long time are more dangerous and attacking. Of course, Long Xiaoyun has read Chen Haonan's information. Don't look at him as a baby who is obsessed with his own bottle. He has killed enemies, at least hundreds. From he skipped school to become a soldier to the present, this Wei Long can fail. Every time he performs a task, there will be such a beautiful woman willing to be his girlfriend. This is a terrible personality charm, including herself. It seems that it is difficult to refuse any request from the little guy, including physiologically. Don't worry. You won't regret being my seventh girlfriend of Chen Haonan. Chen Haonan gave Long Xiaoqi a warm smile, upright and upright. Time slipped away quietly in the grinding and chirping. The cold Siberia has arrived. This is the second time Chen Haonan has set foot on the land. Last time, he came with Ran and the White Tiger soldiers. That time all the female soldiers stripped off their stray hair, becoming a real supergirl. It can be said that people's abilities, sometimes they are forced out, and they are vividly reflected in Siberia, and there is no need for weak people here. After getting off the plane, Long Xiaoyun kept holding Chen Haonan's little hand, just like a young mother who sent her child to elementary school, and couldn't help but tease him after seeing the child's reminiscing expression. Why, are you recalling the last time you participated in the Siberian event? I know that you won the strongest medal of the dead in history, and since then, other military powers have attached great importance to concentration camp training institutions and have continuously sent people to participate, but, as far as I know, no one can break the record you set. You see, our red flag always flies on the highest flagpole. Long Xiaoyun pointed to the red flag chess pieces that made the sound of hunting, and grabbed Chen Haonan's hand a little harder, expressing his appreciation. However, you must not be proud. The real masters abroad, just like our 5th unit, they disdain to participate in any events. This time, it is not their political leaders to put pressure. It is estimated that those soldiers who have fought 100 battles will not participate. Stabilize, don't wave. I don't want to fall out of love so soon, hee. Long Xiaoyun let out a peaceful laugh and bared his white teeth. Chen Haonan took his eyes back from the red chess pieces, raised his head and said indifferently to Long Xiaoyun, "From the time you came on the road to now, you have reminded me 17 times, and I have become nervous." Ouch, then I won't talk about it. Don't be nervous. Then again, you must pay attention to it, as long as you perform well enough. Chen Haonan couldn't cry or laugh, and after coming into contact with Long Xiaoqi, how did he feel that this female officer who could give him warm milk in his chest was like a mother saying, grinding and chirping, and verbose? She could change her way to say it more than a dozen times. For example, as long as you perform well, I will always be your bottle. And Ran is different. When she squeezes his toothpaste in the morning, she secretly mutters to him behind his back, "This nursing child, you are not as cool as you seem. This is the land I have conquered, bottle." No, Xiaoqi, walk with me. I will tell you that this is the place where I set records and lay down the country. Bottle. Long Xiaoyun was full of black lines. She had nothing to say. She hurriedly followed. She was also very curious. What record did Chen Haonan break? Well, it was said that he had laid down the country, and yes, the child was always full of romanticism. If it was Comrade Leng Feng, he would say at most that Lao Tzu was not afraid of death and dared to die here. This is the starting point of the permafrost ice, the starting point of the 100-mile hike. This is the first record I have broken, and I completed the sprint more than an hour early, so that the people chasing behind are weak and sluggish all the way. Especially the dog-skin country players who were disabled by me at the beginning, they suffered internal injuries, and they also recklessly hiked the Yeongdong ice. Needless to say, JJ froze off, and was finally eliminated, and was directly shot by Instructor Anthony. Speaking of which, when I become a general in the future, I will automatically ask for help, lead the troops to blow up the God toilet, set foot in Tokyo, and tie up the cherry blossom girls. They are originally the preferred virgins of our country, and they are the trophies of our Oriental men. Anyway, the beauties are all brought back, and the ugly girls are left for them to be seated. At first, Long Xiaoyun was still enthusiastic when he heard it, thinking about Xiao Chen's back then. Jingu Iron Horse was like a tiger, and as a result, he actually went to tie up all the beauties in Tokyo back. It's not serious, but his ambition is unprecedented. Well said, I support you. It's best to tie up all those beauties back and give you Chen Haonan as his wife, okay? Chen Haonan said calmly, it's impossible for wives, they are at most kneeling girls. Ha ha ha. Long Xiaoyun laughed directly into Long M Yun, and then laughed into Long W Yun. Chen Haonan looked at the female officer who was throwing the milk bottle, and couldn't help but help her. Stabilize, don't wave, someone is coming, 2 meters tall, walking with the wind. It should be the chief instructor of Anthony who has always wanted to be my stepfather. Long Xiaoyun coughed, and quickly stabilized Wei Yan's chest, calmed and stirred his spring heart, and greeted Anthony with a smile. Stomp. Anthony, who walked with the wind, was like a ton of meat tower. His expression was like ice, and everyone was minus 40 degrees, but when he saw the short and lovely Chen Haonan, his expression immediately changed, and he walked over with a smile and several instructors. Little Master, there is more to this chapter. Please click on the next page to continue reading. The back is more exciting. It's been a long time, the strongest death number 1 in history, huh? Anthony quickened his pace, shook off the instructor behind him, strode to Chen Haonan's side, carefully looked his arms, hands, and feet up and down, and then his face, and after reading it, he immediately gave Chen Haonan a fierce hug. Chen Haonan is also not polite, like the figure of Astro Boy, and brought a man to intimate contact. Boom! A stream of air squeezed out, and the aura of the King Overlord shook Long Xiaoyun next to him 3 steps away. The impact of pure power almost made me fall apart. The 2 guys, the big and the small, are both strong men. Long Xiaoyun was secretly surprised, looked up at his little boyfriend. Fortunately, he didn't seem to feel anything, and he was still smiling at the other instructors who came over. Hello instructors, it's been a long time, I want to kill you. Chen Haonan did not salute or hug, but stretched out his small fist and touched the fists with these specially trained instructors one by one. It turns out that I want us to die, death number 1, you cute little bit. Every time I see you, I feel like I've seen Hades. Yes, your special training in Siberia. For us, this is not a good thing. Let us even doubt our own level. Death number 1, to be honest, you have left an indelible mark on the body and soul of our instructor. You broke the record of our concentration camp and put your honor above all countries, and it was your boy's strong performance that fully launched the reputation of the concentration camp and promoted this competition of the strongest instructors in the world. You are the biggest hero. The instructors all joked and praised Chen Haonan. They had the most intimate contact with Chen Haonan, or hand-to-hand combat, or fighting bayonets, or challenging underground survival, but no matter what the project, they were all pressed and beaten by the little man in front of them. There was no suspense. It can be said that Chen Haonan was a little monster who didn't know the depth in the eyes of these instructors, until he left. The discussion and research on him never stopped, and the information has reached the level of sweat. My vision is not bad. The first time he came to Siberia, I will tell you that he is my Anthony's adopted son. Anthony wanted to touch Chen Haonan's head, but after being avoided by the little guy, he didn't get angry and walked to Long Xiaoyun to talk to her. We've sent emails and called. Sir Long, you're very beautiful, and your body is beautiful, but you have more muscles in your chest, and there is no doubt that this will affect your actions. Anthony commented on Long Xiaoyun's figure from his professional point of view. Long Xiaoyun is an excellent diplomat. She was not angry, but smiled, and said, "Congratulations, Instructor Anthony. After this global event, the Siberian concentration camp will be famous all over the world, and you will definitely overshadow the world's most famous training institution, and your name as a butcher will also be famous all over the world. But there is one thing I'm sorry to tell you. I can't meet your requirements for the 2 fierce beasts you want to procure. The holding of this event is still the greatest credit of my son." Anthony first gave Chen Haonan a big hat, and then asked in surprise, Why, is it because it is too expensive? I read your reply email, I don't understand at all, we are not short of money. Long Xiaoyun directly told Anthony that these two beasts were big living people, which made Anthony laugh, but he immediately understood that this should be a misunderstanding. Instructor Anthony, from the several records created by Chen Haonan, no one has been able to break one of them so far? Long Xiaoyun is more concerned about this issue. She can have more information. If someone breaks it, she will immediately remind Chen Haonan to be careful of the other party. Anthony returned to a serious expression. Chief Dragon, the medal won by my righteous son is called the Death Medal, and the medal that other players say is called the Warrior Medal. There is a huge difference between the two, so far. Why did he die? The winner of the number 1 medal is unprecedented. At present, no student can reach his 70% record. In the words of your country, the strongest student here has 7,000 skills, and my righteous son's skills are at least 10,000. Or more. When the dragon bottle heard this, he couldn't help but straighten his chest, and a wave of confidence welled up in his chest. It was too powerful. It seemed that Chen Haonan's death medal was full of weight. Anthony said solemnly again, however, you can tell him that the people who participated in the competition this time are not here to perform. They are all bastards who were mixed in the battlefield. They just smile and shake hands, but they are muzzles when they reach out. Anyway, be careful. On the bright side, I don't see anyone's strength stronger than my righteous son, and those who survive the battlefield are not necessarily the soldiers with the best military quality. Luck is also a kind of strength. Long Xiaoyun nodded. I have already told him 17 times. Wait a minute, I will say the 18th time. Anthony gave a thumbs up and said, I'm going to meet the other bastards. These guys are not cadets. They are very unkind to me as the chief instructor. I don't mind giving them an understanding of what a butcher is. This is what you should do. Please follow through to the end, Mr. Anthony. Long Xiaoyun fanned the yin wind, lit the ghost fire, and then walked towards Chen Haonan to carry out her 18th mission. Got it, you bottle. Chen Haonan was held by Long 18, squatted in front of him, looked at him seriously with watery eyes, and once again emphasized the horror of this mission. Don't learn Ah Pao, don't learn Ah Lang. Don't think that this is the kind of goods of the 4-seed soldiers. Their strength is more terrible than Zhang Xiaogu, the representative of the 5th unit. If you can't hold it steady, just cover the small box and send it back. When the time comes, your 7 stunning girlfriends are all someone else's. This chapter is not over. Please click on the next page to continue reading. For Long Xiaoyun's advice, Chen Haonan was about to climax when he heard it. Say it 100 times, it's better to see what kind of goods they are. Let's go. Chen Haonan squatted in front of him like a flower-like face, hooked it with his hand, and then pulled the stunned Long Xiaoyun and went directly to the scene of the helicopter landing. The wind is cold and dashing, and on the apron where the snow is fluttering, one transport plane after another is like dumplings under the Lucky Star Chinese restaurant, constantly landing. It can be seen that those pilots are sure, when landing, they also deliberately show off their flying skills, as well as their own high-quality aircraft, how to fly, how to fight, the main pretending to be a fan. That's the veterans of Country M, and they came to the 3 most famous teams, a total of 3 people, namely Delta, Poster, and I have no information. These 3 people are all confidential, but your information has long been placed on the desk of their head of state, and it is said that they have $100 million in their internal knife to ask for your little head. Chen Haonan's calm eyes swept over the soldiers who exuded a condensed hill-like atmosphere. With his all-round vision, just at a glance, front and back, left and right, he could see the innocents clearly. If he had an idea, he could even immediately reveal what underwear they were wearing. He really swept the soldiers of the 3M countries, and then his eyes almost hid corns. Worry, lace panties, front bag and back strangle, deep strangulation into that kind. What kind of name is this? This is the veteran of 100 battles in the beautiful country? It's beautiful. A majestic man like Chen Haonan, after sweeping the other party's territory, was so frightened that he quickly shifted his gaze, and then landed on the other special forces, and the next moment, the hundreds of pupils he split out almost cracked. What did he see? Red lace edges. This is a dog day contestant? It's really weird. Is this convenient to move, or is there a special hobby? Chen Haonan looked at the contestant on the dogskin side, and fell into deep thought. This question needs to be thought about. He is actually dressed more exaggerated than Long Xiaoqi. This contrast is like a muscular hunk walking on the street, and after being suddenly pulled down by his companion, he revealed a woman's trousers. Just when Chen Haonan grinned at these shocking discoveries, Long Xiaoyun was also noticed by soldiers from other countries. As the representative of Dongfang's leading team, Long Xiaoyun is also a beautiful woman, which must have attracted the attention of those with ulterior motives. Is there no one over there in Yanghua? I actually let a girl come over to lead the team. The figure is not bad, the big S type. It is the type I like. It is fully equipped with the charm of the West and the delicacy of the East. Hee. The walking posture is also good, the perfect running shelf. This is the legendary Oriental Women's Army. But what is the use of a woman in a war? I feel that it is better to let her go home and have children. Women are not needed in war, and if they do, they can only appear on the battlefield as comfort women. To be honest, doesn't the Chinese side have ulterior motives for letting such a beautiful female officer come over? God, she is still pulling an 8 or 9-year-old child in a small military uniform. What kind of combination is this? Does mom bring her kids to summer camp? As he spoke, these people's attention fell on Chen Haonan, who was more beautiful than Long Xiaoyun, an 8 or 9-year-old child, who appeared in the cold Siberia, which made people feel even more shocked and confused. This kid, he won't come to participate in the event. I didn't see the players from the East. Someone walked up to Long Xiaoyun and asked indifferently, "Are you from the East? Where are your players? Don't tell me, it's your army, or the kid you're pulling. He looks so short, you shouldn't bring him here, you should send him to school." When he spoke, his nose was short, his eyes were small, and his mustache was enough to explain his identity. Guardian Miyamoto, the captain of the Dragon of the Self-Defense Forces, is the leader of the team and the team members who participate. Unlike others, he has long recognized Chen Haonan's identity, that is, the #1 dead soldier in Siberia. As early as 3 months ago, the Dragon of the Self-Defense Forces who participated in the competition was wiped out, and the culprit was this little guy, which was a great shame for the arrogant Dragon of the Self-Defense Forces. They were shouting for revenge, and they had been shouting for more than 3 months. The disappearance of the fighter plane dispatched by the military is also related to the little guy in front of him, and after the investigation, the wolves actually gnawed the pilot's body cleanly, and there were no clues left. The Miyamoto guard who came over this time, in addition to ranking in the world's strongest instructor competition, he had to secretly investigate the mystery of his disappearance, and if Chen Haonan participated in the event again, he would find a way to kill the other party, but he didn't expect that this little guy was really here. Of course, the selection competition has not started yet. Miyamoto Guardian is a calm man who cuts off Jill, and he will not do it immediately before he is sure to deal with Chen Haonan, but observation, temptation, provocation and other means are essential. So, he pretended not to recognize Chen Haonan's identity, seized his weakness, and attacked there. This is a global event. Yu Dongfang is too insincere. Let a woman and a child come over. Is this to deal with us, or look down on us? He laughed unscrupulously, debauchery, through laughter. He has been looking at Chen Haonan, who has the title of Little Superman in their dogskin country. Just studying the information of this little guy has filled a room, such as combat research, marksmanship research, research on what he said, especially the two beasts of Fan Tianlei and Lei Zhan, whether it is meaningless. Chen Haonan also noticed his eyes. He let go of Long Xiaoyun's hand, walked directly in front of the Miyamoto guard, and sneered with a raised face, "You're right, you just look down on you. I've been to Siberia twice. The first time the contestants were as arrogant as you and laughed louder than you, and finally, guess what?" The laughter of the Miyamoto guard stopped, the green tendons bulged, and the squinted eyes burst into the cold front, staring at Chen Haonan. Chen Haonan continued, "They are all dead, and they have all died as dead rats on the Siberian icebergs, including the moles later. Sure enough, it's you." From Chen Haonan's words, Miyamoto Guardian has determined how Jilong of the Self-Defense Force on a mission died 3 months ago, and he continued to talk about the mole, which was done by this little guy at present, but he couldn't imagine that those were the most elite soldiers in the empire. How could they die in the hands of Chen Haonan? They are driving the most advanced fighters in the country. "It's you, no wonder, no wonder." Miyamoto guard muttered to himself, angry to the extreme. His body trembled constantly, as if he had clamped a small electric motor with a large function, buzzing and bursting. If it weren't for the rules, he would definitely attack Chen Haonan. The special forces around are all veterans of 100 battles, one with a bad smile, or arms crossed, or whispering, just waiting for the show to be staged. "I know this kid, the strongest death #1 last time. Don't look at others as small, but one person can challenge more than 10 warrior kings, and the last time the event was held, the dogskin country was wiped out, and it was related to him. Last time was last time." This Miyamoto guard is not simple. He is the king of soldiers among the king of soldiers. The last time he participated in the competition, they were all his apprentices and grandchildren. this person is very active in the world. Which country is the hunting champion of the Blackwater Company, and he has also protected politicians across the border, and he has crossed the battlefield for a week in a row, and retreated, his arrival must be for revenge. Little Master, there is more to this chapter, please click on the next page to continue reading, the back is more exciting. I also heard that Miyamoto, the only shortcoming is that he is lustful, he has become stronger, and he directly cut off Jill. It is said that he can use his sword to chop high-speed rubber bullets, and his body is extremely flexible, and he can drink his own urine in the air, and there is not a drop left. It's a bit of a pervert, but it's the turn of the killing stunt, and everyone here is not a pervert of the pervert. The pervert. No one thinks that there is anything wrong with Miyamoto cutting off his own Jill, or being able to spray himself in the air. They are more interested in the fact that the little boy in the East, he is really just a child. Why did he break the record in Siberia and become the strongest dead soldier in history? Anthony also heard these discussions, and he did not stand up and let them make trouble. Squinting his cold eyes, he glanced at Miyamoto. He knew this mole, he had participated in underground boxing, karate was perfect. There was once an underground boxer who knocked out 30 games in a row, but he couldn't stop Miyamoto's 10 moves, and he was directly chopped to death, which caused a huge uproar at the time, and the principal asked him to make a move, and Anthony, who had long washed his hands, refused. However, in Anthony's opinion, this Miyamoto was really tough. If he goes all out, he should open 5 or 5, and fight with his own son? These people have never seen Chen Haonan's concept of going all out. Don't look at him holding a beautiful female officer, like a child who has not quit breastfeeding. His appearance is cool and handsome, as if he is harmless to humans and animals. If he gets mad, he can't stop him from 10 moves. This is still Chen Haonan's mercy. Anthony has carefully studied Chen Haonan. This little guy has more than 10 times the strength of ordinary people. Just this point, how can you fight him? Not to mention, the little guy has completely integrated Tang Long's big axe leg method, which is simply a high-end version of Tang Long. It is no exaggeration to say that unless you use a firearm, if you compare your fists and feet with your own son, it is to light the lamp in the toilet. If I had the skills of this little guy, I wouldn't say anything, just slap the other party first and teach them how to behave. Anthony took the instructor and sneered beside him. He felt that the little guy was different from last time, as if his temper had become a little smaller. The thought had just flashed through his mind when there was a sudden crackle, and before Anthony could see what was happening, he heard Miyamoto's angry voice ringing out. You. He just said a word. His eyes were full of huge jealousy and anger, just looked at Chen Haonan, who didn't seem to have moved. Feeling the hotness of his cheeks, he realized that he had been slapped by someone just now, but how the other party made a move, and what angle he shot, he didn't know. It seems that he suddenly accelerated, but as a top martial artist, an underground fighter, and experienced in 100 battles, he can't dodge a slap? Does this mean that the other party's pants are worn fast enough and they have committed a crime against themselves, and they don't even know that they have been invaded? All kinds of strange thoughts and emotions kept flashing in Miyamoto's head, and as a mature martial artist, he was stunned. And the veterans of the 100 battles around, as soon as they saw that they couldn't figure out what was happening, they saw the child scolding a few words, suddenly speeding up, and the figure was blurred, and then it was Miyamoto's exclamation. That's fast. It's tough. Is this the advantage of being small? Miyamoto can't avoid a slap, it's a waste. Between all kinds of thoughts, Miyamoto still didn't hold back the anger in his heart. He was like a jet warrior, and he roared directly. Baga, you are still sneak attacking, you are looking for death. Since he decided to go wild, Miyamoto didn't hide it. He directly burst out his breath, just like the volcano of Mount Fuji, and the momentum ignited first. Little one, you brought it on yourself. I will screw off your little head and take it back to worship the dead warriors. Glancing at Anthony and the other instructors, Miyamoto was angry on the outside and stable on the inside, and with a sharp roar, his figure lightning rushed over, and with a hand knife, he slashed out a slight sonic boom in the air. As one of the strongest karate masters in country are, Miyamoto's momentum is like an overwhelming sea, and many people around him exclaimed, thinking that if the young man in the East couldn't react, he would definitely be cut to death by a hand knife with a broken neck. Good. In the other party's voice like a bull's roar, Chen Haonan raised his small fist, did not dodge, and directly attacked with a heavy fist. It's imposing, but he's too small, and it looks like a hungry child rushing to his wet nurse. This is what the people in the front court think. Is he rushing over and bumping fists with me? He's looking for death. This is Miyamoto's idea. The two of them approached quickly, and suddenly. Yes. Miyamoto let out a low roar, looking down at his deformed soles of his feet, which were all flat on the ground, and the sharp pain of the cracked bones told him that the bones of his feet were damaged, and he never imagined that the child looked like a bayonet on the surface, and was so insidious behind his back. Taking advantage of his short man, he stepped on him quickly. Almost at the same time, Shenhaunen's small fist had smashed into his face, and after feeling the power, Miyamoto, who had been deflated, was equal to entering the period of being uncomfortable with men. Knowing that he could not be hard, his fist let go, hooked his two fingers, and slammed the numb tendons on Shenhaunen's fist. There are many ways to play karate, divided into hitting, falling, kicking, locking, taking, strangling, and other attack techniques. Miyamoto's attainments in this area are very deep, and the response is fast, which is dazzling. For example, if Shenhaunen is directly deducted by the opponent, most of his strength disappears, not to mention, the muscles and bones are pulled out by the opponent's claws, and the fist is abolished. Shenhaunen's one-dragon play, the main thing is the adaptability. All postures have, including rolling, falling, holding, touching, kneading, pressing, picking and other 18 techniques, and with the help of environmental offensive techniques, including flying wall walking, eagle catching chickens, etc. Among them, when Uruk fought against Thomas, he used a dragon style of flying wall walking, jumping directly to Thomas's body with the help of the wall, and in a very short period of time. He cut off a lot of flesh and blood on Thomas's body. It can be said that Shenhao has the advantage of being a strong king in long fights, short fights in close quarters, and also has a dragon strain. No matter what posture you have, he can play with you and meet any of your requirements. Brush. With the other party's buckle, Shenhaunen's small fist changed, turned into a crane's beak, and pecked at the other party fiercely. Seeing this, Miyamoto immediately changed. His fingers were extremely skillfully avoided by pecking at the crane's beak, and his 5 fingers were as agile as snakes, sneering, and they ejected and shot towards the joint acupuncture points of Shenhaunen's forearm. Grab the tendons and get the holes. Shenhaunen, who has figured out the opponent's offensive route, has opened the all-round perspective, locking the opponent's muscle changes. You can deduce the opponent's offensive angle. Almost at the moment when the opponent's poisonous snake finger came down the arm, he shook his body lightly, rubbed the opponent's fingers, and the next moment, his shoulders shook, and his feet paused slightly on the ground, so as to use his strength to turn himself into a cannonball, and he was ruthless. Against Miyamoto. The distance is too close, and Shenhaunen's strain is fast and fierce. Gong Ben didn't have time to change, only to hear a muffled sound of pang. Even if he had returned to the crossbar, he was still Shenhao's bull-top horns, directly broke through the defensive force, and pushed him out of his lungs for more than a dozen steps. In this process, his throat continued to sweeten, his breath rolled, and he was finally unable to hold on to Shenhaunen, the murder weapon in the world, and finally couldn't hold it, and the blood in the throat gushed out like a tide. Gathering in the throat, and then with a grunt, he was swallowed into his stomach by Miyamoto, retaining his face. However, his face completely changed. P.S. Brothers are very powerful. Reward and accumulate 10 yuan, accumulate 100, and you will add 10,000 words. Miyamoto stood in place and his face changed, like a kaleidoscope in Hollywood. Before coming, he did enough research, and felt that no matter how strong Shenhaunen was, he should not be able to compare with himself in martial arts, but he didn't expect that he couldn't finish 10 moves under his men. This feeling was like hitting his lungs, which made him very uncomfortable. How many years has he been famous, and he is still the captain of the Dragon of the Self-Defense Forces, the spiritual leader of the Japanese Special Forces, and he is not as good as a child who goes to school with a schoolbag on his back? Karate, is that all? Shenhaunen looked at him with a sneer, as if he was watching a joke. With such a tone, coupled with the fact that it was a child who spoke, Miyamoto whispered, "Very good, you have succeeded in provoking me, and I will let you die under the best martial arts in the world." As he spoke, he was about to pounce and give Shenhaunen a fatal blow. Stop! At this moment, Anthony, who was like an iron tower, strode sideways between the two of them, squinting at Miyamoto coldly. "Your Excellency is also a famous person, you know what the rules are. Now is not the time to settle your grievances. In my territory, I have the final say. Abide by the rules, and have the opportunity to give you a high or low, and also decide life and death." "Yes, Chief Instructor, I'm sorry." Miyamoto immediately became polite, as if he had not done what had just happened, and bowed vigorously to Anthony like a defeated dog. Anthony snorted coldly and said nothing. At the moment when he turned around and moved, the polite Miyamoto's lowered eyes became gloomy and indifferent. He stepped on broken steps, quickly crossed Anthony, kicked the ground and borrowed strength. His body was in the air, a kick as fast as thunder, and kicked Shin Haonen's little head with his back to him. This kick was powerful enough to break 12 bricks, and the fist-sized trees were all kicked off, and if he kicked the head of the child in front of him, there was no doubt that his head would be shattered as if it were habit, and it would be impossible to survive again. Miyamoto, who was in the air, showed a cruel sneer. Sneak attack? What? History is written for the winner. Shame will always fall on the loser, as long as Shin Haonen is killed, even if the chief instructor Anthony asks for the guilt. So what? At most deprive himself of the quota for the competition. He came this time. The main task is to find the murderer and kill the murderer. Be careful. Anthony noticed that he was a step too late and couldn't stop Miyamoto's actions, so he could only roar behind his back to remind Shin Haonen. But at this time, Miyamoto's kick almost touched the head in front of him. This damn Miyamoto, he didn't have the slightest dignity of a samurai, and sneaked up on his own son. Anthony's green tendons stood out one by one, and he reached out and grabbed the desert eagle in his pocket. If Shin Haonen died here in this way, he would directly kill this Miyamoto. It's good to come, just wait for your pillow to be delivered. As early as when Shin Haonen turned around and left, he opened an all-round perspective. Without looking back, he was subtly aware of the attack from behind. In fact, this is also a kind of game for him, just waiting for the other party to come to the door. I didn't expect it to be so well behaved. He rushed forward, relying on the all-round eye of the sky, just enough to let the opponent's kick split lonely from the back of his head. He suddenly jumped up with his strength, turned around in the air, and his right leg was like a small axe, slashing at Miyamoto's head with a bang. Not good. After Miyamoto's split leg failed, he felt a strong wind coming, and he twisted his hips in shock and retreated, but unfortunately, the crotch was still there. With a bang, Miyamoto's crotch that couldn't be twisted away was directly hit by Shin Haonen's small axe, and the whole person seemed to be pushed by a bulldozer, flying out towards the front, smacking into the ground, and becoming a jet warrior on the spot, spraying blood. Considering that it would be embarrassing, Miyamoto wanted to struggle to get up for the first time, but unfortunately, he felt that his crotch had been twisted into a twist, and he didn't listen to the call at all, so he could only lie on the ground with a delicate and weak guyu, babbling in Japanese. He has been deposed. The special forces around all watched this scene, and they were quiet for a moment at first, and then there was an uproar. This kid is not simple. In the face of Miyamoto's sneak attack, he can turn defeat into victory. It seems that he has eyes behind him. How did he do it? It can only be said that he has already been on guard, but even if he is on guard, in the face of a violent attack like Miyamoto, he can't do a single move to abolish Miyamoto. This analysis is very reasonable. The master made a move, and the winner was divided in an instant. This is not a lingering action movie. There are some soldiers with strong observation ability, guessing that Shin Haonen has any special talent. After all, Miyamoto's attack is completely a dead end, and if they are replaced, they will not be able to do it so perfectly. Glancing at Miyamoto, who was like a dead dog, Anthony let go of the desert eagle and looked at Shin Haonen's eyes, full of fatherly relief. It's been a long time since I've seen him, but I'm a righteous son, and I've become stronger. In the octagonal cage, what is feared is the attack of the dead corner, and Shin Haonen is completely passive, turning around and completely counter-killing. This is the realm he seeks the most. It seems that this little guy is not addicted to the gentle township of female soldiers. He has been training and has been getting stronger. Long Xiaoyun walked to his side and protested loudly, "Instructor, I need an explanation. This person has launched an attack on my Dongfang players twice, and he doesn't take you or this global event in his eyes at all. He does his own thing, and for his own personal intentions. Doing such an outrageous thing is completely discrediting their country in the face of the global special forces. What do you think? And you?" As she spoke, she turned to look indignantly at the soldiers of the other countries. "I strongly protest that glory belongs to the strongest instructor, and the representative of the Japanese side is completely the existence of a rat. No matter what happens to such people, they are not worthy of sympathy, because once they make a decision, they will have no face and honor for the people present, and within the scope of their consideration, whether it is past, present, or future. This is a nation that has no shame at all and has no intention of repentance." Long Xiaoyun's words won the applause of many soldiers. "Maid, I didn't think about it so much just now." After this Oriental female officer said this, "There is really such a thing. I was actually insulted by this Miyamoto, and I have to be angry. He's really rat. We're here for honor, and he's breaking the rules here." Yes, throwing him out is simply discrediting his own country, and I can see it clearly. Miyamoto and the country behind him, for some of their own intentions, are completely anti-human and do not follow the rules. He shouldn't be here, this is garbage. Instructor, drag him out, he screamed really ugly. I know and understand why they can discharge nuclear wastewater with confidence, and bow and apologize to you. The instructor was deceived by him just now. Anthony listened to Long Xiaoyan's words, as well as the surrounding discussions, and the anger that had been calmed down was ignited again. My God, it turned out that he had been so insulted, and the global events were all discredited because of this rat. With a click, he pulled out the Desert Eagle again, opened the safe, and pressed it against Miyamoto's head. No, you can't kill me. Bang! He was greeted by the loud roar of the Desert Eagle. Drag it away, insult the instructor, insult the players of the event. Anthony had a cold face and kicked on the bloody corpse. This shot, this kick, it's quite handsome. Chun Haonan's indifferent handsome little face finally eased up a little, and he showed a warm smile at Anthony. Anthony was a little flattered, and quickly showed a warm smile to the little man. It's not easy, he has wanted to be the father-in-law of this tough little man many times, and he is still unrequited, and Chen Haonan has never given him any good face. I didn't expect to smile at myself today. God, I knew that I would kill this unprincipled bottom-line Miyamoto at the beginning, and win a smile from Yeetzy. Someone is coming again. Chen Haonan put away his smile, walked to Long Xiaoqi, who was still raising his arms and shouting to cause Jinju, and lowered his voice. Xiaoqi, don't scream, it's almost enough, that guy is hanging, you see, another helicopter is coming. Popularize the information, who is coming this time. Good guy, these people have a big shelf, and they are still late. Is there another one? Long Xiaoyan followed the direction that Chen Haonan was pointing, and sure enough, she saw a black dot flying over the sky, coming so fast, the buzzing engine roared, and as the helicopter approached, she could see the flag fluttering in front of the plane, which was the Star-Spangled Banner. The flag of the world hegemon. Representatives of the U.S. military are here. Long Xiaoyan told Chen Haonan, it should be SEALs, the Delta is here. On the surface, it is the strongest in the U.S. military, but we people, who are not 1 in 10,000, there is no need to be licking dogs, especially if they are still late. In this party, the first dead dog, Mr. Miyamoto, to arrive, is more disciplined than them. It was so loud that everyone around could hear it. This dog-licking theory made Long Xiaoyan gain a wave of goodwill, and increased some military fans, who felt that this oriental female officer spoke so nicely and liked to stay with her. After Chen Haonan listened, he nodded, and said indifferently, the U.S. military is a show, the whole world is showing, you see, their helicopters are the most advanced series, they are secondary, as long as it is a show, just like a woman, when she is a junior, she likes to buy brand-name bags and show the superiority of her life. It's the first time I've heard such a theory. The U.S. military is a junior, and the whole world is showing. It's really interesting. Chen Haonan's remarks were also supported by some fans. Footsteps sounded, and 3 tall United States Special Forces walked in front of Chen Haonan, and one of them asked, "You are death number 1? Here are 3 more Miyamoto chickens." Chen Haonan looked at each other with an indifferent smile on his small face. If you have something to say, let it go. I don't have time to guess what is on your mind. Oh? 3 tall men, standing in front of Chen Haonan, were like 3 walls, but I didn't expect this little guy to give face at all and speak so politely. So, the 3 men looked at each other and smiled knowingly. I've seen your photos, my disciples and grandchildren. I have been suppressed by you so much that I still doubt the existence of God. I hope you will continue to perform better in the future. Don't let us down, little one. The man who took off his sunglasses grinned at Chen Haonan. Remember, my name is Thomas. As soon as the words fell, Chen Haonan didn't react, and the people around him lowered their voices and communicated, which reached his ears. This is the captain of the Navy SEALs, codenamed Desert Old Fox, cunning and wise, with the title of War Machine. I didn't expect the beautiful country to let him participate this time. I also know him. This Thomas once led a team of 5 people, crossed the Taliban battlefield, beheaded the opponent's number 2 person, and retreated, until the beautiful country released the news. I didn't know what happened. It seems that this time, the strongest instructor in the world, the beautiful country, is also determined to win, and the old fox is here. This chapter is not over. Click on the next page to continue reading. The captain of Delta also came. he once crossed the border to rescue Mr. President, and single-handedly eliminated the famous local polar bear defense company, and another captain also led the team to overthrow the regime of a small country. Listening to these dog-licking discussions, Chen Haonan squinted his small eyes and said nothing. However, he could sense that the physical attributes of the three people were currently more than 10, and he was directly strengthened. These guys should use various strengthening potions, as well as the corresponding strengthening training, to improve their physical fitness. It can be said that each of them is not under the instructor Anthony, of course, if the physical fitness is tough, in front of Chen Haonan. These three people are stinky younger brothers. What a coincidence, when I was in Uruk, I also had an opponent named Thomas. Is he your brother? Chen Haonan responded indifferently. Thomas was stunned and laughed. Thomas of Uruk, I know him, General Arman's man, but I heard that he was kicked to death, and he walked very uneasily. He is sorry for the three words Thomas. Thomas should symbolize strength, invincibility, God's favorite. Maid, United States guy bragging, really shameless. Why don't you just say that you are God? Chen Haonan was secretly amused, squeezed Long Xiaoqi's hand, and found that her hand was a little cold, and she didn't know if she was nervous or what. Do you see my godson, Guardian Miyamoto? He should be competing. Why can't I see him? Thomas saw that he couldn't take advantage of Chen Haonan, so he turned his head and ignored him, and asked his apprentice directly. He was stationed in the country of Dogskin. At that time, this Miyamoto personally found him a very famous female star, and he has been serving him, and even, where did he leave his illegitimate child? In a way, Miyamoto is still his father-in-law, but everyone is about the same age. Where is Miyamoto? He should have the strength to enter the top 10, shouldn't he not come? Hearing Thomas's inquiry, everyone's expressions became wonderful. Anthony, who had been silent for a long time, spoke. Mr. Thomas, you said the Miyamoto guard, he violated the rules of the event and was walled by me, and his body was just dragged away. Thomas was taken aback and asked urgently, there is such a thing, what mistake did he make? You guys are too savage, the event hasn't started yet, why did he break the rules? Anthony looked at him coldly, did not explain, but played with the desert eagle in his hand, and gave the order for everyone to gather. The neglected Thomas's face is uncertain. His illegitimate child still needs Miyamoto to take care of, and when he dies, the follow-up will be in trouble. When lining up, another player from the Dogskin country, with red rabbit eyes, walked to his side and said, Mr. Thomas, I am Miyamoto Masashi, the guard is dead. He pretended to be the child of Yenghua and was disabled by him, and the female instructor in the east fanned the flames to provoke the instructor's emotions and forcibly killed the Miyamoto guard. You can rest assured. As long as you can kill them and avenge the guard, I will take care of your Yazi and your children. They will wait for your arrival. He suppressed the words in his voice. No one heard. Just now when the guard died, he held back and did not stand up. After all, he was just now, and he was just the angry Anthony instructor. Wait, until the arrival of the SEAL captain who was once stationed in Tokyo. You know, when Thomas was in Tokyo, he was known as the second generation of General MacArthur, and his iron-blooded methods won the love of many sick local government officials. The famous Showa Beauty Ako, who was his woman, and gave birth to him. Deal. Thomas didn't hesitate for too long, and immediately responded. Even if Masashi Miyamoto didn't mention it, he wouldn't let go of Chen Haonan. It was this child who made the SEAL lose a lot of face. This transaction was carried out under the sun, but everyone should not see that the posture of the strong man is so arrogant. 18 countries participated in this grand gathering of the world's strongest instructors, among which United States, United Kingdom and other Western powers. There are 3 representatives. The woolly bear country has 2 representatives, the dogskin of the eastern country has 2 representatives, there is 1 left. Dozens of players are veterans of 100 battles. Each other can see the murderous aura on each other's faces, secretly jealous of the difficulty. There was a person present who had a tender face, but he was cold and ruthless, and he couldn't precipitate a murderous aura. He was too young. Most of the eyes were on this child. No one would laugh. There was once a person who laughed. He was dead. As the strongest dead soldier in Siberia, Chen Haonan has become an idol here, the youngest rising star. Yenghua, Wolf Tooth Special Brigade, Red Blood Cell Base. He Chengwang, Wang Yanbing, and Li Ernia, a few young people who had just come out of the conference room, had light on their faces, smiling at each other, full of expectations for the future. Just now, they carried out a secret operation on the luxury ship Poseidon and killed the pirates who absconded from Crescent Island, and their meritorious service was commended. Lactic acid bacteria, you have made a second-class merit one time this time, and finally got a game back from Chen Haonan. he doesn't seem to have moved recently. Yes, we are still young, and we have every chance to catch up with Chen Haonan, a little pervert. After all, he will have to go back to school sooner or later. The mighty breeze blew, and the leaves trembled, shaking the dreams of these young people all over the ground. What are you still doing in a daze? The live video of the world's strongest special instructor will start immediately. This is the strongest event of special forces. The people who fight are veterans of 100 battles. The pirate mission you perform, it's a chicken feather. You can't get on the stage, it's indecent. Hurry up to the Great Hall, watch the live broadcast together. This is also a good opportunity to learn. Fan Tianlei walked out of the conference room on the other side and came to the front of everyone. He Chengwang asked in surprise, "Is the world's strongest instructor competition also live broadcast here with us?" Fan Tianlei smiled, and suddenly his tone became sour. "Nonsense, the only representative of Yangwei is Chen Haonan, this kid. Don't you know, when you were on a sea mission, Chen Haonan won the medal of the strongest wolf warrior in China. Your opponent is a group of pirates who are not in the stream, and Chen Haonan, the gecko man, is facing the king of soldiers among the king of soldiers. Do you know the four seed kings of soldiers?" He Chengwan's expression was dull, revealing a shocked look. "For seed soldier kings? My father recorded in his diary that they are the king of soldiers who have won the most championships of special forces in the world, and our wolf-tooth king of soldiers cannot enter the top 10 of the event. My god, did Chen Haonan defeat them all?" Wang Yanbing and Li Ernia didn't understand very well, but they also had unaware looks. "What's more, he's in Siberia now. The event has begun. We're slow. Hurry up, you rabbit cubs. Your nostrils were up just now. It's not good. Chen Haonan has taken care of 2 and 3 wives. You are still single." Soon, He Chengwang and the others were driven to the Great Hall by Fan Tianlei like ducks. Before he walked in, he heard a heated discussion from the scene, and the squad leader, platoon leader, company commander and other cadres present did not prohibit the soldiers from discussing. They were all shocked, looking up at a white screen the size of a wall. Because of the information time difference, the video played on the screen happened to be the picture of Miyamoto's guard sneaking up on Chen Haonan, who was hollowed out and twisted his waist, coquettishly kicked, and directly kicked the representative of the dogskin into a dead dog, and then, Long Xiaoyun came out to light a fire and fan the wind, and finally Anthony shot him. Good. Refreshing. It's cool to kill a small day, huh? There were cheers and applause, which was completely the atmosphere of the new year. He Chengwang walked to the door a few times, and his figure stopped there, looking at Chen Haonan's explosive appearance on the screen. It was completely the kind of TV script, telling you that we are not the sick man of East Asia, and suddenly, these people were stunned. My god, before I knew it, the little guy in the same dormitory had already stepped onto the international stage to make a small living. They remember that when everyone shared their ideals, Chen Haonan mentioned that in the future, he would learn to be a skill, drive a tank, bombard Tokyo, kill devils, and pay tribute to his ancestors. He's gotten to the point where he's gotten around? Hurry in, still proud. What grade? Find a place to sit down, and study hard. With Fan Tianlei shouting and driving away, He Chengwang hurriedly entered the Great Hall, sat down, and watched the live broadcast of the world. White Tiger Base. In the spacious and luxurious office, Tang Xinyi leaned lazily on the sofa, crossed Erlang's legs, held a glass of water in her left hand, and grabbed a dumbbell in her right hand, leisurely. In special training. Just now, she just finished an hour and a half of special training, and she also watched a disc called The Surviving Man, in which the heroine went against the grain, and finally unlocked all the stunts and completed the counterattack. Made Tang Xinyi sigh with emotion, and thousands of push-ups angrily. Chen Haonan, this little guy, has so many girlfriends, and he is a pet of an ran. I am very unconvinced. For Chen Haonan's information of hundreds of words of recovery of Enron and herself, who is also a girlfriend, only a few words. She is very unhappy. Unconsciously, she is a little tasteful. Chen Haonan's little guy is rich. As soon as he is happy, maybe he will give himself billions. Was thinking about how to buy Chen Haonan so that he could inherit his billions of billions, when there was a bang. The glass door of the office was rudely pushed open, and the sound of rapid footsteps ran in from outside. Tang Xinyi frowned, looking at a group of out-of-control female soldiers who rushed in angrily, and the next moment, she hurriedly turned off the disc player, but some beautiful sounds, like magic sounds, entered the ears of many female soldiers. Oh, instructor, you really watch Mao films here in the daytime. Are you too idle to do anything? Think so much about men, you can consider going home and finding a baby. Comrade instructor, we are going to use the screen here to watch the global events. Please withdraw all the wool films. we are all new young people who have 5 stresses and 4 good, and we will resolutely put an end to bad hobbies. This is the legendary director Tang. Do you like to watch the scene of the film? It's really true. Tang Sini, you are very ungraceful like this. And Ran covered her mouth and laughed nonstop. She had already warned the other party, but as a result, Tang de Beauty was addicted to such a special training method, and there was nothing she could do. Oops. Tang Sini, who was drinking water, suddenly turned into a jet warrior, didn't care about wiping the water traces, stood up, and screamed sharply. Don't talk nonsense, I'm in the way of special training, understand? You see, I'm wearing a tactical vest, and my hands are not put indiscriminately, and Ron, you did a good thing, why did you bring people in casually, and you didn't knock on the door? Sensing Tang Sini's shame and anger, and Ran burst out laughing and said, It's okay, you still have a chance to rescue, first turn on the global live broadcast, the event has started, and then you explain slowly, hee. I'm coming. Yi Cun's heart jumped on the stage, directly connecting to the channel of the global event. Tang Sini looked at everyone silently. That kind of application, it was like a person who had died and was not saved. She looked at it and imagined that when these female soldiers saw her in the future, they would definitely think of the scene where they hid in broad daylight to watch the film. As for An Ran said that she was in special training? Sometimes, who cares about the truth? Some sluts just care about the results they care about, and nothing else can see them. Well done, so cool, this little day is so miserable, it actually challenges our instructor's fighting skills. It's been a small day, it's so exciting, the beginning has been climaxing one after another, I'm really looking forward to the next performance of our instructors. The United States GIs also stood up, and this Thomas, who doesn't look like a good person, grows tall and ages fast. 18 countries, why do some countries have 3 players, and there are 2 players in small days, and we only have 1 instructor, and Long Xiaoyun is only an instructor with the team, so he can't participate, it's too unfair. And Ran told them on the side that this world is inherently unfair, our country has always been low-key, and this time we let our instructor be the only representative, just to let him punch and avoid 100 punches, which is of great significance, and it is definitely not comparable to the special training of Director Tang to watch Mao Pian. Tang Sini said that such a metaphor is very fucked up. On the Japanese side, in the large conference room, with the sound of a gunshot, Miyamoto's guards fell in a pool of blood, and the atmosphere suddenly sank to the extreme. The big and small officials and representatives of all parties present seemed to be breathless, just looking at the captain of the Dragon of the Self-Defense Forces who fell in a pool of blood, and Chen Haonan, who was already standing next to him. The two formed a stark contrast. He's the strongest dead man, the murderer on our wanted list, right? Yiga, that's him. Don't talk to me about Baga, you have the ability, go and talk to that kid, add more information about him, your investigation of him is far enough, Miyamoto can't finish 10 moves under his hands. I'm going to do it right away. Inform the team leader, convey Miyamoto Masashi, you must be sure, and then make a move, and also, set up a file on this female officer in the east, she indirectly killed Miyamoto's guard. Hey! Military platforms across the country are broadcasting this world's strongest instructor competition, and an invisible current is surging, and the wind and waves are getting bigger and bigger. Anthony stood ahead of the representatives of the 18 countries and continued to supplement the rules of the event. I'm sorry, the email sent to you by the strongest instructor tournament this time was wrong, because the area of the duel is not in the desert area, but in the Antarctic ice, and I have already dismissed the staff who sent the email. His humorous explanation gave everyone present a headache. This chapter is not over, please click on the next page to continue reading. So far, they have been fighting for the desert to the extreme, making the most detailed preparations, and no one doubts the content of the email sent to them, but they didn't expect it to be fake. Something went wrong, it was completely deliberate. Of course, it doesn't mean that these people are afraid, to the point where they can adapt to any environment to fight, but the preparation is gone, and some people still show embarrassed looks, baring their teeth, expressing their anger, and greeting Anthony's grandmother for generations. In the crowd, Chen Haonan always maintained an indifferent smile, his chasing the wind and shadows, the story of the style, and the all-round vision that had just been fused, could be completely suitable for any terrain and any climate, but he subconsciously glanced at Long Xiaoyun. He was indifferent not about skills, but about made. What Long Xiaoyun told him at the beginning was ice combat. Looking at the expressions of other national players, the email is different? Sensing that Chen Haonan's eyes fell on his body, Long Xiaoqi turned his head and blinked, pursed his lips and smiled, like a delicate little fox. I don't know if it's Long Xiaoqi's intelligence is powerful, or if Anthony takes special care of himself. Interesting. Anthony also continued to add, despite everyone's complaints. The first stage of the competition will leave the 4 strongest soldiers to enter the second stage, and the project at this stage is no longer a single soldier, but the ability to lead the team, so I am not afraid to tell you that the second stage is the most important and special stage of this event, and it is also the necessary stage to become the strongest instructor in the world, provided that you first pass the assessment of the first stage and enter the top 4. Whoever wins the strongest instructor in the world is enough to prove that the level of special operations of the country behind him is already the top level in the world, and the military flag of this country will fly over Siberia forever, permanently, not for a month, not for a year, even if it is the strongest dead soldier. If his rules are broken by later generations, the national flag will also fall, but the strongest instructor will not. Understand? Understood. This time, everyone roared. This reward can be said to have touched their hearts. This is a kind of face and honor, as a soldier, who doesn't want to win glory for the country. Long Xiaoyun looked at the indifferent Chen Haonan, and his heart welled up with expectations. If Chen Haonan gets the strongest instructor, it also represents the special warfare level of the Yin country standing at the peak of this world. This is a kind of capital game. For example, some countries invite the special forces of the beautiful country to help. As a price, they will open the door for the other party in terms of trade. In peacetime, special operations are the mainstream of the future, and recognition in this regard also represents the promotion of the state's status, which is a huge political capital and an invisible hand that pulls the economy. The bald Miyamoto Masashi, his eyes have always shrouded Chen Haonan, and he wants to kill this child more than Thomas. Just now, he had already received instructions from the instructor who led the team, and in actual combat, if he was sure, he must kill Chen Haonan as soon as possible. This little guy's fighting ability is definitely above me, but I have eaten more salt than him and has more experience. I should start in this regard, and the victory must belong to Fuso. He secretly clenched his fists, as if he was holding Chen Haonan's lifeline. Damn Orientals, when it's time for the actual battle, it's my territory. I must let you know what a nightmare is, and at that time, you'll understand why you're just a nursing child. Anthony continued, this event is very dangerous. Even if you are a veteran of 100 battles, you will always lose your life in a harsh environment, and if you want to give up now, you can propose. I will give you one last minute to think about it, and set off in a minute. A minute passed quickly, and no one exited. Anthony waved his hand, and everyone would go straight to the plane in the concentration camp. Antarctic ice, above. Looking down through the glass, you can see that there are snow-covered peaks everywhere below, and the ice that does not melt for thousands of years is like a mirror. Long Xiaoyun took Chen Haonan's hand, pointed his other hand to the bottom, and said solemnly, our domestic environment, there are few such cold environments, although you have been in Siberia, but it is not the same as fighting in the Antarctic ice. In addition to guarding against the enemy, you must also guard against avalanches that may occur at any time, which will test the soldier's observation, endurance, and ability to conceal camouflage. By the way, do you really know how to see through? Facing the suspicious eyes of the female officer, Chen Haonan squinted his eyes and said indifferently, the white lace edge is the same color as the ice and snow below, which is quite pure. I'm going to die. Long Xiaoyun's cold and serious style was instantly unbearable. However, her heart is full of thoughts, and she secretly likes it in her heart. How can she see through her perverted ability? Will he secretly harry the phoenix? Thinking of this, she hurriedly stacked the 2 longest legs, just in case. At this moment, Anthony's speech finally eliminated Long Xiaoyun's little embarrassment. The target mountain, there is only one. If you jump out of this range, even if you are eliminated, after going down, everyone can find the hiding place as soon as possible. 10 minutes later, I will announce the official start of the hunting operation of the strongest instructor. If there are people who want to quit halfway, you can sound the alarm. By the way, this time the equipment is only a sniper rifle, but considering the financial problem, only 9 are prepared. First come, first served. At the command platform at the top of the peak, you can receive it. Good luck. The operation begins. Jump. As soon as Anthony's voice fell, the system's voice immediately sounded. Random mission, the host must be the first to reach the summit and the first to get a gun, like a Scud missile, with 200 XP awarded. 200 XP? It's a lot of heads. Chen Haonan was a little excited. After all, as he became stronger and bigger, the rewards of the system became stingy, as if he couldn't keep up with the rhythm of his meritorious service, and he was like a little daughter-in-law, astringent and shrunk. However, it's not easy to take the first place. This is a rare ice formation. No one knows if it's a dead river below, or an avalanche. Of course, this is relative to the suffering of others. For me as a hanger, it's the back garden. These thoughts flashed, and Chen Haonan decided to fight hard. Thomas here almost after Instructor Anthony finished speaking, his tall figure was like a cannonball out of the chamber, and it was directly ejected, and then no matter how fast he was, there were already pedestrians in the passage to the engine room. A small figure, who became a friend of Guan Bao, inserted into the cabin passage at the same time, squeezed in front of him, swished, and went down directly by grabbing the rope, leaving him with a small intestine thrown back, and a very smelly fart. What does it smell like? God, he poisoned me. Thomas was stunned, frowning, but laughed darkly. The first one to go down, there is no benefit, the snow below is very unstable, no one knows whether to take the right path, or the back door. The thing is the back door opened by God, and the game is over directly. Being a veteran of 100 battles does not mean that he is afraid of death. Sometimes, people see more death, not necessarily numbness, but more fear. Only the 8 or 9-year-old calf in the east, the bird is not big, and he dares to fly in any forest. Find the way to die. These thoughts flashed through his mind. Sniffing the strong stench from the cold wind, Thomas cursed what this foodstuff, jump on a plane, won't be pulled out. He didn't move slowly, and followed closely behind. In this way, it was really a fart all the way, and Anthony was so angry that he almost lost the fucking rope. Behind him, the players rolled down one by one as if they couldn't eat dumplings. Anthony, who grabbed his short hair, looked at the second son who pulled a large section through the transparent window, revealing a domineering expression. In his opinion, if he didn't even have the courage to take risks, there would be no way to get the honor here, and those veterans of 100 battles, everyone is an old fritter. Obviously they want someone to explore the way, they want to be the second, third. I ate too many sweet potatoes, and I was forced by the cold air, and I almost pulled them in midair, so I had to sacrifice the nose of the brother in the back, sorry. Chen Haonan actually didn't mean it. Before he came, Long Xiaoyun, a fat woman, told him that eating more sweet potatoes and sweet potatoes can keep you warm and hungry. This is a fig of true energy. If you cross over to the world of cultivating immortals, you can directly open the single spiritual route. Regarding Long Xiaoqi's statement, Chen Haonan can only say that she has read too many novels about cultivating immortals. On the way, she is still reading a book of Merry Naughty Boy Cultivating Immortals, borrowing it, and found that the 8 or 9-year-old merry little naughty boy in it likes to eat sweet potatoes before crossing, and after crossing, he directly opens one of the strongest single spiritual routes, and he does not dare to bloom in his life, as long as he does not touch women. He cultivates for 1,000 miles a day, and if he touches a woman, he cultivates for 1,000 miles. While complaining about Long Xiaoyun, Chen Haonan turned on his 3 skills. 10 miles of eagle eyes. Charm story. All-round perspective. One can observe the ice situation. The scout generally judges the crisis in advance, the other uses the wind to judge the harshness of the environment, and the other is a newly integrated skill, just like the new daughter-in-law who has just spent candles in the cave room, which is particularly easy to use, all-round, and can be used in any posture, which is simply explosive. With the help of 3 skills, Chen Haonan quickly slipped off the rope, and with a sliding shovel, he rushed out directly, plowing a trace between the soft ice. The next moment, Chen Haonan was like a little dragon rolling in the wind and snow, rolling towards the mountain peak continuously. Looking from behind, the momentum was quite terrifying, like a small tornado, mixed with splashing dense wind and snow, advancing rapidly, wind and fire, trance. Boom! Thomas, who landed and rolled to unload gravity, didn't stand up and run wildly, but Chen Haonan's dense wind and snow covered his mouth and nose, and the fine snow shatters and cold and indiscriminate snaps made him unable to open his eyes at all. Pull. It's got an egg. Thomas's expression was distorted, and he wanted to scream with his crotch between his legs. Where he landed just now, there were actually 2 pits, and in the process of rolling, both feet stepped into it, and under the pull of both sides, there was a split on the spot. Running so fast, aren't you afraid to roll straight down and become Schumacher's second, and never wake up? Thomas cursed, endured the pain of the tear, bent down, and ran wildly across the ice. He is very smart. He took advantage of the traces that Chen Haonan had stepped on, and his speed was not slow. This is the advantage of not being the first person. You never know what danger is ahead, and now someone has stepped on it for you. which is standing on the shoulders of the dwarf. In any case, the conspicuous bag Chenhaonan has become a thorn in Thomas's side, and this nail must be removed in order to protect his lover and children. Following Thomas, the others were not slow, and from a high vantage, they could be seen to be like ants on a huge snowy peak, and the ants climbed towards the top of the mountain. Among them, there were unlucky ants who fell directly into the soft snow, motionless, and there were also unlucky ants who rolled down from the peak and went on a dream date with Schumacher, the king of cars. This is the competition of the strongest instructors in the world, the challenge of survival and death, the pursuit of glory and great power status. This chapter is not over. Please click on the next page to continue reading. These chasing players, including Thomas, soon found that the wind and snow in front of them were rolling and gradually disappearing, not that there was no trace, but that the players in front of them were running too fast and they couldn't catch up, and this discovery made them all confused. That Oriental man, such a small man, can run so fast, he can't ride skis, right? This is against the rules. Probably, otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to run so fast. Thomas wanted to protest, but found that Anthony did not follow, but sat in a helicopter, hanging high above their heads, and spoke at this distance. He could not hear and did not speak, in case he shouted too loudly and caused an avalanche, and everyone would die. I can only endure it, and then find someone to complain afterwards. Ordinary people, it is impossible to have such a fast speed, and I must have cheated. The cold wind brought snowflakes all the way, and after about half an hour, Chenhaonan rushed to the peak. As soon as he came up, he saw an old acquaintance from the Good Friends series, who was looking at him with a smile. The headmaster of Siberia, a KGB master from the Secret Service organization, was greeting him with a warm smile, and even with his arms outstretched. "Ha, I knew you were the first to arrive, my little warrior. By the way, the snow ginseng I bought last time has been used up, and the effect is drastic. My good friend said that he is very grateful to you, and asked me to have the opportunity to tell you, if you can still find the next batch of snow ginseng, he is willing to buy it for a large value." Looking at this small figure, tenacious like a snow-capped pine and cypress in the wind and snow, the principal did not hesitate to smile and thanked him on behalf of his friends. The principal's appreciation of Chenhaonan is not only because of his friend's kidney deficiency, but also because of his friend's kidney deficiency. After getting the snow ginseng, he has eased a little, and this time, the strongest instructor competition, in a way, is the credit of this little man. His strength, his hardness, his record-breaking strongest death in history, shocked the world's special forces. Those veterans of 100 battles are very interested, and they actively participate in this event. Little one, I admire you. How much do you appreciate it? You say more, I like to hear it. Saying that, Chenhaonan immediately walked to the sniper rifle placed on the snow, which was a dark green KSVK 12.7mm caliber sniper rifle, 1,420mm long, but such a color must have become a conspicuous bag on the ice and snow, which shows that this friend's principal with kidney deficiency is definitely not a good person. Do you appreciate you? That's too much. For example, in the last exercise in the underground world, you carried the attacks of all the instructors in multiplayer sports, and finally turned defeat into victory, and finally, relying on your personal ability, in the final hand-to-hand combat, you fought with a bayonet to win the instructor Anthony. Of course, what I appreciate most about you as a principal is your unique ability to find snow ginseng in the ice and snow. My God, I appreciate you so much. My friends have expressed their feelings for you many times, and asked, when will you have the goods? With gold wire glasses, the KGB who was as gentle as a dog, when he was young, he came to make money quickly. He liked to open an uncovered conference the most, and he was especially romantic, with a value of tens of billions, the identity of the underground emperor. He actually climbed the 12th floor to deliver food to the girl when the power was off, and the girl was moved to tears, and served him 7 times that night. When he was young, he was too high, he didn't know how to be temperate, and he knew that he was precious when he was old. Anyway, principal cause kidney was half dead, and only snow ginseng could relieve his sorrows, but unfortunately this thing was hidden deep under the vast snow-capped mountains, and it was harder to find than a stunning beauty. Except for Chenhaonan, a little guy with titanium alloy dog eyes, no one could find it. The principal likes him, so it's only natural that men understand it. Okay, it's not easy for you, let's make a deal. Snow ginseng is not a big problem, but I think a person is very unpleasant, that is, a player in a small day. When he comes, no matter what his ranking is, don't give him a gun, I will find a way to kill him, you should not see it. When he said these words, he lowered his voice, and at the same time, Chenhaonan quickly checked the gun. and tapped the bullets again, a total of 5, so he smiled again. Can you add bullets? The KGB did not hesitate at all, and immediately said to the stunned assistant next to him, I forgot to say a rule. The first person to reach the snowy mountain, doubled a bullet. He broke the record, give him 5 more bullets. As for the matter of Shaori, he didn't agree, so he blinked the dog's eyes behind the gold wire glasses. After all, this is a global live broadcast, say it, everyone watch more. His bottom line is flexible, but he can't break the rules in person. Soon, Chen Haonan, who got 5 bullets again, nodded his little head at the school, turned around and left. Good luck! After Chen Haonan left, the principal took a look at the ranking of the players on the video, and then said to his assistant, Excuse me, switch the 4th place gun, and replace it with a rusty dagger. The assistant didn't know why, and asked in amazement, Principal, according to the rules, the top 10 players can get guns, do you want to change the rules? Instructor Anthony had already announced the rules before the game began. The principal took off the gold wire glasses, and his eyes were serious. Our strongest instructor competition in the world, the most important rule is change. The only constant thing in this world is change. The rules must be flexible, in order to fully reflect the impermanence of life and death. If such rules are not acceptable, it is equivalent to not being able to accept the ever-changing rules of the battlefield. What kind of soldier? Replace it. The nurse smiled charmingly at the principal with adoring eyes, indicating that she understood, and at the same time whispered to him that she would not lock the door for 3 days of sleep. This chapter is not over. Please click on the next page to continue reading. The headmaster stared at the screen, as if he couldn't hear it, but he groaned inwardly, Little guy, the headmaster's happiness depends on you. In the raging wind and snow, Thomas, who was second in line, had already seen the peak, and then he saw Chen Haonan carrying a sniper rifle on his back and going down from the other side of the mountain. At this moment, the jealousy in his heart rose to another level, and the words that his apprentice Cassio had said to her before came to his mind. Instructor, you can't believe that kid in the east, what a terrible ability he has. Every project, he always has all kinds of magical means of coping, completely unexpected by you. This is completely God's favorite. I even suspect that there is nothing he has done in this world, including the secret calculations of Instructor Pigeon, have become self-inflicted, and even, some people have said that those female soldiers are his wives. That is, he is only 8 or 9 years old, and he can satisfy women. Why do you say that? Because of kidney deficiency. The world-famous KGB rector was discussing with him some problems in the treatment of kidney deficiency, and I heard it myself. Fast man, physical strength, I don't know if there are other abilities. After Thomas flashed his analysis of Chen Haonan, he had already reached the end, picked up the 5 bullets that the sniper rifle had already paid for, thought for a while, avoided Chen Haonan's direction, and passed in another direction, followed by the captain of Delta. The 4th Miyamoto Musashi of the small day country arrived. His face was full of pride, full of confidence. The 4th, this is already a very good result. As long as it is the top 10, you can get a firearm, and when the time comes, he will definitely find a chance to kill that oriental child. As for the deal with Thomas, don't believe too much in the promises of the soldiers of those big countries. Their countries drive trains all over the world, fool one country after another to send them to death, and silently harvest the whole world themselves. Are their soldiers reliable? Rely on yourself for everything. P.S. Behind chapter 365, I made up 2,000 words yesterday. You can take a look at the back first. Gun, give me a gun. Looking at the 4th card position, there was a dagger lying down, especially rusty, and Miyamoto Yaji made a mistake at the first time. The assistant was expressionless and said, there is no gun, the 4th card slot, only a dagger. Miyamoto was stunned for a moment, and said angrily, the instructor said that the top 10 are all equipped with guns, why not? He didn't dare to say the word discrimination, because the Sven butcher with glasses covered by the world's murderous name, the former Harry Bear Agent Corps, and the KGB principal with the world's 3rd mercenary regiment stood there with an expression on his face, looking at him with slanted eyes, looking at his appearance, resisting himself, and being pressed to the ground and a bright look appeared on the female assistant's face, and she carried her school bag directly. Soldier, this is the strongest instructor event in the world. The rules are very flexible. After all, the only constant thing in this world is change. We can't be immutable. Just like the information of the battlefield, it changes in an instant, and changing the gun is also the rules of adapting to the battlefield. There is no problem, or, you can consider quitting, if you think it's unfair. Baga. Why do you play change when you meet me? Miyamoto Yayuki had a fire in his heart, silently looking at this tall woman with a majestic heart, and in the end, he chose to compromise, considered himself unlucky, and left here with a dagger. I convinced him myself, the principal is really powerful. The female assistant was secretly proud, and at the same time, her love for the principal was a little stronger, and she made a decision in her heart to take the initiative to find him tonight. Bright, it's too bright, this is the environment that claims to have no night. Ordinary people in such an extreme environment, they will become blind, no matter who they are, staring at white things for a long time, you will be lost. He dug a pit for himself, and Shen Haonan, who was lying in the snow, did not have any nervousness. Relying on the wind posture story skill, everything within a radius of 1 kilometer, the wind and snow can't escape his senses, plus there are no dead ends in all directions, it is exaggerated, as if Shen Haonan are lying in the pit, locking all directions. My physical fitness has reached 17 attributes, and I still feel the severe cold. The elephant's trunk is frozen and numb. In such a harsh combat environment, no one can lurk for too long, more than an hour, and even someone will faint. Thinking of this, Shen Haonan admired the predecessors in history who were lurking at more than 40 degrees below zero, and at the same time, he also knew very well that once the battle began, it would enter the level of incandescent time pass little by little, and a voice finally came from the top of the peak. All the fighters are ready, and at the last minute, start fighting. The sound heard through the loudspeaker, far through the dense wind and snow, with a solemnity. Hearing this voice, Shen Haonan's small body shrank for a moment, and immediately took off his clothes without hesitation, paying tribute to the seniors with thin clothes, and the next moment, his small body, in the verbose and trembling, blended into the white ice and snow, including his eyebrows and short hair, all traces were erased in an instant. Nature's camouflage. At this moment, Shen Haonan is like a camouflage expert on the snow peak, the snow leopard. Some zoologists put the camouflaged snow leopard on the internet, and it is difficult for netizens to find out where the snow leopard is, and nature's camouflage is almost like this. As his disguise began, no one on the camera of the global live broadcast could lock Shen Haonan's figure, unless he used the sniper rifle hidden in the ice and snow. He would be found. Even if he found out the location, he could not judge where his specific body was, which shows the metamorphosis of nature's camouflage, which is an all-weather all-terrain combat skill. Shen Haonan's goal is to find Miyamoto Yaji first and kill the other party. Presumably, the principal with kidney loss has already changed his weapon. Maid, looking at the people of the little days, the bloodline always awakens automatically. If you don't kill the other party, the whole body is uncomfortable. This should be the factor passed down by the predecessors and hidden in the bloodline. If you don't do a small day, it's unpleasant. Shen Haonan fell into a state of excitement, more excited than sleeping with, and ran, fully mobilizing his skills to find the whereabouts of Xiaori. On the other side, the helicopter landed with the whining of the wind, and Chief Instructor Anthony strode up to the principal's side, staring at the screen he was watching. On the screen, there is a picture of soldiers from various countries lurking in combat. These people are carrying signal equipment, and through high technology, they can see everyone's situation, including Shen Haonan. Now, the principal has been staring at Shen Haonan. Just after seeing him take it off, he was stunned, and then on the screen, Shen Haonan was out of thin air. There was only one gun left in the same place, and the next moment, the sniper rifle was hidden in the ice and snow, so there was nothing to see on the screen, only snowflakes. Anthony, come here, you righteous son. You actually know the disguise of a chameleon. It's incredible, or rather, the East has some magical black technology that can make people change the form of life in an instant. It's amazing. If you don't stare at it with your own eyes, I can't believe it's true. Anthony looked at the area, and he couldn't see where Shen Haonan was, but he felt that this was Ji Chao, and there was nothing strange about it. Headmaster, what is the secret of my righteous son? The more you get along with him, the more magical I feel. I can't see through him, so I guess this should not be some black technology, but a natural talent. I have to say, he has become stronger and more terrifying. Interesting. It seems that this little guy is going to perform a solo show for countries around the world. I am looking forward to what kind of thing he can do. By the way, he originally has these magical abilities, and it is not strange to help my friend find snow ginseng. Little master, there is more to this chapter. Please click on the next page to continue reading. The back is more exciting. Suddenly, Anthony said, Principal, my friend also needs snow ginseng. If he has it, give me some moisturizer. To each other's friends, raise a glass. The headmaster handed Anthony a glass full of scarlet liquid, and saluted him from afar. A minute passed quickly. In this process, all the special forces are lurking. There is no way, even if JJ is frozen, he must find the lurking point, otherwise, walking in the snowy mountains is simply a moving target. Chen Haonan, who has already completed his lurking, is constantly looking for the figures of the students one by one. Soon, he locked on Thomas's position. This guy is indeed experienced. He does not move, disguises himself as a snowblock. Next to it, there are similar snowblocks, bulging one by one, and there is no difference. The second one appeared in Chen Haonan's eyes. It was a German soldier who paid attention to the spirit of craftsmanship. This guy was serious, and meticulously bought himself into the cold ice and snow, leaving the upper part of his head. However, Chen Haonan estimated that he could not lurk for too long, unless he was not afraid of his eunuch. There are also people who use the black technology tactical vests they brought over to cut off their heat divergence. In this contest, in addition to personal military qualities, there is also an invisible technological contest. As long as you don't carry offensive weapons, Instructor Anthony won't bird you. It didn't take long for Chen Haonan to lock onto Masashi Miyamoto. This guy is a bit despicable. His body is thin, close to the mountain peaks, and with the help of the snow rising around him, he really can't tell where his position is. However, after Chen Haonan locked the weapon in this guy's hand, he smiled. A dagger. After locking Xiaori's position, Chen Haonan's battle dan moved. He didn't want to simulate killing the other party according to the rules, but directly started and killed directly. These guys are obviously investigating themselves with malice, otherwise, they wouldn't have made it difficult in the first place, and if they were good people, they would be too virgin. After this thought flashed, Chen Haonan began to move. He hid the gun in his hand, left the position, and began to move slowly, touching towards Xiaori's position. P.S. Chapter 365 has enough 4,000 words to make up for the follow-up, and there is still one chapter today, a little later. Anthony, who had been paying attention to Chen Haonan's actions, immediately noticed his movements, and said with a little surprise, "Death number 1, the first to find the sniper location, this is his advantage, why should he move? In this way, his advantage is gone." The headmaster smiled weirdly and smirked, "You'll soon know why." The plump female assistant next to her, under Anthony's puzzled eyes, adored and said, "Lord Principal, it's really amazing, you know everything." The principal had a little headache, both heads. Anthony couldn't understand Chen Haonan's operation. He kept shaking his head and talking to himself, feeling that Yitzi was too reckless. With his physical fitness, as well as his excellent latent ability, he could hold on until others couldn't stand it, and then complete the hunt. Why move? In a multiplayer movement in such an environment, there is no doubt that the first move will be attacked by others. It's fast, like a wolf in the snow. The principal sighed with heartfelt emotion. He is the best soldier, the best killing machine, gathering speed, strength, and marksmanship, and he is worthy of being the strongest dead soldier in the world. Hearing this, Anthony immediately understood. This little guy actually went to do Miyamoto Masashi. No wonder he took risks. From this aspect, his character as a righteous son is really jealous and hateful, and he will do it if he is unhappy. Time passed little by little, and a dull gunshot broke the silence in the air, and in the midst of the snowflakes, a soldier who had not been given a sniper rifle stood up with an embarrassed expression. He was killed. The first soldier to die in this event looked up at the position where he was killed. He couldn't do anything but smile bitterly. There were no firearms, and on such a battlefield, it was equivalent to cannon fodder. Of course, this was just an opening, and the gunshots began to ring out in a steady stream. One by one, the soldiers stood up with smoke and accepted the fate of their death. Soon, it was only 5 minutes into the beginning, and the soldiers who did not own firearms were cleaned up, and for the soldiers who had guns, they all had a tacit understanding, and they had no impression of attacking each other, so they cleaned up the garbage first. The gunshots were raging, and in the smoke, Chen Haonan's small body, dragging a huge black gun, had already come behind Miyamoto Masashi. And at this moment, Mr. Miyamoto, in the ice with chicken sandwiched on all sides, his hands and feet have been frozen stiff, his body is cold, and his teeth are chattering, and the only thing that supports him to persist is how to kill Chen Haonan. As long as you kill that child, you can complete the task of your superiors, and the revenge of the tragic death of the team members can be avenged, and when you return to China in the future, you will definitely be able to be reused, and I can even pursue the Prime Minister's daughter Naiko, she worships heroes the most. In the report at that time, this process can be exaggerated. After 9 deaths, wandering on the edge of life and death, and finally killed this little Superman in the east. Candle night in the cave room. I want to come from behind. Naiko is the best beauty. Thinking of the excitement, Mr. Miyamoto was a little bigger, and his body was slightly hot, and sure enough, this must be the most exciting thing for men. Thinking of the wonderful place, suddenly, he felt the cold hairs stand up one by one. This is the sixth sense cultivated by perennial high-intensity training in long-term high-risk tasks, and he immediately shrunk into a ball, like a fish in a net, trying to break free from this world. At the same time, as he made these movements, he turned his head suddenly, and the next moment, his eyes reflected an outstretched hand, as well as a childish face, and a cold smile frozen on his face. It was the kid. The enemy he wanted to kill. When did he lurk on me, and he wanted to break my neck? These thoughts flashed through him, and he began to roar in his throat, and the person who wanted to break my neck, who had not yet been born, roared. The dagger he grasped in his right hand stabbed violently, but the wish was good, and the reality was skeleton. Just as his right hand was making a movement, his head was fixed by a strong force, and he writhed violently to the right. With a crisp click, his muscles and bones cracked, and he directly entered a state of fainting. The whole process takes no more than 3 seconds. Chunhaonen's strength attribute has exceeded 40, he is invincible in hand-to-hand combat, he is simply a killing machine, and his life is in his hands, and he is like a wafer biscuit. His thoughts flickered, he didn't move slowly, he quickly grabbed the dagger in the other party's hand, and stabbed it directly into the major artery in his left neck, spraying blood, staining the snow and the screen red. Comfortable, comfortable. After killing this little devil, Chunhaonen's small mouth overflowed with a smile. Made, it's a pity that the last one is the last, just a few more. He spent so much effort and took such a big risk just to kill this little devil? This little guy is so angry. But, after reading the history of the East, I can understand why he killed the other party. If it were me, I would have killed him, but he was not as impulsive. This is the willfulness brought by strength. Anthony looked at the red-dyed picture, his nerves were thick, he gasped, he saw the other side of this righteous sun, that is, jealousy and hatred, immortal and immortal. Of course, the death of Masashi Miyamoto has no feeling for Anthony, who is also an opportunity to kill. As for the fear of retaliation from the Japanese side, when I sent the email, I had already signed a life and death agreement, whether I lived or died. Who was garbage, who received the lunch? The principal applauded, and said harmlessly, yes, it is worthy of death number 1, it is really fast, I hope you will return my favor. Anthony looked at the principal in amazement, as if he had guessed something. Suddenly thinking of something, Anthony frowned and said, Principal, according to the temperament of the little devils, their revenge is hidden deeply, but they will definitely retaliate. In the last event, the dragons of the self-defense forces were all wiped out, and their fighters arrived in the Far East, probably to sneak attack my son. I didn't know what happened at the time, and when I brought people over, there were only corpses and wreckage in the same place. I sent you the email, and you didn't reply. Do our business. What are you afraid of retaliation? Anthony, you should understand the rules of operation in this world. These small things, don't discuss them. What I hate the most is the person who can't afford to play, or the country. Come, you analyze it, who will win? So, the topic skips ahead. At present, there are only seals, Delta, SWAT, Alpha Black Ice, SS Devils, GSG-9 Jaguar, Desert Wild Boys, and Gendarmerie Black Boys, and Death number 1, a total of 9 team members, 5 more must be eliminated, and the last 4 are left to compete for the strongest instructor. According to the old rules, everyone can place bets. I think the 3 captains of the beautiful country can occupy 3 places. Their military quality is not to say, calm and strong. In comparison, the death of number 1 is not a happy Japanese, directly risking death, which fully reflects his unique impulse and immaturity as a child who has not grown up. No, even if he is impulsive, he will not have an impulsive punishment. He is too strong, ridiculously strong. Perhaps, this is the so-called Arc Master Bold. There is a seat, it must belong to death number 1, I bet. I'm bullish on Thomas Radenberg Murrage. For death number 1, his position is exposed, and if he can get through this wave, he can have a seat. The names of the 3 people mentioned by this instructor are the 3 captains of SEAL, Delta, and SWAT. They are internationally famous, representing fierceness, cunning, toughness, and omnipotence, and standing behind them, it is the world hegemon beautiful country. In comparison, Chunhaonen, the Gecko Man, is still not very famous, and the only shot he took was the strongest death number 1 in the history of Siberian concentration camps. In the analysis of these instructors, as long as they feel that Chunhaonen is a child with uneven hair after all, he doesn't kill many people, and the 3 captains are all thousands of people, which is terrifying. For example, Thomas's battle for fame, one person alone killed through the Taliban concentration camp, killed hundreds of people at once, and retreated, which is completely the movie version of Lanbao. In addition, currently on the snow, the three instructors are really like old foxes, they have not moved, calm, wise, and strong. Unlike Death Number 1, jumping around, seeing who is unhappy, twisting his neck when he goes up. After everyone heated the discussion, Anthony said calmly, "Okay, first send the list of the dead to the commanders of the leading teams of various countries, let them get ready, contact their own planes, take the dead players away, notify the Japanese side, and let them prepare 2 coffins for the corpses." Yes. The female assistant immediately went to inform her. Rest area, inside the ice marquee. Every instructor who leads the team has an electronic machine, but there is no information in Antarctica, that is, unless the headquarters transmits the news back, these instructors who lead the team, or the captains, do not know what the results are. Long Xiaoyun leaned against the electronic machine, and Weiyan's chest was fluctuating violently, showing her inner unpeace. In the process of waiting just now, the leading instructor of the Kimchi country, a man named Dong Zhe, insinuated that the representative of the East was a child, and he must be the first to be eliminated. He had already been targeted. Long Xiaoyun argued with him for a few words. This guy actually mobilized other instructors to besiege Long Xiaoyun, so angry that Long Xiao turned into a female jet warrior, and the other was full of big men, and slammed back. In the end, the mouth cannon agreed, but Long Xiaoyun was also very angry. Dong Zhe, who was scolded by Long Xiaoyun from history to modern times, was also in a very uncalm mood, and he said angrily, "Instructor Long, do you know why I have a prejudice against Qin Haonan, a child? I don't have any interest in your ideas, I only know that our predecessors once drove tanks and broke into Seoul as guests. Again, this woman has big breasts and brains, which is really difficult to deal with, and she looks like she has been in our country H." Dong Zhe held back his anger and continued to say angrily, "When I was in Uruk for peacekeeping, I don't know how Chun Haonan, a child, persuaded the female military doctor, Du Yen, to promise to be his girlfriend without saying anything, and also wrote a letter criticizing our military's peacekeeping practices, which is very inappropriate. For this reason, there is also an officer in our army who has fallen out of love." Long Xiaoyun was taken aback this time, and asked in amazement, "What do you mean, Chen Haonan is still in your country H and robbed the girlfriend of one of your officers? You can understand it this way, so, I'm very angry. This female doctor is still scolding our military for him, and saying that in the future, non-Orientals will not marry, they will represent the demeanor of a great country. I will say, this child has brainwashed our female doctor, Instructor Long. If it is you, you will also be angry." Long Xiaoyun digested the news, but his face was full of smiles. Amazing, little man, he actually found a girlfriend in country H, and he also rebelled against the female doctor. It's really amazing. What else can't you do? No, if it's me, I won't be angry. We have a saying in the East, take people as a mirror, you can know the gains and losses. Since this female doctor has approved you, it is enough to show that you have a big problem. Don't you accept it humbly at this time and work hard to correct it? I admire this woman very much, she has a good vision and a firm position, which is the depth of love and responsibility. When Dong Zhe heard this, he was brainwashed a little blurred, and thought to himself, it seems to make sense. But the next moment, strong political literacy told him that this was very inappropriate, how he recognized the enemies of the East. So, he changed his posture and continued to attack Long Xiaoyun. Aside from that, your players were obviously targeted by Thomas, Radenberg and Murich at the beginning. The 3 of them teamed up, and the first one to kill was your player, so the notice will come down immediately. Long Xiaoyun snorted coldly. She didn't argue, she believed Chen Haonan. The only thing that was a little uneasy was that he seemed to have seen the little devil's player, as if he was out of control, very excited, and always wanted to kill the other party, which gave her a headache. Little guy, don't be impulsive in the confrontation match. Your opponent, as long as he seizes an opportunity, he can kill you. Just when Long Xiaoyun was worried, the correspondent stood up and announced, "Instructors of the team leader, the competition has been held, the list of the dead has been passed over, you can check the email, the names of the players from your country appear, you can prepare a helicopter to pick up people, they have been eliminated. Here it comes." Long Xiaoyun's spirit was shocked, and he pulled back his leaning Feng body, and quickly logged into his mailbox before returning to the computer. Swipe, the list opened, and a list of names appeared in front of her. A lot, so fast? Long Xiaoyun quickly swept over, and before he could see the name clearly, Dong Zhe next to him suddenly slapped on the computer. making a muffled sound. Fuck, the first name to be eliminated, is Captain Lu Shizhen. He deserves to fall out of love, he deserves his girlfriend to be snatched away, it's really a waste. P.S. Add more 1 chapter, come to a bottle of Red Bull for a reward, I continue to code words. Dong Zai was full of confidence in his country's star player Li Shizhen, and as a result, the list showed that he was the first to be eliminated, and the results were so dazzling that he wanted to smash the computer in front of him, which was like going to a parent-teacher conference and getting the child's test paper was 37 points. Waste, also star soldiers, descendants of the sun, shameful begging to come to the world, this is the world's live broadcast. If the earth agrees, Dong Zai directly wants to get in. Angry, embarrassed, and frustrated for a while, suddenly, he thought of something, and immediately continued to pull the list, but after pulling to the end, he didn't find Chen Haonan's shadow, and suddenly the whole person was stunned. How much awesome it was just now, how embarrassing it is now. He was embarrassed to look at Long Xiaoyun's face. How did he blow it just now? Because you Orientals are targeted, you will definitely be the first to be eliminated. I'm so angry, this kid must have our Dahan genes in his blood, otherwise, he can be so strong? His ancestors certainly were. Thinking that Chen Haonan should be a descendant of Korea, Dong's mood was a little better. No, love you. Different from Dong Zai's reaction, after Long Xiaoyun finished scanning the list and didn't see Chen Haonan's name, he clenched his fists and whispered a you, several love you. After being excited for a while, Long Xiaoyun got used to analyzing the form again. There are 9 more people, and the rest are all strong, and they all have deep hostility towards Chen Haonan, especially Thomas of the Seal. If they join forces, Chen Haonan's situation is very bad. Thinking of this, her heart was full of anticipation and apprehension. The little devil was killed, and the note behind it actually reads, death? This discovery made Long Xiaoyun's mouth open wide and he couldn't close it for a long time. I think it's a little strange, I vaguely guessed something, could it be Chen Haonan's doing? Good guy, it must be him, his guts are really fat. In addition to being happy, Long Xiaoyun waved her fist again, back and forth several times, making Dong Zai behind her think that she was going to beat herself. Little guy, our country has just risen, and it has not been recognized by the international community, and the most lacking thing for the Chinese people is national pride. The more you are strong, and you pressure them to get the medal of the strongest instructor, the more you can improve the status of our country and give our partners strong confidence. This is political capital, I can't help you, you can only rely on yourself. Long Xiaoyun muttered to himself. Baga. At this moment, an angry roar interrupted Long Xiaoyun, who was full of thoughts, and she looked back and saw Mr. Fujino, who was leading the team in Japan, jumping up with a fist and shouting at the assistant. Isn't this event a simulation of killing enemies? 2 players from our country died, and why did they kill him this time? He was very angry, his muscles flared up, and while roaring, he stared fiercely at the back of Long Xiaoyun's head. Guardian Miyamoto died because of that child, could it be because of him this time? The assistant is a hairy bear man. He squinted at the angry Fujino with cold eyes, and said calmly, before I came, I had signed a life and death agreement, and if I died, I would die. What did I make a fuss about? In addition to being inferior to others, what do you think would be the reason? This sentence blocked Fujino's mouth, and he looked at the back of Long Xiaoyun's head again, and his heart welled up with murderous intent. It must be her conspiracy. Don't think this is the end of this, my contestant is dead, you don't want to leave, everyone has a backhand. He sneaked out of his phone and sent a message, start the mole project. On the top of the ice and snow mountain, after the first round of killings, the remaining 9 players hit again, and the surroundings returned to calm, as if nothing had happened. Anthony, along with his instructors, principals and others, continued to watch the video at the top of the mountain. This video is the key to making Siberia's reputation, and in the future, it needs to be sent to the dignitaries of major countries, so not a single detail will be missed. No matter which country, they all want to see the level of other people's national special warfare operations, where they have reached, and politicians are sometimes like women. On the screen, it is difficult to find a hidden person here, the whole picture is integrated into nature. If this scene is filmed and put on the website, it will definitely be more professional and unrecognizable than the popular internet to find a special department to draw. It is worthy of being a veteran of 100 battles. After the first round of elimination, the remaining 9 people are all equipped with unique skills, and the camouflage means are quite resonant. 9 people, I will find out 3 at most, how about you? I can find 5. I can find 8 of them, and the last one, I can't find it. What the hell, he just killed a Japanese man, and in a short time, he disappeared again. Anthony nodded when he heard this. He had seen Chen Haonan's camouflage methods, fighting in the underground world. All the instructors couldn't find him, his physical characteristics, and heat could be hidden. So far, he couldn't figure out how to do it, just can't find it. Suddenly, the principal smiled. Enlarge the area here, otherwise, those who watch the live broadcast will definitely protest, and it will be boring if no one can find it. Okay. The busty female assistant immediately followed the principal's instructions and enlarged the designated area. Soon, on the zoomed-in screen, you can see a slightly raised piece of snow, melting into the undulating ice around it, and the only suspicious black spot enlarged is the muzzle of the gun. The headmaster acts as a narrator and becomes a splatoon. This is the disguise of Mr. Thomas the Seal. His position can cover all the surrounding areas, all-round view, and at the same time, you can also see that Mr. Thomas is very cleverly concealed. He shows a swarthy muzzle, and other than that, there is nothing. This area is the captain of a special combat team in Delta. His registered name is Redenberg. This area is Murrage. The three of them have written each other's words. It is obvious that they have joined forces. This is very unfair to players from other countries, but I think it is very normal. There is no absolute fairness in this world. Below, I will continue to explain to you what is camouflage sniping and special warfare topics. This is a high-end game, much more exciting than simulated. Chicken eating. The principal kept explaining, zooming in one area after another, and soon, it was explained to the 8th. And the last player, from the east, is also the strongest dead soldier in the history of Siberia. Sorry, I searched many times, but I couldn't find where he was. Which of you can find him? As the headmaster, I can give you a good reward. In this way, it can be seen that Death Number 1 has gone through our first phase of special training. His military quality is very strong, and the camouflage topic has surpassed the world's first-class special operations personnel. If you don't believe it, you can continue to look for it. Facts speak louder than words. The principal is a very good businessman, and he blows about Chen Haonan and his concentration camp. Unconsciously, Chen Haonan has become a living billboard. In the live video broadcast around the world, there are constantly experts looking for Chen Haonan's location, but as a result, no one can find him, and he doesn't even show the muzzle of the gun. As time passes, you can see on the screen that everyone begins to move slightly, and if you don't move, you will freeze to death. It's also the best chance to take out your opponent. On the screen, the first to move is the Desert Wild Boy. This veteran of 100 battles because of the geographical environment of his country. His specialty is desert warfare, and he has no experience in snow warfare, and he can persist until now, relying on strong physical fitness and willpower for more than 20 years of abstinence. This is very terrible. Even if Mahatma Gandhi announced that he challenged abstinence with his daughter-in-law and niece, and the final result failed. The wild boy who has been abstinent for more than 20 years twists his muscles and bones slightly to the left and right to restore the chi and blood in his body. This process is cautious to ensure that he is in a state of concealment, and he bets that other special forces are almost to the limit, and they will move their muscles and bones tacitly. In fact, he also bet right, and with his activities, other people also began to move, and suddenly, through the static picture of the global live broadcast, it suddenly became a dynamic picture. In the picture, 8 people begin to look for hidden positions again, and in the process, no one fires the first shot. Interesting, number 1 still hasn't moved. He's not afraid of being frozen to death, or is he already frozen? Generally speaking, in such a cold weather, no matter how strong your willpower and physical fitness are, the limit of human beings is 30 minutes, otherwise the blood will freeze and become an ice sculpture. Where will number 1 hide? I guess, this is not his limit. I have read a novel in the East. If someone else's skill is 7,000, he will be at least more than 10,000. This is a game of ideas, that is, everyone thinks the same. If you hit others, you will also expose your position and become the target of attack. Unless your limit is too much more than ordinary people, you are not afraid of exposure at all, and you can maintain flexible evasion ability. Such an ability, if it exists, is Death Number 1. These instructors' guesses are right. 30 minutes is indeed not Chen Haonan's limit. These 100 battle soldiers have indeed broken through the physical fitness of 10, but it is about 10 to 12. It is impossible to exceed too much. Chen Haonan's physical attribute is 17, plus the special skills of the hanging, the ice, and snow world is stripped naked. There is no problem to roll for a day and a night. The main one is a pervert. When he saw these ice sculptures moving one by one, his little face showed a perverted smile, evoking the evil smile of the Dragon King. Coming, little brothers. Exposing the position was not a matter for him to consider. He had enough flexibility to dodge, and in an instant, Chen Haonan raised the muzzle of the gun and locked on to the first wriggling bug, which was the wild boy of the Israel desert. Bang! The bullet passed through the falling snowflakes and accurately hit the wild boy, who was moving his muscles, making his whole body tremble, and he was stunned to look at the smoke coming out of his body, and instantly lost his mind. At hashtag. He cursed. At this time, everyone is not all chickens on all sides, frozen into ice sculptures, anxious to recover their chi and blood. Why did someone shoot at this time, who was so perverted? What hatred, what resentment? The gunshot rang out, the wild boy stood up helplessly, and when he was looking for the position to shoot, the rolling veteran hardened on the spot, solemn and afraid. No one shot. At this time their chi and blood were not smooth. It was better to hurry up and hide again. However, they all came up with an idea. It's so perverted. Everyone is a frozen chicken. Why are your marksmanship still so accurate? Do you bring a thermal bag? Who killed the wild boy? Thomas was moving, locking on where the shot had been fired, but strangely, he couldn't see anything, and after the gunshot, the smoke dispersed, and there was not a single hair on the flat snow. It should be that kid. Listening to Cassio say that he has all kinds of special abilities, it seems to be hanging. A child who can hold on for more than 30 minutes and is so strong is indeed a fierce rival, and he must join forces. Thinking of this, Thomas didn't dare to grow up. If he was killed by this child, the fun would be big, and when he returned to China, all the officers who greeted him would say this: "Hello, Comrade Thomas, I heard that you were killed by an Oriental child in the world's strongest instructor competition. Did you pick up the nickname of the old fox in the desert in the past?" Thinking of this, Thomas immediately made a mysterious gesture to his comrades on both sides, which means this: cooperate, go down to the snow peak first. Radenberg and Murray also had the same idea as Thomas, and after realizing that Chen Haonan's physical fitness was so strong that he was completely free from the physical limitation of 30 minutes, he immediately knew that it was not safe to stay on the snow peak, so it was better to distance himself and go to the vast world to become a porter of nature. After the code was matched, the three captains immediately quietly touched the mountain peak, fast and hidden. This scene was immediately captured by the camera. Anthony couldn't help but sigh and said, "The reaction is really fast enough. When the situation is discovered, the troops are transferred immediately. In this way, they switch from a disadvantage to an advantage. The three captains join forces. Chen Haonan is indeed not easy to deal with. By the way, is his position circled?" No. After he fired a shot, he squirmed and immediately disappeared again, and the disguise of number one has blended into nature, as he pleases, seamlessly. It is really amazing. Really amazing. The most exciting sniper battle is coming. You all look carefully. What is the strongest number one in history? The veterans of 100 battles all over the world don't look at me, the apprentice Yitzi. Only the people who are really facing him know what despair is, a hunt that belongs to him, and it will start immediately. Hearing this, the principal also applauded excitedly. The stronger Chen Haonan is, the more he presses others to rub, it means his success. After all, this is the seed produced in Siberia. And at this moment, as a few instructors boasted, Chen Haonan, who is disguised by nature, is really doing whatever he wants. As long as he doesn't move, even if you walk in front of him, it will be difficult for the naked eye to see his existence. In other words, when others heard the gunshot, when their eyes were shifted, the target disappeared immediately, as fast as the old king next door. After stealing food, he immediately crawled back to the room next door. At this moment, in addition to Thomas's 3 soldiers who have been evacuated, there are also 5 veterans of 100 battles looking for Chen Haonan's location, and they all want to kill each other, but as a result, they still can't figure out which position and who fired the gun. Beautiful country, still a hairy bear. Many people are speculating like this. After all, the soldiers of the 2 countries are very good at ice and snow combat. One is well equipped, and the other is not afraid of cold fighting nations. Just when everyone was looking for Chen Haonan, his originally indifferent little face began to smile. Chen Haonan saw 3 insects squirming down from the peak. They are indeed very powerful, all kinds of rolling, sudden braking, sliding shovel, forward and backward rolling. Every landing point is an irregular movement, not to mention, even if Chen Haonan wants to kill them, under the snowflakes with a wind force of 18 meters per second, he is not sure to kill the other party, which is also Thomas's confidence that they dare to roll down the mountain. Well deserved. These 3 guys are obviously teamed up. The others don't have the same heart. They can't pose a threat to me, and if you want to get the top 4, you must first kill their combination. Thinking of this, Chun Haonan began to move. The desert boy is eliminated, who fired the first shot. When Chen Haonan went to chase the enemy, there was silence at the scene of watching the event. After all, he could lurk in such an extreme environment for half an hour, and he could still ensure such accuracy, and this kind of physical strength obviously opened up the gap between others and others. It should be our death number 1. This statement has won the support of everyone, and it can kill the enemy in an instant, and disappear in an instant, except for Chen Haonan's perverted child. So far, there is no second person. It's a pity that the 3 of Thomas joined forces, and he fired the first shot. It was easy to arouse the hatred of others, so they would naturally join forces to kill him first, a terrible enemy, so that it would be difficult for death number 1 to enter the top 4. That's what everyone thinks at the moment. Under the peaks. The 3 Thomas had already found a new hiding place, and they had just heard the gunshots, and immediately saw someone standing up with smoke. Thomas was the first to speak. It's that kid. His physical strength is much stronger than ours. Even if he is incubated for 30 minutes, he can still ensure flexibility. Such a physical fitness, according to our doctor's inference, is at least above 12 attributes, and the current danger is increased to S level. Hearing Thomas's words, Radenberg and Murray both nodded in tacit understanding, but now they are more than 1,000 meters away from the peak. Such a distance and the bad weather, they don't have to think about being attacked first. But unfortunately, they don't know at all. Chen Haonan came down behind their tails. The work of gesturing just now is like a magnifying glass for Chen Haonan, who has 10 miles of eagle eyes. Bang! The dull sound of gunfire echoed around the snowy peaks. When the gunshot rang out, Murray, who had just made a V, the captain of the SWAT, felt his body tremble, and there was a huge pain in his right chest, followed by a puff of smoke, which made him instantly enter a sluggish state. God, am I killed? A bullet that fell from the sky? He was also bare, got up from the ground with the smoke, and shrugged his shoulders helplessly at Thomas and the others. Seeing this, Thomas and Radenberg couldn't help but greet God's ancestors. Above 1,000 meters, the bullet crossed the barrier of the snowflakes and sniped directly. Murray, who stood up, judged the source of the voice, and his face was full of consternation. At this distance, in such weather, even if the weather is fine, it can't be said that the other party fired a shot and died himself? Shit! Is God his grandmother? It's just a knife pulling the ass and opening the eyes of heaven directly. Murray, who was very depressed, angrily threw the sniper rifle with 2 bullets left on the snow, and the flying snowflakes blurred his angry eyes. It must have been done by that child. At this time everyone was physiologically uncomfortable, only he was still in a majestic state. Murray sat on the snow and didn't get up for half a day. As the captain of SWAT, his pride was beaten to pieces and he couldn't fight it up, unless Thomas and the 2 were also killed by that child. His psychology was better. This strange idea made him have a faint expectation. SWAT is a code name for special weapons and special tactics, and each member is a master tactician, and he is also good at using the environment to fight, and he was killed. Thomas and Radenberg were a little frightened, and the 2 immediately shifted positions, hiding behind a huge block of ice, and gesturing to communicate. At this moment, bang, bang passed after 2 muffled sounds. Hiding behind the ice, Radenberg felt his body tremble a little, and he looked at the ice with small holes in amazement. He was killed. The 2 consecutive shots just now hit the same position in the ice, and directly killed Radenberg hiding behind the ice. FUCK, he can't see where I am at all. It's a blind sniper. Thomas, this kid is really amazing. He seems to know where I'm hiding. Be careful, I'm dead. This is blind sniping. Thomas squinted, his pupils stimulated to the size of pinholes, and for the first time he felt nervous, never before in a mission to save a country's imprisoned president. I pinched my palm, and a hot flush came, which quickly turned into ice slag. Thomas didn't dare to grin against the ice. He was directly like a snow dog, lying on the ice, analyzing what was happening and thinking about the next countermeasures. In just 3 minutes, the powerful trio was dismantled by 3 shots, leaving him alone. I have to say, this is very unacceptable. On the mountain peaks. Whoa! The headmaster, the KGB, raised his right hand above his head and touched his waist with his left hand, and danced a fart dance and sang Ray. A good number 1, blind sniping to kill the enemy. It's awesome, wow. The voice is incomplete, which is really flattering, but no one dares to laugh, and everyone is in a state of shock. shoot up, such bad weather, can break through the ice and kill the enemy, unprecedented, SWAT and Delta team members are killed, this is a feast. I didn't expect Death Number 1 to complete the breakthrough so quickly, and his marksmanship is also the peak, he can be called a gun god. The wind and snow are fluttering, the distance is more than 1,000 meters, the visibility is very low, killing 2 veterans of 100 battles in a beautiful country in a row, it is really amazing, I have become his fan, Instructor Anthony, I know why you have to be his father-in-law, I can too. Get out of here, Anthony scolded, and suddenly smiled, I'm a righteous son, he rarely takes revenge overnight, and next, he will definitely chase down Thomas who kills the seals with all his might, bang. Thomas rolled quickly on the snow, and the bullets that were fired grazed his body flew over, and the cold wind that rubbed out almost sent him directly to orgasm. It's too exaggerated, he really has a way to lock my position, what kind of operation can he see through the ice? An all-encompassing perspective. All kinds of thoughts flashed through Thomas's heart, he kept rolling down towards the snow peak with a big drop, and he didn't dare to stop at all, rolling down at this speed would inevitably get hurt, but at this time Thomas couldn't take care of it. Fluttering. The rolling body, the falling snowflakes, this scene also fell in the eyes of the soldiers on the mountain peak, they all had the same idea, the dignified desert old fox Thomas, who was forced to be so embarrassed one day, relying on the action of the black pig rolling the river, in order to escape the pursuit, say it, whether it is the underworld or the white way, I am afraid no one dares to believe it. In front of them, left on the snow peak, there were 4 veterans left, namely the Alpha of the Hairy Bear, the GSG-9 Good News of the Chariot Country, the members of the SAS Devil Who Never Set, and the Black Boy of France. These 4 people did not fight each other, they all looked like Teletubbies, staring at the constant gunshots under the snow peak, as if facing a great enemy. They saw Murridge killed, Radenberg killed, Thomas rolled down the mountain in a panic, and it seemed that the person chasing behind him